I'd just like to thank you for being here today. My name is Suzanne Wood. I'm a registered nurse with a background in preventive cardiology. In recent years, I have worked for Genomics England as a clinical project manager, and I'm vegan. I first had the idea for this conference over a year ago, so with no budget and the help of some wonderful and generous people, here we all are today. Many people are put off by the word vegan, associating it with shouty individuals who perform strange stunts and radiate a somewhat, shall we say, judgmental vibe. If that's a familiar picture for you, I'd like to present a different image today, one of intelligent, informed people who are keen to share their knowledge with you in the hopes to build a better world. The fundamental message today is one of social justice, so please hear that message. I'd like now to introduce you to our chair, Dr. Mahesh Shah. Dr. Shah was born and raised in London and qualified from Hull, York Medical School in 2010. He has been qualified as a general practitioner since August 2015 and practices in North West London. Mesh, as he is affectionately known, realised early in his career that modern lifestyle plays a key role in chronic disease. And as much as conventional medicine has given us, chronic diseases continue to rise and reduce quality of life. As a doctor, he wanted to find another way so people could live healthy, happy lives once more. This took him into holistic and naturopathic medicine, focusing on welfare and well-being and lifestyle. Passionate about whole food, plant-based nutrition as a vital pillar in preventing, improving and reversing chronic disease, he speaks on this and lifestyle medicine at various community and public events, inspiring and empowering people to choose good health and happiness. Dr. Shah looks to have his own lifestyle medicine practice in the future and can be followed on social media via Facebook and Instagram as Mesh the Vegan Doc. I give you Mesh the Vegan Doc.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome to the Missing Med School Lectures. It's lovely to see all of you here with all your diverse backgrounds, doctors, medical and college students, nurses and other healthcare workers, managers, teachers, and I believe we've got a firefighter somewhere as well. That brings me perfectly onto fire safety and house rules. So, there is no fire alarm testing scheduled for today. So if we hear the alarm, it's the real thing. So we've got 4 fire exits. We've got the main door to the theatre just over there. We've got a door just to the side over here of the projection room. And we've got 2 on either side of the lectern here and here. We've also got 4 fire guides. If you could stand up and sort of wave your hands. So in the event of a fire alarm, our guides will help you to the nearest fire exit, and we would all meet up on the green outside. Toilets are just in the lobby area. You're allowed to drink water in here, but please no eating. And could I kindly request that all phones are on silent as well, please? And just so you're aware, this conference is being live streamed and it's being recorded. So, why the title Missing Med School Lectures? We're all aware of the amazing life-saving capabilities of modern-day medicine, be it for a severe infection, trauma, a heart attack, or stroke. But we're seeing a great strain on the national and global health services, with an ever-rising number of people suffering from chronic diseases like high blood pressure, obesity, diabetes, and heart disease, which can all lead ultimately to acute life-threatening situations. And although we have pills and procedures to try and manage these, it's proving not to be enough. There's increasing scientific evidence of a plant-based diet for improvement and reversal of chronic diseases. But it's not just our dietary preference that has a factor in human health. There's lots of other things that our diet also has an impact on. And one of them is the future of our planet. There's undeniable evidence that the farming of animals and deforestation pose the greatest threat to the future of our home by significantly contributing to greenhouse gases and global warming. It also impacts on social justice and hugely compromises on the welfare and well-being of our animal co-inhabitants. Thus, we're seeing a rising trend and shift towards veganism. Through a plant-based diet and vegan lifestyle, we can help ensure a better future for our children and all other species on this planet. We all have a responsibility to make this happen, and medical education has a key role to play in this. And so I'd like to thank Suzanne for her vision and dedication in making this conference possible. I'd like to thank the university for hosting and everybody else who's made this event come to happen. Also, in advance, a massive thank you to all of our speakers who have volunteered their precious time to share their knowledge and wisdom with us all. So, how does the day look? Shortly, we shall be seeing a video presentation by Dr. Oppenlander. That will be followed by talks from Bill Tara and Dr. Michael Klaper, after which we shall break for lunch. At about 1:10, we'll come back and we'll have talks from Marlene, Watson-Tara and Dr. Alpesh, Patel. We'll then have a short comfort break, after which we shall hear from Professor Gary Francione, and we hope to connect with his wife, Professor Anna Charlton, via Skype at the same time. The last part of today will give you the chance to pose questions to our speakers. We've also set up a Facebook group called the Missing Med School Lectures with the aim of keeping all of us together after the conference so that we can continue to discuss, ask questions, and share information. And our esteemed speakers have kindly agreed to be part of the group as well. So please do request to sign up to the Facebook group, and in the next day or so, we'll open that up and we can start sharing our thoughts and any other questions we may have. So we'll move on to the first part of today. And this will be a video by Dr. Richard Oppenlander. So a little bit about Dr. Richard Oppenlander. Dr. Richard Oppenlander is a sustainability consultant, researcher, and author of 2 books, Comfortably Unaware and Food Choice and Sustainability. He is founder and president of the non-profit organisation Inspire Awareness Now. He operates an animal rescue sanctuary and developed the first Environment Food Choice Academy course of study and subsequent ambassador program. He serves as an advisor to World Hunger projects in developing countries and with municipalities in the United States. Since the early 1970s, Dr. Oppenlander has extensively studied the effects of food choices have on our planet and on us. His research has taken him to nearly every area in the United States and to numerous other countries on nearly every continent. With his work, Richard addresses the fact that our current choices of food are causing global depletion, loss of our land, water, food supply, biodiversity, energy resources, and our own health, as well as negatively impacting climate change, and that various irreversible tipping points are being reached. He advocates the health of our economy, environment, and society are inextricably connected, and that all of our sustainability efforts must include organically grown, whole plant-based foods. Unfortunately, although Dr. Oppenlander cannot be with us today, he's happy for us to share a 15-minute presentation he did on climate change to the EU Parliament in December 2015.
There's a very real and imminent threat to our existence that is not found in the headlines of the news because no one wants to talk about it. There's a bit of an awareness gap, and no one's willing to step forward and manage it. The film Cowspiracy divulges the massive environmental damage attributed to animal agriculture, providing us with just a glimpse of the many shocking facts, figures, and ratios. Some of these numbers have changed slightly since the film was made, and I'd be happy to review those with you at some point in time later. The reason animal agriculture creates so many sustainability problems is quite simple. It's terribly inefficient, wasting resources, energy, and lives. But what you see in Cowspiracy, the film, is just the very tip of the iceberg. What the film does not spell out are the critical timelines that confront us, as well as the most destructive, insidious constraints that prevent us from proper evolution, including pervasive misuse of the word sustainable itself. We humans have reached a crucial and fragile point in our evolutionary journey as a species. Just in the past 100 years, we've reached the Anthropocene era, where we acquired the power to negatively change our biosphere, the litho, hydro, and atmosphere. We're ruining the very environs that sustain us and all other life on Earth. We're in fact in overshoot mode, demanding more of our planet than what it can provide. It would take 1.5 to 2 full Earths to sustain what we're currently taking from and doing to our planet. In the United States, and right here in Belgium, and with many other European countries, it would require 4 or more of our planets to sustain our current lifestyle. In fact, 5 out of 9 planetary boundaries, or tipping points, of our life support systems on Earth have already been passed. 5 out of 9. And with the other 4 boundaries, we're exceeding their tolerance levels. And all 9 boundaries are interconnected. As one collapses, the others will soon follow. Although climate change is taking front stage everywhere, especially in Paris this week, we must recognize that it is just one of the 9 boundaries. There are few researchers and organizations who are quite aware of the dire predicament that we're in and the very short timelines that we're faced with. Any of these folks will bluntly tell you that our species is in a state of unsustainability and that we can't remain on this course for very much longer. But not one of them is connecting the final dot. They continue telling us that our survival is in peril and that we need change. But change what? And they make it very clear that we need to stop over-consuming and overproducing. But over-consuming and overproducing what exactly? Energy and fossil fuels and waste are very easy targets for them to point their fingers at. But we now know that the single sector most responsible for nearly all aspects of our unsustainability combined, or what I call global depletion, is that of animal agriculture, the meat, dairy, and fishing industries. Let's take a close look at just a few of the many, many timelines that we're faced with. A 40% shortage in freshwater supplies predicted to occur in just the next 14 years. All topsoil predicted to be lost in the next 60 years. Phosphorus and nitrogen balance irreversibly altered today. Mass extinctions occurring daily. 87% of oceanic fish species are overexploited around the verge of collapse today. Nearly all commercially recognized fish expected to be extinct by the year 2048. And on and on. So we clearly need to quickly change our ecological footprint. We can blame overpopulation, but are we really going to begin culling other humans? We can reduce our dependence on fossil fuels, but that'll take too long, and climate change is, again, just one of the planetary boundaries confronting us. We must remember that climate change is also an exacerbator. It takes matters and makes them worse. It doesn't cause these boundaries. At the beginning of the sustainability equation is the word itself, sustainable, which is now seen everywhere, but this word is typically misused and it's ill-defined because rarely is food choice properly positioned, especially the raising and eating of animals, despite its enormous effect. It's simply too challenging for everyone, culturally, socially. This is the reason, though, that we're in a sustainability crisis today. As a global community, we have been too slow in realizing the state of unsustainability that we're in. We've been vastly too slow in making the connection to animal agriculture, and we've been indifferent to act. The future holds some troubling trends. The global human population is predicted to reach 9.6 billion by the year 2050, 2 billion more than we have today, with rising numbers and wealth of the middle class. And the demand for meat and dairy products is expected to double from where it is today. Over 3 billion tons of grain were produced last year in the world, but nearly half of that was given to animals in the meat and dairy industries. We can't blame, therefore, climate change, droughts, or flooding for the world's food security issues. Clearly, the problem is not how or if we can produce enough food to feed the 900 million suffering from hunger or the growing human population, but rather where all the food globally being produced is going. The onus for this predicament lies with our leaders, who have failed us in this regard, our business leaders, academic and funding institutions, civil society organizations, and our policymakers. Sustainable development has been on the international agenda for more than 25 years, with vigorous talk about the economic, social, and ecological components, but in reality, only the economic aspect has been addressed at the detriment of our environment. Even with the new 17 Sustainable Development Goals recently agreed upon, the effect of animal agriculture is not properly positioned, and we must understand that it is our environment that will ultimately sustain our species and society and be the parameter by which wealth is measured. These are just some of the many resource comparisons. You'll be able to pick up much more of these during the film. The formula for success in developing countries, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, and for developed countries to follow, is to establish models of multidimensional sustainability that I've written about, established on many levels simultaneously, with plant-based food systems at the nucleus. Education and international funding should use this as the platform for responsible lending to then achieve the highest level of responsible, sustainable development. Today, we're floating around precariously in a zone or state that I call pseudo-sustainability, never getting to where we need to be, but thinking that we are sustainable. That's a very dangerous situation. And for anyone who believes that eating any animal product is sustainable, then it's time to understand the concept of optimal or optimal relative sustainability. That'll work. How sustainable is it to produce and consume any animal product in a relative sense as compared to plant-based foods? Just during the past 1 hour, over 8 million domesticated land animals were slaughtered. Over 200 million sea animals were caught and killed for us to eat. And 114,000 tons of grain were fed to livestock we're still raising. But during that same 1 hour, over 350 children in the world died from starvation. These numbers should be zero. This then becomes a matter of ethics, doesn't it? It becomes a matter of social justice. The person sitting next to you who's eating a steak, pork, chicken, cheese, or fish is taking away the resources that could be spread more evenly, more efficiently, and used to support the life of perhaps 20 other people and thousands of other species while helping to mitigate climate change rather than causing it. The Living Planet Index shows that we lost more than half of all animal species in the world just in the last 40 years due to loss of habitat and degradation. Not surprisingly, during that same 40-year period of time, global production of meat and dairy products quadrupled. Instead of ignoring the effect of animal agriculture on climate change, the participants at COP21 in Paris should understand that there are working examples today showing complete mitigation of anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions from all sources by way of sequestration, simply by converting feed cropland and grazing livestock pastures to direct plant-based systems. So, Animal agriculture weaves its way recklessly through irreversible climate change, loss of land and fresh water, oceanic destruction, loss of biodiversity and rapid rate of extinctions, world hunger, pollution, food pricing and availability, increase in chronic and emerging diseases regarding our own human health, as well as policymaking and funding. Thus, animal agriculture blocks our evolution to a higher ground toward a healthier, more peaceful, and just planet. In terms of solutions, this is not a time for us to take baby steps or for us to go meatless only on Mondays, because we are on very real timelines that extend beyond self into society and future societies, human and non-human life. We're all connected. Eating only local food will not solve the problem, because it's not the size of the farm or the miles traveled that causes the problem. It's the type of food being produced. And despite what the United Nations and other gold standard organizations are promoting, this sustainability issue will not be solved simply by advocating eating less meat, which is subjective, inconsistent with the magnitude and the urgency of the problem, and perpetuates irresponsibility with every bite taken. And it mistakenly shifts the focus to seafood. Regarding our oceans, the damage we've done is irreversible in our lifetime. And today, there is no such thing as sustainable seafood, especially if you apply the three key factors of how that word sustainable is defined by the fishing industry itself. And contrary to what everyone would like to believe, raising grass-fed, organic, pasture livestock will not solve the problem either. It'll make matters worse. More land use changes, more deforestation, more methane produced, and a higher feed conversion ratio. It also must be clearly understood that this is not an industrial or a factory farm issue. It's a raising animals to eat issue. Farm to table and climate smart agriculture are new catchwords and terms, but these new food movements only make sense if you use our dwindling natural resources to grow plants for direct human consumption. We no longer have room for animals to be configured in the middle of the food production equation for humans. It's become antiquated. It's become obsolete. So how do we solve this? Over the years, I've been proposing two categories of solutions. First, there needs to be widespread, sweeping education of the public and those with a platform of influence. We need to essentially educate the educated. And second, we need to implement initiatives based on that education, such as creating policies which open the doors for businesses and help new and also young farmers, and help transition existing farms from animal agriculture to plant-based systems, beginning with the reallocation of the $500 billion per year we spend globally subsidizing the meat, dairy, and fishing industries. In her closing remarks at a recent climate change conference of the parties, the executive secretary of the conference, Christiana Figueres, provided a summary of the conclusions of 200 nations, NGOs, and researchers by stating this about our future, about greenhouse gas emissions, and about climate change. She said this: the science is unquestionable. Therefore, despite the obvious effects on the industry itself, we must call for the elimination of the use of coal as an energy source. And, she said, we must do this immediately. Notice that she didn't say we should use less coal, or for us to use only local or humane coal. In fact, she said we should eliminate coal, even though coal carries with it roughly the same amount of greenhouse gas emissions, slightly more, depending on who you're reading, than raising livestock does. And coal has no real direct effect on land use changes, water scarcity, world hunger, loss of biodiversity, and all other areas of global depletion, but raising and eating animals does. So the door has been opened, hasn't it, for massive global food choice change. If there is an imminent threat to our planet and to us, which there is, well, we should certainly be able to call for its elimination, and for it to be done immediately. Our generations of policymakers today are in a unique situation to help save Earth as we know it, save life on it now, and allow a livable future for those who inherit this planet from us. Or we could allow it to continue on its current path to possibly be destroyed. But we have enough information in front of us to make the right decisions. And in doing so, we will be seen not just as good stewards, but as superheroes who stopped a runaway train with all of us on board and turned it into the direction of optimal sustainability before we went over that cliff. The future of humanity is very likely at stake. So you in this room represent our leaders, and you can make this happen. You can inspire others to make this happen. But we have to act today because time is running out. Thank you so very much for this opportunity, and it's certainly a privilege for me to be here. Thank you.
So I'd like to present our first speaker for the day, Bill Tara. Since 1967, Californian Bill Tara has been an active advocate for natural healthcare. He was the vice president of Erewhon Trading Company, one of America's first national distributors of organic foods, and was a co-founder of Sunwheel Natural Foods in London, England. He has been a health counsellor, teacher, author, entrepreneur, and creator of health education centres in Europe and North America. His innovative and creative teaching of traditional approaches to health, healing, and personal development has taken him to over 20 countries as a seminar leader. He has appeared on a variety of radio and television shows in England, America, and Australia, speaking on dietary policy and the environment, including Nightline with Ted Koppel. In 1975, he founded the Community Health Foundation in London, England, a charitable trust that was the largest natural health education centre in the world. Together with Michio and Aveline Cushy, he was a founder of the Cushy Institute and served as executive director of the Institute programs in London, England, and Boston, USA. Bill has served as a senior faculty member for the Kaintal Institute in Switzerland and the Naropa University in Boulder, Colorado. He was chairman of the European Macrobiotic Assembly for 4 years and served as chairman of the North American Macrobiotic Congress for 2 years. In 1975, he edited and published Your Face Never Lies, based on the teachings of Michio Cushy, which continues to be one of the most popular books on Oriental diagnosis. In 1985, he published Macrobiotics and Human Behavior, the first book by a Westerner on the Chinese theory of the body-mind connection. His latest published books, Natural Body, Natural Mind, Portal of Dreams, and Eating as If All Life Matters, are available worldwide on Amazon.com. I'd like to introduce Bill Tara to the floor.
Thank you. Are these mics live up here?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, good. Hello, good morning. If you notice me limping around and sometimes wincing even when I move, it's because I had a bicycle accident just 5 days ago and I really banged my ribs very hard, right? And my foot and my shoulder, and so little problems with motion right at the moment. I want to try to do two things here. One is I want to attempt to put this whole issue of what we eat into a little context for you. And so I want to go back just a little bit in history and step it up to the present and talk about where we are presently, and then perhaps give some ideas about where we might be going in the future, which it's not very helpful to think that where we're going in the future is that we're going to be wiped out. Okay? I want to put that forward very strongly, because we are in a situation, there's a Chinese phrase that's meant to be a compliment. It says, may you live in difficult times. Right? Because when you live in difficult times, you have challenges that make you rise up to the moment, right? And we certainly live in some difficult times. Sitting on the edge of extinction is certainly a difficult time. The whole issue of nutrition is a very interesting one. In the past 50 years that I've been involved in actually being conscious of nutrition in any way, I've seen a lot of things come and go, as all of our speakers have. And what's come out of this is a tremendous amount of confusion. Everywhere you look, if you go on the internet and try to get information about nutrition, it's like the Tower of Babel, right? And every single thing that you can find a counter argument to it, and guess what? It's all scientific, right? Everything is backed up by science, and so it's a muddle for people, and people are becoming more and more aware of the connection between nutrition and health, and nutrition and the environment, and nutrition and a lot of social issues, and so they're looking for information, and the fact that the information is so muddled, I think, is a product of a number of different things. One of them is nutrition itself. Right? Nutrition is a fairly new science. Right? It's really I mean, it's only what, in 1920 or 1920s, in the 1920s that the first vitamins were isolated, you know, and talked about. Before that, certainly, culturally, people have been talking about nutrition for many, many years. The Chinese, the Japanese, the Indians, the Greeks, all over the world, early physicians knew that there was an intimate relationship between what people ate and the level of their sickness. But the science of nutrition is a little bit different because it was based on science. And so what you do in science is it's reductionist, right? It reduces everything down. And the major advances that we can see when we look historically at nutrition are things like elimination of beriberi and scurvy, things like that. But those actually happened before nutritional science. Most of them were by just experimentation of people. Nobody knew why scurvy was actually cured by British sailors eating oranges and lemons until after the fact. That scurvy, which had been a terrible killing disease, was actually conquered. So we've gone through this period of looking for the silver bullet. When you start looking for deficiency, when that's where you start from, and you get locked into it, that's where nutrition has been, locked into looking for deficiency, sometimes finding deficiencies where it's not even there, right? But looking for deficiencies nonetheless. So it's always that secret ingredient that must be in there in the food that explains everything. And in the process, what is we've lost any idea of food, right? I mean, the stuff that we eat, right? What is food? How do we relate to it? How did our ancestors relate to it? And what lessons can we learn from that? Also, changes in food production. You know, as the populations grew, food production became it's such an enormous industry. It's now actually the largest industry in the world. If you connect all the dots up, which was indicated a little bit in the movie, when you start connecting all the dots up about all of the industries that are connected with the production of food and the distribution of food and the processing of food and the distribution of food, the retail sale of food, you're talking about a massive industry. And I'll touch on this a little bit in a bit, because that's one of the reasons why things haven't changed, is because the industry is so big. Because big industries have big power, right? And big power generally translates into money, and it translates into government influence. The supermarket. There are probably a few of you here in the room that can remember the period before the supermarket. I actually can, right? I can remember what it was like before the I can remember the first supermarket that showed up in our town in California, right? And people flocked to it just to walk around in it. It was like a museum. It was like a food museum. People were walking around saying, oh my God, look at that, and look at that, and look at that. Who would have thought, you know? Pineapples at this time of year. How did that ever happen? Because we destroyed the relationship between ourselves and food. There was no more regional food anywhere in the world. When I first visited England in 1969, I was rather charmed by the fact that there were still greengrocers around. Little shops where people were just selling vegetables. It was amazing because I'd become so acclimatized to the supermarket. The frozen food. See, what did all these things do? How did these things influence us culturally? Because this is very important. Because a generation grew up around food that could be frozen and transported long distances. Now, if you buy a watermelon in some parts of the United States, it's flown 30,000 miles. I'm sorry, 3,000 miles. A 3,000-mile watermelon. I mean, that's flying economy, I'm sure, but 3,000 miles so that you can eat a watermelon in a season that it would never grow in the middle of winter. Right? See, what have we done to our consciousness about this? It's very fascinating, and it's right down there at the basis of many of the problems that we face now. And the problems that we face now are generally, we point to the fast food industry. Because the fast food industry, this is what it boils down to. And I remember the first fast food restaurant that I ever went to, right? And it was actually a place where girls, it was always girls, on roller skates, right? Did you grow up in California as well? No, because California, we invented a lot of this stuff. Evil people live in California, right? No, we invented this stuff. Who would have thought of girls on roller skates skating around, bringing food to people in their car so that they could sit inside their car and eat at a drive-in restaurant? I mean, this was serious consumerism, right? No, consumerism with a smile, and roller skates and pom-pom girls, right? So what is wrong with this diet? Well, the diet that we ended up having manufactured for us, not really cooked for us, but manufactured for us, was a diet that was based around protein, fat, empty calories, and a lot of additives. I mean, a lot of additives. It's estimated that the common person in America is eating between 6 and 9 pounds of additives a year. If you think of a 6-pound sack of chemicals, but with about 2,000 to 3,000 different ingredients in it, and then said, please, have this. It'll make your food taste like it's not, right? It'll make it taste like something else, right? It can make a potato chip taste like a piece of ham, right? What a wonderful treat, right? All you have to do is eat all these chemicals, which, by the way, have never been tested. They've only been tested independently. They've never been tested in the combinations that people take them in on, right? So we're taking in a lot of food with no consciousness at all. And that's one of those issues that lies at the foundation. There is no consciousness about where the food comes from or what the food is. People used to actually cook food in their kitchen. Right? Marlene will talk about this later, but the kitchen has become a rare place to visit, right? It's a warming station, not a cooking station, a warming place. So empty calories. Now, this cheeseburger that I have up here, I put up there specifically because it wasn't that many years ago that there was a big argument in the United States about school lunches. Right? It was several decades ago, actually. Right? You lose sense of time after a while. But the argument was this: in the school lunch program, if you served a hamburger with a piece of cheese on it, you had the bun, which is carbohydrate, you had the protein, which was the burger, right? If you put ketchup on it, did that classify as a vegetable? Well, this was a serious conversation. No, you can't make this stuff up, trust me, right? This is a serious conversation as to whether that was, because if you did, and you put a piece of cheese on it too, you had the 4 food groups. You had your dairy, you had your meat, you had your carbohydrate, and you had your vegetable. If you wanted to make it super nutritious, you put a piece of lettuce on it, right? And that was considered a complete meal. Right? You see where we're going, right? This is where we still are. This is like antiquated nutrition. This was always backed up by nutritional science. These were government policies backed up by nutrition. So something was terribly wrong here, but what was it? See, one of the things that always drives culture is stories. We like to think that it's it's fact, etc. It's not. It's stories, and we've created some very interesting stories around food. One of them, of course, is Man the Hunter, and Man the Hunter is a very powerful story in society. I can tell you from trying to get people to change their diet or convince people to change their diet for decades, I can tell you that there's a big difference between talking to a woman and talking to a man. And most men have Man the Hunter in their brain, right? And they will say things like, I'm not eating that tofu, right? Like it was some sort of an insult to their masculinity if they ate tofu. I don't eat salad, right? I don't eat salad. And where does that come from? Well, it comes from this imagery that we had we went crazy on the whole hunter-gatherer routine. We left out the gathering completely. If we did add the gathering in, and historically this is true when you read anthropological studies, it's always said to be the women who are gathering and the men who are out hunting. The men are really bringing it home. They got the elk strapped on their back. They're back to the cave, the heroes of the day, right? Because they killed an animal. But when you look actually at anthropology, what you see is that that's incorrect. And the more that we learn about primitive people and the more we learn about hunter-gatherer civilizations, the more we realize that most of it is total mythology. And yet it's very strong. It's a very strong issue. The myth about milk, that if you wanted strong bones, what you had to do is you had to drink the milk of an animal who had strong bones. Somehow magically that became you, and you had strong bones. I played football when I was in high school, and the coach on my football team said, if you want to be a good football player and have strong bones, you got to drink a half a gallon of milk a day. A half a gallon of milk. That was a prescription from the coach, right? Because you had to be like a cow. More like a bull, right? And it was somewhat true, actually, right? The more like a bull you were, the more successful football player you were. This is American football, not the more civilized form of football you play here, that actually has something to do with your feet. American football doesn't have much to do with your feet, right? It mostly has to do with your shoulders, but there you go. And sugar story. Now, the sugar thing is very interesting because this is something that everybody in the world knows is a destructive food. And yet, it's a food that people treat the same way that addicts treat their drug of pleasure. It's like a naughty secret that people have. They say, oh, I'll have a little bit of cake, or oh, I love a little bit of chocolate. They like that, oh, it's like I'm going to sneak this, I'm going to have this over here, like it's some sort of a strange and exotic thing, and everybody knows that it's not good for you, right? But at the same time, people are hooked in it, and they won't face the fact that actually they are addicted. I spent a little bit of time in the 1970s working with drug addicts, and several of them had switched over to eating differently and eating what we would now refer to as a whole food plant-based diet. And many of them told me that it was more difficult to stop eating sugar than it was to kick heroin. And this is serious. I'm not saying that to make a point. That was a serious conversation, and I had it from more than one addict saying, man, I just can't stop eating the sugar. The same thing happens with alcoholism. When alcoholics, if you've ever been to an AA meeting, what sits in the back of the room. It's the pile of donuts and cookies and the coffee that people spoon sugar in one after another, because that becomes their new addiction. My father, who had a problem with alcohol, was always this trim little wiry guy, and then when he stopped drinking, right, all of a sudden he ballooned. I hadn't seen him in a couple of years, and I came home, and he was like this, and I said, what happened to you? And he said, oh, I just liking the candy now, right? I like the candy now, right? That's the way we go. The piece of information that we all have now, though, is that all of these foods that we eat and that were popular and that form the foundation of the modern diet are all foods that cause disease. Anybody that doesn't know that has been living in a cave, right? And every month there's some report. Now, the reports aren't always consistent. but the reports are there. And they point to information that starts to bubble up within society and has been bubbling up for God knows how many years. I think I heard McDougall say something like that he went back to research that was in the 1800s about the connection between degenerative diseases and the food that we eat and the kind of diet that we eventually ended up eating. But we know this information, and a sea change happened here, and it happened in the public imagination, I think mostly in the 1960s forward. And that was that a new science started, which was already there, but started to ingrain itself into public knowledge, and that was epidemiology. And this was a big turn for nutrition from my point of view, because when you're studying things in a laboratory, you're not always getting information that can reflect to what happens when people are in the home eating their own food, or culturally. And epidemiology was the study of large groups of people and looking at what they do and what the outcome of their actions are. And so right after World War II, you had a study like the Seven Nations Studies, which was actually sponsored by the American government. You had the Framingham Heart Study from Harvard University, the Nurses Study. You had all of these studies, and this information kept leaking out into the public. It would leak out, and it would leak out, and it would leak out, and people would say, Jesus, is there something to that? I mean, really? Heart disease is reflected in some way with the food that I'm eating? What, cancer? Could cancer be related to the food that I'm eating? And there were questions. And those questions were very important questions because it made people start to become questioning of what they were being told. And I think that was good. It was good because it created a little bit of an edge of caution around nutritional information that was being dispensed by, and I hate to see it because there's probably a few in the room, and I know there's one in the room, and that was doctors. See, doctors were dispensing nutritional information and telling, don't worry about that, it's okay. And nobody was looking at the doctors, first of all. The doctor I had as a child smoked all the way through consultations all the time, had a cigarette hanging out of his mouth, right? It was like Humphrey Bogart, he had that great skill of being able to stick it onto his lower lip and talk at the same time like a gangster, right? So you'll be okay, take this stuff, right? Take this stuff. And so doctors were dispensing information and people started questioning doctors. Holy cow, that was a big move. And some of that happened around the issue of nutrition, because doctors weren't healthy. They observably weren't healthy, but they were giving recommendations of health. And they were telling people who were starting to eat a good diet or doing exercises, running, a lot of different things started to be popular, and doctors were telling them, you don't need to do that. You don't need to do it. It won't affect you at all. Even people that cured themselves of serious illnesses. So why don't we act? There's a number of reasons. One of them is that nutrition is a big business. It's a big business. And that business has incredible power over governments, particularly in terms of getting subsidies. So one of the great crimes that we see from a nutritional point of view is that governments are sponsoring the same kind of food that their experts are often telling them is killing people. So here you have a very interesting relationship between nutritional information which comes into governments and the kind of policies that they adapt in terms of what they recommend or what they will recommend and what actually gets pushed forward in terms of subsidies, what gets supported. So what are the biggest subsidies in the United Kingdom? It's the dairy industry and the meat industry. Even though the people that work within the government and get the information, they've got the information sitting on their table. Right? It's not a question of that. Not a question at all. And that goes all the way, in America, it goes all the way back to the McGovern Committee, was in 1977, McGovern committee, when all this information was offloaded into an unsuspected committee, right, who looked at it and said, my God, if this stuff is true, the population is being killed by food. But then in order to make recommendations, they had to have representatives from the industry come in, and the industry was barefaced. And this is in congressional record, you could look it up. And they basically said, look, you make recommendations for people not to eat meat or not to eat dairy, and you'll never get elected again in your life, right? That's the end of the story. That was their logic, right? And that was the truth. And that's what happened, right? Because when the committee's reports came out, first report actually came out not too bad, but the second edition of that report came out, it was really completely obliterated, right? People were told a little bit less. Have lean cuts of meat. Well, what does that mean to most people? Have lean cuts of meat, right? It's that same kind of thinking, right? Make a little bit of a change so you can feel good about making the change, right? But actually, you're not making a change at all. So we have to start with some pretty fundamental things. First of all, what is nutrition, right? I should go back there, right? Because some of the things that are important to know is that the decisions that most people make about food are never logical. And they're never scientific. They're almost always emotional. And so I have to remember that. It's emotional decisions drive it, right? They drive your purchases and they drive what you want to eat, right? And so those emotional decisions need to be acknowledged so that they can be changed, right? So what nutrition is? Well, one of the things that it is, which is so fundamental that we've lost view of it, it seems, is that nutrition is the most intimate connection we have with the environment that we live in. What goes on in your intestines is you and the environment right up against each other. That's you. That's the environment. When you look at it using high magnification, it's difficult to say where the environment stops and where you began, right? Because there is no borderline there. So that food that you eat, which is then acted on by the biome, by all these microorganisms in your intestines, broken down, that's when we start to absorb. So we take the environment in that way. And that intimacy with the environment is something that many primitive people knew very well. That was part of their prayerfulness around food, was acknowledging the fact that when you eat, you're taking in the substance of the environment. You're taking in the spirit of the environment. And it's a very simple relationship that we have. And that relationship is based on one simple fact, and that is no plants, no animals. The evolution of life on the planet is all based around, of animal life, is all based around the fact that plants are autotrophic. In other words, they take their nourishment direct from the environment. So sun, soil, water, right? Minerals that they absorb, exposure to the sunlight, that is what produces the carbohydrate, the proteins, the vitamins, and concentrates the minerals in a way that they can be utilized by any kind of animal. It doesn't make any difference what the animal is, right? So the plant is the beginning of that process and is fundamental to that process. And when because we can't do that. We can't just eat a mouthful of soil, drink a glass of water, stand in the sun, and be nourished. That doesn't happen. Everything needs to be made for us, and it needs to be made by the plant. And strangely, we short-circuited that by putting an animal in between us and the environment. Now, when I say this, I don't mean to assume that human beings never ate animals in their past. Of course we did. Of course hunter-gatherers were hunting. And the use of animals for food happened in the process of human evolution, and particularly in the process of human migration, because sometimes when you're migrating, you find yourself in places where there's nothing to eat. Right? And so you eat what's there. If animals are that's what you eat, right? If you find yourself in a northerly place where there's not much foliage or where there's a short growing season, you're going to eat more animals than you are plants. No question about that. But that is always an ecological relationship. It's a relationship between the tribe or the individual and the environment that they live in. And this is an important distinction because the environment that we live in is very, very different than the environment that our ancestors lived in. And so when we approach the whole issue of nutrition, we have to approach the issue of nutrition using an ecological mindset. It's not like, oh, you have to eat this way, so it's good for the environment. No, 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 no. It's not that, right? We have to make peace with the environment. And in order to do that, we have to eat a diet which is, in ecological terms, called the commensal relationship. It's one where you take from the environment, but you don't destroy the environment in the process. You eat at the same table, right? So we put that animal in there and we said, well, now this is good news because now if the animal makes meat and that's what we are, right? That was the thinking. So we need to eat meat in order to be human beings. In order to have muscle, we need to have muscle. We need to eat muscle, right? Pretty primitive thought process. But what happens is now we have a negative feedback loop. The negative feedback loop is very simple, and that is as the population grows and as you start depending more and more and more and more on animals, what happens is you get billions of animals, 10 times the number of human beings being used to feed this population, this one organism, human beings, to feed this one organism, and the excreta from those animals, the byproducts from those animals start to poison the environment that you're living in. Right? And this happens through methane gas, it happens through carbon dioxide, it happens through feces, it happens through urine. And then the modern twist is that also because we give animals so much medicine, we give animals hormones so that they will grow real fast. We give animals antibiotics. 80% of all the antibiotics that are used are given to animals. And animals excrete just like we do, right? You know, and so where does that excreta go? Does it miraculously disappear? Nothing disappears in the environment. Something is either seeable or it's not seeable in the environment. It doesn't disappear, right? If it goes into a river, it didn't disappear. It's in a river. Did it pollute the river? Yes. Does it eventually pollute the ocean? Yes, right? So we have this loop, this crazy loop that we're living in, and we seem to be unable to get off that particular loop. Right? Can't get off the merry-go-round. Keeps going faster and faster and faster. This is not checking my time. Are you? No, it's not doing the time check. I think I'm okay.
No, you're okay.
Okay, good, because I'm just begun. So it's about homeostasis. Homeostasis is the kind of balance that we make with the environment. And actually, most of the time when you hear homeostasis used, it's used in terms of internal blood chemistry, right, and the relationship to different organs. But actually, it has to do with the relationship between an organism and the environment that the organism lives in. Right? And so homeostasis is what we should be aiming for. Right? How do you get that dynamic balance? And in order to get that dynamic balance, that means that we have to look at ourselves in our totality. And our totality means that one of the things that is so very, very strong in human evolution as opposed to other creatures on the planet is that we have this incredibly powerful social aspect of evolution, cultural evolution, which influences our behavior as much as our biology does. And it should be a gift, but it's ending up being a bit of a curse because we don't think similarly enough. I'm not saying we should all think the same, but we don't think similarly enough in terms of values, and particularly in the value of our life. Right? We act as if we were infinite beings, and some of you may believe that on a spiritual note, but that's not what I'm talking about. Right? We think that we just can live forever, we can do whatever we want, nothing will happen to us. We're the gifted child of nature. Right? And it's that gifted child of nature that's causing all the damage. So if we're thinking about homeostasis, we have to look at physical health, we have to look at social justice, we have to look at environmental impact, and we have to look at the rights of animals, who we share the planet with. Number of questions. One is, who grows your food? Now, and I'm talking about these as being criteria for understanding what we should be eating, by the way. Okay? So, if you're thinking about what do I eat, one of the questions you might ask is, what did that food have to go, what did people have to go through to get that food to me? Any of you ever been in southern Spain, around Almeria, that area? Acres and acres, hundreds of acres of greenhouses down there. That's so the Northern Europe can get lots of salad vegetables, right? You gotta have cucumbers and salad vegetables and all those things. But inside those greenhouses are modern day slaves. They come from Africa. If they have papers, the papers are taken away from them. They live and breathe in, oftentimes die in those greenhouses. The United Nations has even had food sent to those greenhouses because they're so terrible. They're a huge civil rights problem, but as long as the vegetables keep moving, right? The Spanish government looks the other way, and all that. Nobody else asks the question: where does this come from? And the same is true with food that comes from all over the world, right? From India, from China. Oh, China, right? People are loving China because there's lots of organic food being grown in China now. But who's growing that stuff? Who's growing it? Well, people who are virtual slaves. They're indentured slaves. They can't leave. They have to stay. They don't make enough money to even leave if they wanted to, right? There's slavery in the United States. I mean, there was slave rings broken several years back. There was a big slave ring broken in Florida, in the orange groves in Florida, and there were slaves down there picking oranges. And I mean, these were slaves that were held at gunpoint to stay on the ranch and pick oranges, because people love orange juice. Well, you love orange juice, right? Got to have it, no matter where it comes from. Where does the food come from? Amazing, isn't it? When you start looking at things like bananas, is one of my pet peeves. Bananas. Bananas, once you come from Central and South America, right? In order to get the bananas that Europeans and Americans really want, which is a banana of a particular length and very yellow with no black spots, right? You have to use a ton of chemicals. And those chemicals are often sprayed while the workers are still in the field. And so you have had huge lawsuits in the past of workers who become impotent, who have cancers early, who have skin disease from looking there. But what's their reward? Their reward is that they can actually sometimes feed their families. Not always, but sometimes. But we love our bananas, the 5th largest fruit crop in the world, right? Love the bananas, right? Because we can make a smoothie with them, right? Everybody loves a smoothie, right? Let's see how disjointed we get. We get very disjointed about all of this. Who can afford to eat? I'll tell you who can't afford to eat, right? And that's people who are poor. And then I'm not talking about pictures of people from Ethiopia. I'm talking about people that live here in England, in mid-cities. I'm talking about people who live in London and Birmingham and Manchester. I'm talking about people who live in New York and Chicago. Even worse in America, food deserts. Right? There's places you can go in the United States where you can't get a vegetable. You can't get a vegetable, but you can get some Kentucky Fried Chicken. And you can get a McDonald's hamburger. You can get those. Those are readily available. Right? But you can't get anything, and you can get booze. There's a liquor store in every corner, right? Liquor store in every corner, lots of junk food, and it's cheap, and it's filling, right? And it satisfies your taste buds, and so that's what people eat. I was in New York a couple of years ago, and there was a little salad place that I used to go to and eat when I was teaching there. And I happened to walk out of there one day, and I walked a different route back back to the center where I was teaching, and I happened to go by a McDonald's. And the McDonald's, in the window, they have a special deal, some kind of Happy Meal deal, you know, and they had it was like 2 burgers and a milkshake and a fries. And I looked at the cost on that and I thought, that's got to be a mistake, because I just had a salad. And I could have bought 4 of those Happy Meals for a salad. And all I ate was a vegetable, right? A couple of vegetables, right? And this is a big meal. And that's what happens. And now we can follow disease around the world by following the Golden Arches. You follow Ronald McDonald's footsteps from country to country. You follow Colonel Sanders with the chicken country to country, and you will see diabetes coming right behind it, and obesity right behind it. So, I mean, what other information do we need? And yet, that is the most popular food for people to feed to their children. We call it junk, and we feed it to the children. Yeah, I know it's junk food, but the children love it. Oh, well, let's give it to them then. Give them a little crack cocaine, too, right? They'll love it, right? They'll love it. Why not, right? Why not? Is the insurance policy paid up? Because childhood cancers are going up, and, you know, lots of childhood diseases going through the roof, and people say, oh, my God, isn't that interesting? Well, it's completely expected. Completely expected. The environmental impact was addressed in the movie earlier, right? It's an issue of what is the price of the food in the marketplace, and what is the cost of the food? Because we pay the cost, and the cost is to the environment. It's the social justice issues. That's the cost of the food. And that cost is being underwritten by governments. It's being underwritten even by the industries themselves. You know, a little bit of fast footage and you don't have to pay any tax on your money. We talk about Amazon. The food industry has been getting away with murder for decades and decades. Right? They're experts at not paying any taxes. Right? Experts at it. Why? Because they're such an important sector. Nobody wants to upset them. Right? What's the true cost? What's the cost of an ocean? The one figure that should have really hit us all in that previous movie was the one that the oceans are becoming extinct. Very, very quick. Because we don't fish anymore. We suck fish out of the water. It's like having vacuum cleaners. We suck everything up. So little fish, big fish, doesn't make any difference. Because if it can't be used for human food, it gets used for cat foods. Cats in the West are fed amazingly, right? Better than the poor, right? We feed our cats and dogs better than the poor, right? So we should just be clear on that, right? And so the oceans are just being ruined by that, not only by the fish getting sucked up, but all of that, what I was talking about earlier in terms of the medication and the pollution that comes from the farming and from the raising of cattle goes into the rivers. And so now we're creating what are called dead zones, right? So huge dead zones. That means nothing grows there except moss, right? Moss. There's not a food chain there at all. And last but not least, in this little list, right, of things that we could consider in thinking about nutrition is sentient life. Okay, we're supposed to be evolving ourselves culturally. Well, if we evolve ourselves culturally and we haven't woken up to the fact, right, that animals have sensibilities and sensitivities, that they love each other, that they don't want to die, right, that they play, that they have a whole life of their own, which we can observe, and we say, isn't that cute? Because it's only cute when it mimics something that we identify as a human behavior. You know, oh, look, they think they love each other because they're like, it was humans. They must have seen humans doing that, right? As if humans teach the animal kingdom anything. When all of our primitive ancestors thought it was the other way around. The animals are there to teach us lessons about how to be, right? And so respect for life, right? Just life. So the future. Option one. We're in option one right now, right? Head buried deep in the sand, fists clenched, right? I will not change, damn it, I like this life I lead, right? So that's going to give us certain things. One is it's going to give us, and it's already giving us, extreme food shortages. And everybody in this room will be feeling these food shortages within the next decade, if not well before that. As food shortages are going to happen, they're going to happen as a result of not only of climate change, but they're going to happen because of the economic structure of the food system. So there's going to be shortages of basic foods. They're going to be getting more and more and more and more expensive, to the point where it will only be the extreme wealthy that can afford to eat a decent diet, right? And the rebels who know how to eat downstream, right? You know, those, those are the two options. Increased GMO use, absolutely, absolutely. And something that I'm very, very concerned about, in a way personally, and that is the increase of fake food. It's interesting to see, as people become more and more aware of food, and they become aware of not eating animals and the benefits of that, one of the things that happens is that the food industry is very flexible. They'll give you what you want, right? They'll give you what you want. So you don't want to eat animals anymore? Fine. We'll invent something that doesn't have an animal in it, right? You don't want gluten in it? Fine. We'll invent something that doesn't have any gluten in it. You don't want sugar in it? Okay, right? We can do that. We'll put palm oil in it, and we'll put this. And so they will make stuff for you that seemingly meets your standard, but it meets their standard. It's junk. And the advantage of junk is that there's a lot of profit in junk. You start putting real food in there, and you get a problem. So what happens when Beyonce eats a Beyond Burger, right? You know, I mean, the world goes nuts. Oh my God, you know, look at that, you know, Leonardo DiCaprio ate tofu. Oh my God. You know, I mean, we get insane about these things. We get products that are actually replicating the problem. So you get junk food products that are filled with chemicals and filled with GMO that are designed, because the food industry is very, very clever, food chemists are very clever, designed to make you feel like you can think we can live the same way that we always lived and it's not going to be a problem. But it's a problem. Because when you eat low on the food chain, that means you have to produce in your own kitchen some of the food that you need. Hopefully all of it. Perfectly would be all of it. Perfectly would be you grew it, you cooked it, you know, you ate it, and you were satisfied. Right? So all of the fast food, the fake food, all of that, it's not a big, it's not a step forward. It's not a step forward that McDonald's is going to have a vegan burger. It's a step back. It's a step back. It's not a step forward that you're going to have all of the big food companies like Nestle and all of the other companies are making food that doesn't have meat or milk and cheese in it. It's not a step forward. It's a step back. We need to take control. If we don't take control, somebody else will take control. And those are nasty people. Huh? 15? Oh my God, I'm ripping here. 15 minutes, I just, I'll be done sooner than that, actually. So the future, oh, this is my shameless advertising. So this is my book, which will come out in November. Rup down to your favorite bookstore. Okay. So what's the second option? The second option includes disease prevention. Right? For us to change our thinking around about dis-ease and our own personal responsibility for our health. What are we responsible for? Now, this doesn't mean that you can cure every problem yourself. As Mahesh said earlier, you know, medicine is there, and it's functional, and it's good when it's needed. But one of the reasons that the medical systems are falling apart all over the world is because of this tsunami of people who have illnesses that can be prevented. What if you cut, just imagine, what would be the result in the NHS if 70%, I'm going to even be radical, 70% of all type 2 diabetes cases just disappeared? What would happen if 50% of heart cases just disappeared? What would happen if cancer were reduced by 30%? I mean, then people wouldn't be talking about how long you have to wait. They wouldn't be talking about people sleeping in the halls. The medical system would be able to operate. It would be able to function properly. But we don't. And the reason is our own ignorance. And I'm talking about we as collectively, because society demands to be treated. We demand to be treated, but we don't do anything about prevention, right? And so we have to prevent that, right? That would be something that would be fantastic. And one of the best ways that we could do that would be stop eating the animal food, stop eating the refined sugars, stop eating the chemicals. Environmental sustainability. I can't go any further than the film. I mean, it is insane what we're doing, and now all of a sudden it's a crisis. Oh my God, it's a crisis. Took a 16-year-old Scandinavian girl to do this. It's a crisis. Now it's a crisis, right? It's a crisis. People that have been ignoring this for decades and decades, all of a sudden now, oh my God, a 16-year-old girl. Oh, yes, it's a crisis, right? Can I have a picture with you, right? It's a crisis. She's had more selfies with other people than anybody in the world, like a pop star. That's okay. But what I'm saying is that a lot of the people that are all of a sudden stepping out of the closet and saying it's a crisis, we must do something, donate to my charity, right? These are people that have known about this for a long time. First Earth Day, what, 1970? 1970, First Earth Day. 50 years ago, the first Earth Day. Time magazine had it on the cover, right? We have to save the planet. 50 years ago. The information has not changed radically since then, right? Only the players, right? Most of the people that were in that cover issue are dead now. Big deal, though. Sustainability. So what are we going to do about that? Well, if we don't do anything ourselves, if we don't change the way that we eat, right, we have no room to complain. None. If we say that we want to create environmental sustainability, if we don't change our diet, we're just talking. We're just talking. Because that is the most significant single thing. And this is one of the things that was talked about in the movie. I want to underline it again, and that is that nobody wants to talk about this. They want to talk about trading carbon. They want to talk about industry should do something. The government should do something. Please, the government should come in and bail us out here. Why isn't the government doing more? Well, why aren't we doing more? Starting there. You're worried about plastic straws in the ocean? Hell, the biggest polluter in the ocean is the fishing industry. And what they leave, the plastic they leave in the ocean, is plastic that is used to construct nets, which are designed to catch fish, whether they are attached to a boat or whether they're floating free. So when you see the sea turtle with the plastic ring around its neck or something like that, right? But that's not where most animals die. Most aquatic animals die because they're tangled up in fish nets, and particularly big animals. So like whales and dolphins. So it's not about the government. It's about us. Well, that wasn't very subtle.
I'm trying to creep in there.
It's like the hook that comes out.
Okay. We've lost you on screen, but...
Oh, well, that's okay. I don't need the screen. I'm in the final stretch. So it's not about governments acting, it's about us acting. And if this is an exciting thing because it means that we get to take control of our life again. That's what it's about. It's about taking control of our life. See, all of that stuff is really depressing. I'm gesturing to the film that was there earlier. That can be really depressing. That's a depressing way to start the day. You know, you come down in the morning and then you get pictures of environmental destruction. You know, but no need to be depressed if we're taking action. And that's the action that needs to be taken. And as I said, nobody wants to talk about it. The UN doesn't want to talk about it. They'll talk about lifestyle. If you change your lifestyle, you'll become healthier. Well, what? You know, sleep with your head to the north, right? You know, I mean, you know, as part of a lifestyle. Use a futon, right? No. Have your apartment feng shuied. Right? Those are lifestyle issues. What we eat is part of our lifestyle, right? But it's the major thing that's causing the problems that keep getting referred to. But people don't want to talk about it. The major environmental organizations don't want to talk about it. They don't want to talk about it. They won't. I got to say, I've been, you know, how many of you use Facebook? Yeah, and some of you are reluctant to say, but I understand. Just for the fun of it, I join groups. You know, it's part of my entertainment, right? To join different groups. And one of the groups that I have joined recently was the Extension Rebellion group, right? You know, and Extension Rebellion doesn't want to talk about this. They don't want to talk about it at all, right? And every time a conversation starts, and I'm just an observer here, I don't know if I'm called a troll until I actually say something, but I'm just an observer. A voyeur, perhaps, a Facebook voyeur, right? They don't want to talk about it, which is I find interesting. The most significant single thing that people can do, and they don't want to talk about it. Why? Because they're afraid some people wouldn't like it. They wouldn't like it. Because when you state that you're a vegan, everybody wants to take issue with it, right? If they're not. Why? Oh, I could assume that it might be, you know, cognitive dissonance might be one of the issues that comes to the fore real strong. And that is that we don't like to be faced with an option that we know would be a right option, but we don't want to take it, right? Okay. So we can create that future, and I want to suggest that that's a future worth creating, right? And that it's not worth the waste of time to get depressed about it. Depression is a waste of time with it, right? Best thing to do is to take action and to do it and to own it and to learn how to do it well and healthily. And I know the other speakers are going to talk about that, how to do that practically. So thank you very much for your attention. Right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I'd like to introduce Dr. Michael Klaper. Dr. Michael Klaper is a gifted clinician, internationally recognized teacher, and sought-after speaker on diet and health. In addition to his clinical practice and private consultations with patients, he is a passionate and devoted educator of physicians and other healthcare professionals about the importance of nutrition in clinical practice and integrative medicine. Dr. Klaper is the author of Vegan Nutrition, Pure and Simple, and has produced numerous health videos, webinars, and dozens of articles for both scientific journals and the popular press. As a source of inspiration advocating plant-based diets and the end of animal cruelty worldwide, he contributed to the making of 2 PBS television programs, Food for Thought and the award-winning movie Diet for a New America, based on the book of the same name. Dr. Klaper teaches that health comes from healthy living, and he is dedicated to the healing and flourishing of all living beings and our planet. In 1972, he graduated from the University of Illinois College of Medicine. He served a medical internship at Vancouver General Hospital in British Columbia, Canada, and received training in surgery, anesthesiology, and orthopedics at the University of British Columbia Hospital in Vancouver. Additionally, he was trained in obstetrics at the University of California Hospital, San Francisco. From 1992 to 2015, Dr. Klaper served as director of the Institute of Nutrition Education and Research, and is also a previous member of the American Medical Student Association's Nutrition Task Force. Currently, he is a member of the American College of Lifestyle Medicine and also serves on the advisory board for the Plant Nutrition Project and the International Journal of Disease Reversal and Prevention. Dr. Klaper, thank you.
Thank you, Mahesh. Can you hear me in the back? Good. Well, thank yous are certainly in order. Thank all of you for coming. Thank Mahesh and his lovely family for their hospitality. I'm staying at their house in Pinner, and they're just wonderful hosts. And thanks to Suzanne, who had the brilliant concept of this presentation, of today's event. For the past several years, I've been going around to the medical schools on 3 continents and talking to the first, second, third-year medical students. I want to reach them before pharmacosclerosis sets into their brain. And when I step up to the microphone, the first thing I say is, I want to give you the lecture I wish someone had given me 50 years ago. That lecture was missing. Did I 50 years, my God. I started medical school in 1968, and there was no HIV then, there was no global warming concerns, there was no Uber then either. We did have penicillin and IV fluids, but I've had almost a 50-year career in medicine. And when I get up to the microphone, I tell the students that you as students are learning how to diagnose and treat a whole assortment of diseases from leprosy to smallpox to tsutsugamuchi fever. But the reality is, when you open the door in your waiting room, in your clinic, in the emergency department, at the outpatient surgery clinic, anywhere, you're not going to be seeing leprosy, smallpox, and tsutsugamuchi fever. What you're going to be seeing is a large group of people with a small group of grim diseases: obesity, clogged arteries, hypertension, type 2 diabetes, and a host of inflammatory diseases affecting every organ system in the body. And when the young medical student looks up the cause of these diseases, well, how did these diseases happen? She usually runs into 2 words that stops all further thought. Etiology unknown. We don't know what the cause of these diseases are, and so we can't cure them, but you can manage these diseases. And that's what medicine's become, disease management. I don't know about you, but I did not go into medicine to manage chronic disease. I went in to cure people. And every one of these diseases is reversible, every single one of them. But nobody's telling the medical students that. Not telling them where these diseases come from or what to do about them. It's no secret where these diseases are coming from. In the space of my 50-year medical career in my country, we've become a fast food nation, as the previous speaker outlined so eloquently. And it's certainly happened in your fine country here. The folks in your nation love fast foods just like they do in my country. And the results on your shores here have been the same as they have in my country, and a tsunami of obesity has swept through your population, as mine as well. I wish someone had told me the effect that what our patients' daily diet has on their body. This idea of nutrition, it's this vague thing, as as Bill said, make sure you don't run short of vitamin C or selenium, and that's what nutrition's come from. But nobody, in my years of biochemistry, physiology, nobody said, here's what happens to food when you eat it. I wish someone had told me that when you eat a diet, or you eat a meal based on whole plant foods, here we have a lovely salad and a hearty vegetable soup and some quinoa and zucchini boats there and some green and yellow vegetables. When you eat a meal like this, and if an hour later after eating this meal, I were to sneak up on you with a needle and a syringe in my hand, and when you weren't looking, I drove 5 cc's of blood and let it sit in the glass tube for an hour and spin it down centrifuge, the blood would look like this. The red clot goes to the bottom, the liquid part of the blood, the serum, rises up to the top. And the serum should be crystal clear. You can read newsprint through normal serum. That's the way your blood should look after you eat a meal. But nobody ever told me that if you eat a classic Western meal based on meat and dairy, eggs, etc., you eat a dish like this, and the heavy fats in the beef, the butter fat and the cheese, the egg yolk and the mayonnaise, the vegetable oil and the fries, the butter fat and the ice cream, all this fat oozes out into your blood. And for the next 5 hours, your blood looks like this. This creamy material here, this is called lipemia. It means blood, it means fat in the blood. Postprandial means after eating. This is what your blood looks like after you eat a fatty meal. And I was serious about that. Now, I must say, not everybody shows it this optically densely, but everybody has a wave of fat that goes to your bloodstream after you eat a fatty meal. How can you not? Where else is it going to go? And I was serious about that 5-hour number. Here's Kuo's classic study. They gave someone a fatty meal at hour 0. They draw blood once an hour for 6 hours. And they take those 6 blood tubes and put them one after another into an instrument, a spectrophotometer that measures how milky the blood is looking, how fatty it's getting. And you can see the blood getting fattier and fattier and fattier and fattier. It takes the liver a good 5 hours to begin to clear the fat out of the blood. Well, that's an interesting facet of physiology, but think of what that means when you look at how most people on this continent and my continent eat. They start their day off with something fatty, and for the next 5 hours, their blood is running thick with fat, and the fat and the cooked animal protein, the vegetable oils are irritating, tearing up the internal lining of their arteries, the endothelial layer, setting the stage for atherosclerosis. It goes through their fat storage and sticks there, increasing abdominal obesity. It clogs up their insulin receptors, inhibits enzymes that deal with glucose transport, and they wind up insulin resistant. And saturated fats are pro-inflammatory, and this fans inflammatory reactions throughout the body. And this goes on hour after eating breakfast. You eat breakfast, and for the next 5 hours, inflict this damage on your body. It takes the liver till about noontime to begin to clear the breakfast fat out of the bloodstream, just in time for lunch. And people send another wave of fat through the bloodstream. And for the next 5 hours all afternoon, your artery walls are getting ripped up, your abdominal girth is increasing, inflammatory reactions are increasing, you're getting more insulin resistance. It takes till about dinner time, about 6 in the evening, to clear the lunchtime fat out of the bloodstream, just in time to visit the colonel and send another wave of fat through the bloodstream. And the blood stays fatty all evening. It takes the liver till about 10 o'clock at night to begin to clear the dinner time fat out of the bloodstream. When on the way back to the bedroom, you polish off that half pint of ice cream, and another wave of fat goes to the bloodstream. And even if the person, I just eat wild-caught salmon. I take the skin off the chicken. I'm eating healthy. Welcome to camp. Stop kidding yourself. This is not a healthy diet. This is still a high-fat diet. And the reality is most people are keeping their blood fatty all day. Stuff never clears out of the bloodstream. Every doc who comes out into the waiting room and calls a patient should know this is what their bloodstream looks like. If they came up mid-morning, mid-afternoon, stop kidding yourself, doctor. This is who you're dealing with. Now, meals like these, as they sweep through the abdominal fat stores, stick there, and it increases abdominal obesity. And at least in my country, I suspect it might be similar here, a wave of obesity has gone through our society, and there's a lot of health concerns with that. Do we get alarmed about that? No. What we've just normalized it. Well, that's who we are now. We're Americans, we're fat. Got a problem with that, that's your problem. Okay, I'm big and I'm happy, and don't bother me with your medical concerns. And you get the attitude, yeah, I know I'm carrying too much body fat. It's okay. It's not okay. Not if you want to be healthy. Obesity is a state of inflammation. And when I have my obese patients in the office, I want to dispel the illusion they have that it's okay to be obese and healthy. I've got a plastic model of an obese abdomen that's been cut in sagittal section. This is what it looks like. And I get real with these folks. And I tell them there's two kinds of fat on that big abdomen of yours. Underneath the skin, you have the subcutaneous fat, and this stuff is metabolically active. And the main product it secretes are estrogens. It's the largest estrogen secreting tissue in the body. If you are a woman with a breast lump, the last thing you want is 30 pounds of estrogen secreting fat plastered on your belly pumping out estrogens. It's like throwing gasoline on a fire. Estrogens make the prostate gland unstable and foster prostate cancers. If you're a guy, the last thing you want is 30 pounds of obesity-driven body fat plastered on your abdomen. These estrogens are no joke. They create a significant amount of disease in the body, but not as much as the fat on the inside. The fat that wraps around the intestines, the visceral fat, and this stuff is metabolically active because it puts out inflammatory cytokines. These are nasty molecules. They inflame tissues all over the body. These are just some of the diseases that are driven by inflammatory cytokines. And our portly patients and friends and neighbors are living in a bubble of illusion if they think they're truly healthy with all these inflammatory molecules swirling around their bloodstream coming from their abdomen. Excuse me. Now, I've been focusing on fat, but this is a get real lecture, and my patients have to get real. I tell them there's a lot more than just fat in that blood. It's not just a matter of fat or no fat. Lots more than of just fat in that bloodstream. First of all, there's all the salt. This is a high salt diet, a high sodium diet. And you don't even taste the sodium. It's in the cheese on the pizza. It's in the spaghetti sauce at the Italian restaurant. It's in the teriyaki sauce at the Chinese restaurant. It's in the frozen dinners. It's in the bag of crisps. It's been long known, of course, that the sodium ions stiffen the arteries. They make you retain fluid. That makes the blood pressure go up. That sets you up for heart attacks and strokes. But we're now also understanding that too much sodium ions in the blood turn on genes that set off autoimmune diseases. And these people are setting themselves up for lupus and ankylosing spondylitis and various autoimmune diseases. A high salt diet is not a healthy diet. More than just salt in that food mixture is all the sugar. Now, half a teaspoon of sugar in your tea is not going to cause anybody any harm. But we've taken to eating sugar as a food. When you are eating a candy bar, a donut, cookies, you're eating a chunk of sugar as food. And 100 grams of fructose and sucrose flood through your tissues. And these sugar molecules stick to your proteins all over the body. It's called glycosylation. You glycosylate your proteins. This is not a good thing to do. Why? Because if you have sugars and proteins and you combine them in the heat of the body, you reproduce the Maillard reaction. This is, in the bakery, what turns bread brown. And that's fine to do on the surface of a loaf of whole wheat bread. You don't want to run the Maillard reaction on the proteins in the lens in your eye. That's a great way to give yourself cataracts. You don't want to run the Maillard reaction in the elastin fibers of your skin. That's a great way to age them and crack them and age your skin. You don't want to run the Maillard reaction on the inner lining of your capillaries in your brain. That's the membrane across which oxygen has to get into your nerve cells. And yet we're eating sugar as a food daily. We're hurting ourselves, and if you need to remember why you shouldn't eat sugar as a food, let me give you this little visual reminder. Here's a lovely young woman about to do that act. She is going to eat a chunk of sugar as food. And she does. And she floods her tissues with sugar. She glycosylates her proteins. And 6 months later, eating sugar as a food ages you. You're creating what's called advanced glycation end products. Don't worry about the name. It's the initials is the issue. These eating sugar as a food ages you. Now, all these detrimental changes from foods that I mentioned so far have to do with vegan junk foods. And that's a real issue. And as Bill was trying to say here, we use that term whole food plant-based. It's almost become one word, but whole food, full stop, okay? We're talking about foods like they grew out of the garden, beans and tomatoes and carrots, yes. But as soon as the hand of man gets involved and you start concentrating these sugars and creating these bizarre chemicals, then you create a bunch of junk that hurts you and it just gets into the root of your tissues and damages you on a cellular level. Now, I am going to be talking a bit about meat, but I didn't want to let the vegans off the hook thinking, well, I don't eat meat, so I'm okay. No, you need to eat healthy. Ill vegans don't help the movement, to say the least. But when a person decides to base their diet upon animal flesh, which is the majority of our friends and neighbors and patients who are walking around out there, it's a meat-based diet that we've been grown to eat. And nobody's to blame officially. Your mother didn't know, my mother didn't know. They wanted the best for us, and they were told that meat makes your children strong, and so we were given this as children. But again, this is a get real lecture. I wish somebody had told me what happens when you eat a meat-based diet. Let's talk about what goes into your blood after you eat a piece of animal flesh. Nobody eats raw meat. It's all cooked. The very act of grilling the steak, the very act of cooking that chicken breast, there's cholesterol in every animal muscle cell, and the grill oxidizes the cholesterol molecules. Well, oxidized cholesterol is a highly atherogenic molecule. It works its way into the wall of the artery and sets off inflammatory reactions that draws in the macrophages that start the foam cell formation and all the processes that go along with forming atherosclerotic plaque starts with oxidized cholesterol. So everyone who bites into that burger or that chicken breast is starting to injure their arteries just from the oxidized cholesterol alone. The very act of cooking animal muscle means you're going to be cooking the proteins and nucleic acids, and the heat oxidizes those molecules, tears them apart, and you create some nasty reactive aldehydes, glyaxyl, acrolein, malonodialdehyde, and these damage your chromosomes. They tear up your genes, and you are creating mutated, damaged genetic structures as you flood your tissues with this after a meat-based meal. Then there's new 5-GC. This is a sialic acid that only animals make. This is only found in meat, and this sets off inflammatory reactions throughout the body. And our paleo friends are giving themselves a shot of new 5-GC 2-3 times a day, and the sequelae that I'll be talking about is not a great surprise given what this stuff does in the body. Then there's good old endotoxin. What is endotoxin? The medically trained folks in the audience will know endotoxic shock very well. Same molecule. What is this stuff? Where does it come from? It comes from the slaughterhouse. When the animals, and all meat passes through the slaughterhouse, even organic, grass-fed beef, etc., they all pass through the slaughterhouse. And as the carcasses are eviscerated, the gut bacteria spills all over, and every cutting surface in the slaughterhouse is filled with, or has a layer of gut bacteria from the animals. You can culture E. coli, Pseudomonas, Salmonella, Enterococcus, Salmonella, Shigella, cultured off every cutting surface in the slaughterhouse. Well, so what? Well, they get on the surface of the steaks and the chops and the chicken breast, gets wrapped up in cellophane, sent to the supermarket, where in the meat case, under the ultraviolet light, these bacteria die. And when they die, their cell walls break up. And they break up and release these nasty lipopolysaccharides called endotoxin. Ooh, nasty stuff. If you want to know what endotoxin does, take a walk around this lovely daisy here. And it sets off your platelets, clotting, releases anaphylatoxin, depresses your heart, releases histamine, releases tumor necrosis factor, releases free radicals, nasty stuff, endotoxin. And endotoxin is heat stable. Cooking the burger does not get rid of the endotoxin. And again, our paleo friends are giving themselves a little shot of endotoxin 2-3 times a day. There are consequences to that. Endotoxins make your gut leaky. That's going to allow food proteins, the cell walls of bacteria and fungi to leak out and flow through your tissues, through your joint tissues, your immune tissues, sets off reactions that you don't want to deal with, and inflammation throughout the body. The old TMAO, trimethylamine oxide. There's a big lesson in this molecule. The food we eat determines the microbes that live in our gut. You eat a bunch of sugar, you're going to summon up sugar-eating microbes. Well, you eat a diet based on animal flesh and eggs, you're eating large amounts of carnitine and choline. Well, that's going to summon up a population of microbes in your gut that eat carnitine and metabolize choline. Peptostreptococci, Clostridia. And they don't care about you. They're just waiting for that next steak or chop to come down, and they will take the carnitine and choline and turn it into trimethylamine, which your liver will oxidize to trimethylamine oxide. This is a molecule from hell. This drives cholesterol into the artery walls. And there's already been reports of these young paleo guys dropping dead in the gym, and when they looked in their arteries, they were an old man, even though they were ripped looking on the outside there. You're as old as your arteries, and this kind of diet and this molecule will age you badly. The very act of cooking animal muscle is going to oxidize the proteins and the nucleic acids, and you're going to create a whole host of heterocyclic amines that are carcinogenic. And because of the anatomy of the intestinal tract, the mass of meat with the surface coating of carcinogens rubs on the same part of the stomach all the time, or the same part of the colon, and month after month, year after year of rubbing these carcinogens on the same part of the gut wall, surprise, surprise, these meat-based diets are associated with a high risk of malignancies. Then there's heme iron. The he-men who think they need to eat meat, well, that's where I get my iron. And that's right, you're talking about the iron in the blood of the animal. And that's heme iron. And yes, we do have a need for iron. But of course, plants have iron in them. All those dark green leafy vegetables or dried fruits, they have iron. But that's non-heme iron. Is there a difference? Yes, there is. The non-heme iron from plants, your body has a say-so at this level of the gut wall how much of that iron it wants to let into the body. And you don't want to wind up with iron overload. Heme iron doesn't pay any attention. It just goes straight into the body. There's no way to slow down the absorption of heme iron. And this will give our red meat-eating he-men an iron overload, which increases the risk of strokes. And it feeds reactions that split bile salts into carcinogenic substances that will raise the risk of colon cancer. And then, as was implied earlier, the animals in the feedlots are fed bushels of grains that are sprayed with herbicides and pesticides, antibiotics, growth promoters. And as the animal sits in the feedlot eating all these chemicals, well, they accumulate in the animal's muscle. And so every burger, every chicken breast has the accumulated antibiotics, growth factors, herbicides, pesticides that animal was fed. And finger looking good. Well, maybe so, but it's quite a chemical concoction that you're consuming. Well, I just eat fish. Again, we've been treating the oceans like sewers, and virtually every creature pulled out of the ocean today has measurable amounts of mercury and pesticides, dioxins, and these microplastics that are showing up everywhere from our profligate use of these molecules. So this is the reality of a flesh-based diet. And I hear my young colleagues promoting paleo diets and keto diets. Man, I want to eat that meat 2-3 times a day. I've been a physician 47 years. I would sit these young clinicians down who are so exuberantly promoting these kind of diets. I said, do you really know what you are doing, what you are advocating? You're saying it's okay, yep, I'll eat a paleo diet. It's okay to keep these molecules percolating through your tissues hour after hour, day after day, month after month, year after year. You just keep this in your tissues constantly. And then 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, we're shocked when the tissues become inflamed. We're shocked when the autoimmune disease shows up. We're stunned when the arteries clogged up. How could that have happened? Oh, he sprouted out a cancer. Oh, random event. I would say, doctor, as a scientist, how can you close your eyes to the reality of what you are advocating here? And very importantly, in my country, the Colorado River cut the Grand Canyon day after day after day after day. This is the power of persistence. You are postulating, you are promoting the idea, my paleo doc friends, of washing these molecules through the tissues time again, time and again, time and again. And I asked them, are you going to be around when the person passes that first bloody stool 7 years down the road from their colon cancer? These folks, they lose weight initially because they say no caveman ever milked a dairy cow, so they're down on dairy products. Yay, paleo, right? No caveman ever ground wheat into flour, made donuts and coffee cake, so they're down on flour products. Yay, paleo, they're right. And there's no caveman ever crushed the fat out of olives and poured olive fat all over their salads. They're down on vegetable oils. Yay, paleo, they're right. And if you pulled the dairy and the oil and the flour products out of your diet, most folks trim down. And their lipid profiles get better. And their glucose tolerance gets better. And they'll say, see, it's a healthy diet. See, he feels better, and his lipids are better, and he's less glucose intolerant. Yay, this is the diet he should be on for the rest of his life. And they defend it vigorously. Again, I'll say, you're going to be around in 9 years when he gets a stroke. You've long since moved on to your private practice. You just saw him in clinic, made this recommendation, which the patient follows. They listen to it. And the doctor looks young and fit, and he's telling me eat paleo, then that's what they do. And you'll never see that patient again. But on your advice, they're packing their intestines full of meat 3 times a day for the next 10, 15 years. You're going to be around when their joints light up from autoimmune arthritis. You're going to be around when they get their stroke. You're going to be around when they develop their colon cancer. I asked, do you really know what you're doing? And I get a lot of pushback. Well, but their cholesterol is much better. But what are you really brewing in their colon? What are you doing to their microbiome with a high-fat diet? What are you doing to that woman's risk of breast cancer? What are you doing to this guy's prostate gland? What are you doing to their immune systems and setting them up for autoimmune diseases? Doctor, do you know what you're doing with this advice? Do no harm applies to dietary advice as well. And we can do a whole lot of harm by these offhand, magazine-driven pieces of dietary advice that may have tremendous grave implications. We know that plant-based diets are compatible with long, healthy lives. If you look at the blue zones, where the most centenarians live around the world, they eat largely plant-based diets. No pure vegan diets, and I'm not making a case for that. But the majority of calories that disappears down these people's gullets grew out of the ground. Even the Okinawan folks get most of their calories out of sweet potatoes. Meat shows up once or twice a week in small amounts. No question that time has shown that plant-based diets are compatible with long lives. But nobody's followed a paleo diet for 30 years, 40 years. Nobody really knows what happens. And common sense is telling us, you know, we're not mountain lions, you know, we're not stoats. We are not carnivorous apes. And yet, my noble profession, we practice medicine like what our patients are eating has no effect on these diseases. In front of you, and they're obese and diabetic and hypertensive and clogged up. And we ask them about their genetics, we ask them about their smoking. But to ask them about what they're eating, it's like Harry Potter movie with Voldemort, you know, the name that must not be spoken. Ooh, you know, don't ask the patient what they're eating. Yes, ask them what they're eating. That's why they're sitting in front of you, obese and diabetic and hypertensive and clogged up and you saw that lovely picture of the head in the sand. As practitioners, we largely do that. What a disservice, what willful ignorance on our part. Comes down to the simple truth, your body is never not looking. You can't tell your body, look over here and have a cheeseburger there. You know, what was that? I didn't do anything. What? Who are you kidding? You know, your bloodstream knows, your body, your whole tissues know. It's time to stop kidding ourselves. I've got a sign in my office, and people sit in front of me, Doc, how did I get this obese and clogged up and hypertensive? It's the food. And the second line says, it's been the food all along. You know, and they're looking for, it was that pesticide apple that I ate 12 years ago, blew me right up. No, it's not. Well, on some level, it wasn't the apple, though. It's the food we've been eating. It's the food. I wish somebody had told me in medical school, talking about the missing medical school lectures. This is when I heard Suzanne's title for today's talk, I said, yes, that's exactly what I've been saying to the young students. And I tell them your food is chemically alive. When you eat anything, within minutes, molecules of that food are washing through every cell in your body where your DNA lies unfolded. And the food molecules wash through your cells and they play your DNA like a piano. They turn genes on, they turn genes off. They turn enzymes on, they turn enzymes off. Every meal changes us on a genetic molecular level. Food brings in not only nutrition, it brings in information. We can't be shocked in this digital age. And here's a good example of it. This is from Dr. Ornish's prostate cancer patients. Now here's a patient with an early prostate cancer. This is a genetic printout here. These red patches here, these are oncogenes that promote cancer growth. Put the patient on a whole food diet, months of phytonutrients washing through their cells and none of the cooked meats, etc. And same patient, these red oncogenes turn green, turned off. Okay, our food changes us. It turns our genes on and off, and we need to not ignore that any longer. Because we ignore this at our peril, because this is where immunity lies. This is where aging lies. This is where inflammation lies. This is where cancers begin. You don't need to be a geneticist to understand that the genes that are going to be turned on by this fuel mixture and all the contaminating molecules that it contains, the genes that are going to be turned on by this stuff are fundamentally different set of genes that are going to be turned on by this fuel mixture, with all these plant-based phytonutrients that are stabilizing, that are antioxidant, that promote tissue repair. It's a difference between 1 and 0. And we gotta stop kidding ourselves that this doesn't happen. Eat a paleo diet, it's good for you. Well, you're saying wash this through your tissues, day after day. What do you think the set of genes that you're gonna turn on is going to do? Comes down to one sentence. Your genes may load the gun. You may have a genetic propensity towards a condition, but whether it really manifests in your body or your patient's body determines on what you're flowing through those cells. Your diet and your lifestyle pulls the trigger. And you need to, if you're our practitioner, you need to impress this on patients so they don't feel powerless. In fact, they have all the power depending on what they choose to have for lunch or dinner. Every meal changes us. This won't be a big surprise. It changes us either directly by washing through our cells and turning genes on and off like NU5GC does with inflammation. But also the food we eat changes the microbes in our gut, and they will change us because their byproducts get into our tissues and exert their own effects, including on our brain. A lot of the waste products and metabolic products that these microbes create are serotonin and norepinephrine and dopamine. These are neurotransmitters that change our emotional states as well. So it brings us to the diagram made by my friend Dr. Montgomery, who's a cardiologist in Houston. And he said, from the tree trunk of bad nutrition comes all these evil fruits of heart failure and high blood pressure and allergies, et cetera, et cetera. And it's an important concept. I wish somebody had told me this when I was in med school, because to practice medicine without caring about what your patients are eating puts the doctor in the same position as the blind man and the elephant. And you're all familiar with this. Blind men come upon an elephant, each grabs a different part. One grabs the trunk, the elephant's like a snake. One grabs the tail, the elephant's like a rope. One grabs the leg, the elephant's like a tree trunk. They all have hold of the same elephant. None of them have the faintest idea what a whole living elephant really is. Well, that's the problem with the way the specialists practice diseases these days, practice medicine. Because this toxic diet bubbles through all the organ systems, setting off various disease states, and depending on the person's genetics, going to determine which specialist office they find themselves sitting in. But the cardiologist sees the clogged arteries, and the endocrinologist sees the type 2 diabetes, and the physiatrist sees the sore joints, and the rheumatologist sees the lupus, and the neurologist sees the stroke, and the dermatologist sees the psoriasis, and the gastroenterologist sees the Crohn's disease, and the colitis, and the general surgeon sees the diverticulitis. They're all looking at the same disease. It's what their patients are eating. And they need to know this because of the blessed corollary, because the reality is that if the doctor can help their patients see this connection and change them to a whole food, plant-based diet, most of these diseases go away quickly, within weeks. They disappear. I wish somebody had told me this. Would have changed every diagnosis I made, would have changed every treatment plan I made in 47 years if I had known this. Well, I learned it 10 years, the last 35 years I've been tuned into this. But it certainly would have changed the entire trajectory of my medical career if somebody had told me this. And the good news is these diseases go away. When people adopt a whole food plant-based diet, the change is one of the most spectacular, life-affirming, clinically exciting set of changes in all of clinical medicine. I wish somebody had told me this. I wish my colleagues could understand this. It's just stunning. You take an obese person all clogged up on a bunch of meds for their blood pressure, lipids, etc. You put soup after salad, after bean chili, after vegetable curry through their systems. And within days, the obesity to melt away. And the arteries open up. And the high blood pressure comes down. And the joints stop hurting. And the asthmatic lungs wheeze less, and the migraine headaches go away, and the psoriatic skin clears up, and their bowels start working, and they turn into normal, healthy people who don't need a lot of pills and potions and procedures. And I tell my patients I want to see you in two places only, at the health food store where you're buying your tempeh, and out on the bike path where I'll wave at you. Because they shouldn't need a whole lot of our services unless they fall off their bike and they need to get an x-ray, etc. But by and large, we should be around for just acute care medicine. The patients shouldn't need to see us chronically, and this is what happens. And they're the most grateful patients in the world. They've taken their own lives back in their own control. These diseases go away. And we're not honest with the medical students. They're chronic diseases. Once on insulin, always on insulin. High blood pressure is a disease you must treat the rest of your life. And this is what the young students get told. And pharmacosclerosis sets in, that the only treatment is another hypertensive agent or raise their metformin dosage and see them back in a couple of months. That's bankrupt medicine. That can no longer stand. We know better. It's unethical to withhold this information from our patients any longer. These reversible diseases. And the young students need to know that, and that's why I'm going around to medical schools telling them that these diseases go away with a whole food plant-based diet. Somebody needs to tell you that, and so I'm the guy doing it these days, along with folks in the American Society of Lifestyle Medicine. They're starting to get to that. The Brits have a little way to go there, as I addressed them last week. Again, these are reversible diseases. And for the clinicians in the audience, let me drill down a little bit. The folks with the rheumatoid arthritis, ankylosing spondylitis, that non-specific sore joints that people get, a lot of it has to do, again, with when you're chewing on a chicken breast or a burger, some fragments of those proteins, especially if the person's been drinking alcohol or has a little bit of increased intestinal permeability, a little leaky gut, some of those molecules of the meat protein leaks into the bloodstream. Well, now you got the collagen of another animal floating through your bloodstream. What do you think your immune system's going to do about that? Well, make antibodies that start prowling around looking for collagen onto it. They find them in patients' own joint tissues. Well, you get a whole food plant-based, I pull out the animal protein, flood their tissues with all the phytonutrients, all the antioxidants that are in the plant foods, and you run into the same results that Jens Kelsenkrog did in Norway. And 27 patients who all had rheumatoid arthritis, put on a water fast for a week, put them on a gluten-free plant-based diet. I had to shorten this, but the vast majority of them had remission of their symptoms, and a year later, those who were still on the diet still were symptom-free. And here's Olaf Lindahl's study with his asthmatic patients, and he had 35 severely asthmatic folks, put them on a plant-based diet. 71% reported improvement in 4 months. 92% of them a year later were vastly improved, significant improvement, and decrease in asthma symptoms. In all cases, medication was withdrawn or drastically reduced. You ask most pulmonologists, do you think what your patients are eating has any effect on their asthma? Oh, no, it has nothing to do with it. Doctor, have you looked? Type 2 diabetes. Again, high-fat diets, as our paleo folks are going to find out the hard way, make you insulin resistant. They have normal blood sugars because they don't eat any sugar. But the fact is their insulin mechanisms are all clogged up with the fat. They do eat any sugar. The sugar spike. They're all pre-diabetic. But because they shun all the sugars, they say, see, it helps my blood sugar. But the truth is they're all pre-diabetic. You put them on a whole food plant-based diet, and this is Barnard and Jenkins' classic study that it was even more effective than the American Dietetic Association's diet. And we see this all the time. The patients, the doctors who practice a plant-based lifestyle medicine have a stable full of these kind of patients who used to be big and obese and grossly diabetic, and they adopt a whole food plant-based diet. It's mostly fiber and water. You can't hold weight on it. It makes you nice and lean. And their insulin receptors clear out, and the diabetes goes away. And I've got dozens of patients. Oh, yeah, I used to have diabetes. You know, no one ever told me that those words could come out of a patient's mouth. They're always going to be diabetic. You have diabetes. You'll always be diabetic. No, it goes away. Again, it's the body's defense to keep too much sugar coming into the bloodstream. But it's a whole food plant-based diet is the key to diabetes. Dermatology, nobody told me the effect of dairy on acne, but it turns out that the casein protein, the lactalbumin proteins turn on TORC1 and makes the skin oils, the oil glands put a very acidic oil that clogs up their oil glands, sets them up for acne. Again, you see the TORC1 turned on by the cow protein. And you get them off the animal proteins, and no, it's not 100% magic panacea, but it's step one. If you're trying to clear the skin of an asthmatic teenager, the dairy's got to go. And then we come to the number one killer in both our societies, and a whole food plant-based diet. And for those of you not familiar with what we're talking about here, it's nothing weird and exotic. You know, it's ordering the bean chili instead of the beef chili. You know, it's not that huge a change. You're talking about breakfast if you eat it at all. Some people just drink water, but you know, porridge and fruit for breakfast. Lunches and dinners are big colorful salads, hearty vegetable soups, big plates of steamed green and yellow vegetables, really filling vegetable stir fries and curries and chilies, and wonderful foods that you can eat all you want of. As I said, it's mostly fiber and water. It passes right on through. And some lovely fruit for dessert. This type of diet does wonderful things. Here's the wall of the artery, and the a little complex here, but the oxidized cholesterol drew in these macrophages to engulf them, in which case they made things worse by generating a bunch of free radicals, reactive oxygen species, and you wind up with this nasty plaque. Atherosclerotic plaques do not develop on the artery wall because your LDL's too high. Okay, well, the cardiologists are locked into this number. What's your LDL? What's your total cholesterol? What's your particle size? The numbers game. This is an inflammatory disease. These plaques develop because these arteries are being injured. Meal after meal of cooked animal protein, fried vegetable oil, high fructose corn syrup, phosphoric acid in the cola drinks, this constant chemical barrage from modern cuisine is what's ripping up the artery linings and setting this process off. It's not a matter of how high is your LDL. Take responsibility, doctor. Your patients are inflaming their artery walls from their diet. Well, you bathe these arteries with meal after meal of antioxidant-rich dark green leafy vegetables, and as the weeks go by and the months go by, these antioxidants percolate into the wall of the arteries. They neutralize the free radicals there. So the foam cells leave, they outmigrate. And you see the plaques getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And this precious endothelial lining that you want gossamer smooth reestablishes itself and becomes thicker and thicker, not by magic, but because the bone marrow is constantly putting out showers of stem cells that reupholster the arteries like new paving stones. And coronary artery disease is a reversible disease. And those of you who've seen Dr. Esselstyn's classic picture, I apologize for going over information that you're already aware of. But if you've not seen this arteriogram, this is from a 46-year-old surgeon, colleague of Dr. Esselstyn. This is the left anterior descending artery in his heart. The whole artery is supposed to look nice and white and thick like this dye column here, but here there's this rat-eaten part here. These are atherosclerotic plaques encroaching into the blood flow channel. This man was so clogged up that they couldn't do surgery on him. There was no place to plug the graft in downstream. And he didn't know what else to do. Talked to Dr. Esselstyn, went on a whole food plant-based diet, and again, meal after meal of dark green leafy vegetables, antioxidant-rich salads and fruits, etc. Did the process that I described there, neutralized the free radicals, etc. And 30 months of running a healthy, antioxidant-rich bloodstream diet through this patient's bloodstream turned this artery into that artery. These plaques melt away. This is a reversible disease. Nobody told me this. The cardiologists today, nobody's telling them that. Oh, you're going to need stents. You're going to need statins forever, stents, and a bypass. Doctor, where do you think this is coming? Just aging, just normal age. Everybody gets this. Yeah, everybody who eats the standard Western diet gets this. This is reversible disease. How can we withhold this information? Well, every cardiologist who's seen this should have picked up the phone and called Dr. Esselstyn. How'd you do this? What's your secret? This is my whole career. I'm battling this disease. How did you turn this around? If they had integrity, they were true seekers of truth, they'd all be on the phone to him. What did he get? Crickets. No, they want to hear that. Like Galileo's critics didn't want to look through the telescope to see the The moon's going around Jupiter there. They said we are not the center of the universe. They don't want to look at this because they make their living putting in stents and prescribing statins. But who's important, the cardiologist's income or the patient's health? These are real people, and this is a reversible disease. The medical students need to know this. And, well, people never change. They don't change what they do. And it's getting to be more and more common. Everybody knows somebody who has changed their diet and is improving their health. And they're tired of being fat and sick and having a bag full of pills that they take with them anywhere. They want to change. Not everybody, but many, many do. And there's a patient of mine, I got him on a whole food plant-based diet in 12 weeks. He dropped to 12 kilos of weight, got him off his blood pressure pills, got him off his insulin. People do change. And we're told to, and I show this to the medical students. Here's the statement of ethics. And I use that term, it's unethical to withhold this information from our patients. I chose that word intentionally. This is the statement of principles of medical ethics from the American Medical Association. Physicians shall continue to study, apply, and advance scientific knowledge and make relevant information available to our patients. We are mandated to tell this to our patients and to our colleagues. It is unethical, literally, to withhold this from our patients any longer. It's not too late, it's not too difficult. If you are not familiar with a film called Forks Over Knives, you can see it on Netflix. It will change your life. If you don't want to get into an argument with your brother-in-law who's obese and on statins, just sit down and watch Forks Over Knives with him. Let the movie do the talking. It's not only a very powerful documentary testimonial to the power of a healthy diet, but if you go to their website, well, where do I go from here? What do I shop for? What do I have for lunch tomorrow? I go to their website. They've got tons of recipes and a meal plan and support groups. There is help available. So I tell the students, I tell the residents, if you've got a patient in front of you with any of these diseases, before you order another $1,000 scan, before you order another $500 set of blood tests, stop. Ask them what they ate yesterday. And if it's full of burgers and buffalo wing pepperoni pizza, all you need to know, that's where you start. That's where the problem is, doctor. It's nothing that abstruse. Well, now what do I do? And in America, listen, maybe so, but I don't have time for this. I only have 7 minutes per patient. And besides, they don't pay me for nutritional counseling. I don't have time for this. It's easier to write their statin prescription, and so they do. I say, fair enough. You may not even follow this yourself, but you at least, knowing what we know now, you owe them a handout one out the door. By the way, you want to get rid of your high blood pressure. You want to get rid of your diabetes. You want to get rid of your lupus. I have a 3-page handout. Any of you are welcome, and people who are watching this online. Here's my first page on how to lose weight. Here's the second page on a day of healthy eating. You want to grab a picture of that. And the third is a page full of resources, websites to go to, movies to see, places where you can get some support. You at least owe them that on the way out the door. It's unethical to withhold this information from our patients. And if I have a patient like this, I at least owe them one, a handout. And the second thing I owe them, at least to offer them an appointment with a plant-based dietitian. I am so thankful to dietitians who have long just been shills for the meat and dairy industry, given the usual take the skin off the chicken advice and skim milk advice. Finally, the light is starting to go on in the dietetic community. You know, we're getting more and more plant-based dietitians. Any American city, you just plug in plant-based dietitian, your screen fills up with people who will do this counseling for you. I tell the doctors, you don't have to know anything. Just know that the patient sitting in front of you has a dietary disease. Send them to the plant-based dietitian. Let her do the counseling. Let her take him shopping. Let her watch the videos with him. And then see the patient back in a month to see how they're doing. The dietitians take away the doctor's excuses. And they're a valuable part of the team at this point. Well, here we are in the UK. Your website may not look like that. But I'm happy to tell you that the British Dietetic Association confirms that well-planned vegan diets can support healthy living in people of all ages. And right here in your fair city, the London dietitians certainly seem favorably predisposed to plant-based diets. Find these people, make friends with them, start referring patients to them, pull them onto your team, and let them do the counseling so you can get on with any other type of medicine you need to practice. But it's just, well, that's what they do in America. It's a worldwide phenomenon. It's so exciting, which I'll talk about in a minute. And finally, and again, not to dip into the bring down concerns that we had, but the people who are promoting paleo diet, oh, paleo is the best way to eat, man, everybody ought to be eating paleo, it's the best diet. Doctor, are you seriously proposing a flesh-based meal 3 times a day for 8 billion people? It would take 3 planet Earths to do that. And again, we've already been through this, but we're sitting here, people are focused on what's my patient's cholesterol. Great cholesterol numbers are not going to mean a thing if there's no food in the supermarkets, if people are roaming the streets looking, going through dumpsters looking for sustenance. Every single environmental destructive force we face is driven by large-scale animal agriculture. This is why they're cutting down the forest. Most of the rivers are running brown with topsoil that are running off fields of corn and soybeans for animal fodder. Most water in our country is irrigating alfalfa, corn, and soybean fields for animal fodder. Most water is polluted with herbicides and pesticides off corn and soybean fields and manure off of feedlots. Most species are driven to extinction because we're taking their land to grow animal flesh. And people don't realize the direct role that large-scale industrial agriculture, animal agriculture, plays in greenhouse gas production. Every year on this planet, we raise and slaughter 80 billion living creatures. Every one of them is breathing out carbon dioxide. Every one of them is eating grains grown with ammonia fertilizers that release nitric oxide into the air. Most of them are belching out methane. The animals are a major problem, a major factor in the shrinkage of our ice caps here. People, well, what about all the trucks and gasoline that we burn? It's transportation. Don't be seduced by that. It's a phony argument. And there's hundreds of thousands, millions of trucks on the road, all putting out diesel fuel. Yeah, that's true. It has nothing to do with meat. Oh, yeah? One question reduces that to meaninglessness. What's in the lorries? The entire farming industry is in those trucks, full of fuel and fertilizer, tractor parts, cattle, things to grow animal flesh with. The entire restaurant industry is in those trucks. The entire fast food industry is in those trucks. Think of all the people driving to eat flesh-based meals. Think of all the gasoline being burned to generate electricity to keep meat cold in millions of freezers and refrigerators. You don't have to refrigerate barley, but you got to refrigerate meat. Our flesh production and consumption has its tentacles into every aspect of our environmental problems, and to compartmentalize it to transport versus animals, it's a phony distinction. And these poor bears are on this iceberg melting due to our flesh consumption, to our cheeseburger obsession. And as he mentioned about the oceans, we are clear-cutting the oceans. We are strip-mining the oceans. It's time to let the oceans heal. It's time to let the fish off the hook. And basically comes down to one phrase: we've used fishing up. No matter what it provided throughout human history, we've used the oceans up. It's time to let them heal. It's time to stop kidding ourselves. This is Dr. Oppenlander. You saw Dr. Oppenlander this morning giving that talk. His book is called Comfortably Unaware. This is his website. This is right where the meat and dairy industry want us. Comfortably unaware. You just keep eating those burgers. Don't you worry about where it's coming from. You stay comfortably unaware. I highly recommend his website and his book to educate yourself about the most important issue we all face. We've used meat eating up. We've used it up. No matter what the mighty hunter did in those ancient caves, doesn't matter. And here we are, 2019, faced with destruction of our planet. We've used it up. It's time. We are being asked as individuals, if you want to be healthy, change to a plant-based diet, and as a species, if we want to survive on this planet, as a species, we have to evolve our diet to become plant eaters, big time for real. We've used meat eating up. That argument just holds no weight any longer. It's time to leave caveman thinking behind, because it's going to take us to a dismal fate. So if we do, it's the one thing we could all do. You can't put solar panels in everybody's house tomorrow. You can't give everybody a hydrogen-powered car tomorrow. But everybody could order the bean chili instead of the beef chili. It's the one thing we could do right now, all of us, and it's the one thing that would save our futures. If we did, if tomorrow, if I could push the button, boom, and everybody were vegan, the world would heal. We'd need a lot less land to feed ourselves. The forests would come back. The trees would take the carbon dioxide out of the air. The soils would stabilize. The waters would run pure again. We need so much less water. And the land would become healthy, that we would become healthy. It is the magic key. And we've got to start talking about it, like Dr. Oppenlander said. Nobody's talking about this, like Harry Potter. But there are some people talking about it. It's starting to happen, even in my noble profession, laggard that it is. And I'm distressed by my profession. I'm embarrassed that I have to be giving these lectures to my colleagues and to the students. We shouldn't have to do this. As scientists, we should have known this and been promulgating this long ago. But it's starting to happen, and plant-based medicine is starting to awaken. Here's the University of California at Davis. They've got a program in plant-based eating. Here's Kaiser Permanente, the largest for-profit healthcare organization in America, and they know that if even a fraction of their patients become plant-based, the billions of dollars they will save from chests not open and scans not done and ICU beds not occupied. They want their patients to go plant-based, and they know that it will heal these diseases. But every individual doctor, the little doctor near alone in the surgery in some small town, you can do something. Here's my friends at Rochester, New York, and they're their lifestyle medicine practice, and they're just GPs, but they offer programs to their patients and to their colleagues, and they offer Jumpstart programs, a 6-week nutrition course for physicians. Everybody can do something. Starting with your own example. People watch what you have for lunch. They watch how your body changes. Don't underestimate what each individual person can do. But if you're a practitioner, and these folks, they're in the evening when their office is empty, they in the waiting room, they set up tables and they put a hot plate and a blender, and they should bring patients in. They do nighttime cooking courses on how to make salad dressings and smoothies. Everybody can do something. There's no excuses any longer. Here's a Plantrition project. These are plant-based doctors from around the world are meeting. There's getting to be more and more every year. The next one is meeting is in Oakland. I invite everybody to come. I'll be speaking there. But it's officially getting recognized that plant-based physicians, and it's so thrilling. We had them last year. I met doctors from Ireland and Israel and India and Pakistan and the Bahamas. The light is going on everywhere. It's so exciting. The American College of Lifestyle Medicine, but you have a British College of Lifestyle Medicine here. They're having their meeting in Orlando. In October, I'll be there. And if you want to take a picture, you want to educate yourself, because again, a few formal medical courses are teaching this. But you educate yourselves, doctors, and take E. Cornell's course, go to Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine. They've got wonderful CME courses I'll show you in a minute. Jeff Novick's a great plant-based dietitian. Go to Michael Greger's nutritionfacts.org. Ginny Messina's Vegan RD. Dr. McDougall's newsletters are classic. Dr. Furman's has some excellent courses. Go to my website and see my video, Thriving on a Plant-Based Diet. Here's Dr. Esselson's book on reversing heart disease, Dr. Barnard's book, Reversing Diabetes. The information's out there. There's no excuses. Here's at PCRM, Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine. If you go to their website, you'll see a ton of just excellently done resources. Here's their here's evidence-based medicine for weight control. Here it is for type 2 diabetes. Here's on heart disease. There's plenty of information. Again, physician, school thyself. And here, one of my favorite is PCRM. Here is their app that you can download on your cell phone, and it's complete plant-based nutrition. You admit a patient with lupus, you got a patient with rheumatoid arthritis. What do you feed them? Well, punch in lupus or rheumatoid arthritis. Here's the kind of diet you ought to be feeding them. And it's right on your cell phone. There's really no excuse, and it's absolutely free. It's nutrition guide at pcrm.org. Okay, got a picture of that. The philosopher Goethe said, what you know about, you see. Once you know about something, you start seeing it everywhere. Well, once you know about plant-based nutrition and the power it has to reverse these diseases, there's no going back. They say once you look behind the curtain, you can't pretend you don't know what's behind the curtain. And so I'm going around to the medical schools trying to tear down the curtain. And I tell the students, you know, you're going to be told that all you can do is manage these chronic diseases. Knowing what we know now and the reversibility of these diseases, I ask the students and the practicing clinicians of a sensitive question, but there's no reason to pull back any longer. You want to heal these patients or don't you? Why'd you go into medicine? You want to heal these people? Then get real about what they're eating. Stop playing the game that I just can manage your diabetes, manage your high blood pressure. You want to heal them? Then get real with what they're eating and get them on a plant-based diet and watch these diseases go away. And medicine becomes fun again. You see, your patients get healthy. I'm the happiest doctor I know because my patients get healthy right in front of my eyes. Isn't that why we went into medicine? So I'm going around to the medical schools giving those students the lecture I wish somebody had given me and tell them that these diseases are reversible and plant-based nutrition is the key to this, and don't run away from it, embrace it, and do it for yourself. There's nothing more pathetic than a doctor walking in a room with a big pot belly and a pocket full of statins and lisinopril tablets and trying to give health advice to their patients. That's pathetic. That's sad. Physicians should be good examples of health, and they can do that if they adopt a plant-based diet themselves. So I tell them the era of applied nutrition-based lifestyle medicine is dawning. It's finally happening. And yes, lifestyle is more than just lining your bed up to the north there. It's what are you going to have for breakfast and lunch and dinner. And I invite them to become the happiest doctor they know. I tell them the plant-based wave is breaking. Line up your surfboards and ride that wave. It'll take not only your patients to better health, but it'll take you to a satisfying medical career, and that is why you went into medicine in the first place. So that's the main message I delivered to the students. I've now delivered it to you, and I think the best words we can have is let's eat lunch. Thank you very much.
So, on to our next speaker. So, Marlene Watson-Tara is a long-time vegan, activist, lover of animals, nature and life, and passionate about human ecology. She is an eternal optimist, increasing the number of people worldwide to switch to a whole food, plant-based diet and vegan life is her mission. Together with her husband, Bill Tara, they have created the Human Ecology Project. As a high-profile and dedicated health counsellor and teacher with over 40 years' experience, Marlene's dietary advice draws from the fields of macrobiotic nutrition, her studies in traditional Chinese medicine, and her certification in plant-based nutrition from the T. Colin Campbell Centre for Nutrition Studies. Her clients range from the movies and arts to members of royal families. In the last 10 years, she has been teaching chefs the art and skill of whole food, plant-based cooking and nutrition. As a regular columnist for many health magazines and websites, she shares her knowledge on living healthily. Her vast experience informs a body of knowledge that she eagerly shares with the world. As the international author of the best-selling book, Macrobiotics for All Seasons, Marlene teaches alongside her husband Bill and have graduates from the Macrobiotic Vegan Health Coach Program in 27 countries. She is a driving force for health and fitness to all who cross her path. Her Ultimate Health Experience workshops have been offered in Europe, America, and Australia over the last 3 decades. She has experienced many life challenges and come out the other side with her huge gratitude for life still intact. She is not bogged down with some overriding theory to prove. For her, there is no dogma. She teaches what she does and has an open mind. When she teaches, the most common sound in the room is laughter, from her and her students. Her desire to help others is as genuine as her no-nonsense approach to what works. You will enjoy Marlene's new book, Go Vegan. The information is simple, direct, and effective, and the recipes are delicious. If you follow Marlene's advice, you will be better for it. After all, that's what she guarantees. Her favourite saying, if you don't look after your body, then where are you going to live? You can follow both Marlene and Bill's work on macrovegan.org. Thank you, Marlene.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you all for coming back to listen to my little dulcet tones. I always have a lot to say. So little time. So I've had to condense what I want to say down to 45 minutes. As Mahesh said, health, animals, nature, life has been at the heart of my work for 40 years. Right now, we look today at the devastation of the environment. I don't want to go over what Bill was saying, the disease that Dr. Kay was talking about. So I want to try and, say how do we get out of this and how do we move forward and create a healthier world for everyone that lives here. When the winds of change come, and they are coming, big time, fast and furious, you need to have a strong foundation. And for me, that strong foundation is living a vegan life. That is the only way, it's the only thing that's ever made sense to me, because everything else that Michael and Bill have been talking about, and you're going to hear from Gary and Alpesh, it's all together, it's all connected. So that's where I'm, excuse me, going to go with my message to you all today. So why go vegan? Well, obviously we all have different areas of our life that's important to us. It could be for the animals, it could be for the environment, it could be for the people that are starving. For me, common sense tells me that we cannot continue to live the way we've lived, so we must stop the demand. And how do we stop the demand? We stop purchasing animal products. Then the sales will plummet, and then new products will come to market, not fake meats, but more products that are whole foods, grains, beans, pulses, and what have you. And then the industrial food systems will have to accommodate, because the food industry want to give us what we want. That's the issue. They want to give us and deliver, excuse me, something's causing me an allergy. They want to give us what we want. So if we could feed the world, and we can, if we stopped feeding all the grain to the animals and the livestock, there wouldn't be anybody starving. And if you believe that, like I do, that we're all connected, we are all one, there's 1 billion people right now starving in the world, and there's 1 billion people eating themselves to death. That's why the principles of macrobiotics, which is what we teach through the philosophy of yin and yang and creating homeostasis, when we have this huge imbalance, it's impossible to have a healthy world. And we can't have a healthy world without having healthy humans. So, what's the answer? In the old days, we used to quote people like Einstein and what have you, and there's such fantastic people that's gone in the past that were vegan, vegetarian. Leonardo da Vinci, Leo Tolstoy, George Bernard Shaw, all these people, they were Nobel Prize winners, and they all had an incredible message. The message was that the evolution that we need to move towards is veganism, and the evolution has arrived, and it's here, and it's veganism, and I'm so passionate about it, I can't tell you, So you don't need to be a Nobel Prize winner to deliver the message, and you don't need to be a Nobel Prize winner to receive the message. So what I want to share with you is some of the fabulous friends and colleagues that I have around the world. I call them my A-team. Many are in the room today. These people have served the world for 40, 50 years, putting out incredible non-violent vegan education. And for me, the only thing we have to change the world is education. You know, Nelson Mandela, the late great Nelson Mandela, said that it's the most important tool that we all have to change the world. Many of these people may be familiar to you. If they're not, they're all just super fantastic people that have a story, whether it's from medicine, whether it's from science, whether it's from human ecology, whether it's from the environment, but they've all done incredible work, and we owe them much, all of them. So, Dennis Burkitt, you know, we all have a story. We're all a product of our life experiences, I feel, you know, so we're like walking history books. As a young girl, I wouldn't eat meat. Mum and Dad had 7 kids, you know, they still question where they got me, but anyway, they fed me dairy, and I was chronically constipated, and by the time I was 13, my appendix burst and I nearly died with peritonitis. Then, you know, teenage years came, 15, 16, having a lot of discomfort again. I had gallstones. So that led me on an area of my life which is very interesting, because now at 62, this is where I was meant to be going with my life when my appendix burst, I guess, when I was 13. I started investigating things, and this man, Dennis Burkitt, has been a huge influence in my life. His work was phenomenal. He did a lot of work in Uganda with dietary fibre and colon cancer. And, you know, his work in this book, The Fibre Man, it's something that you should all read. It's just a phenomenal story. He actually studied, I think, at the same college as the Royal College of Surgeons with you, Michael, in Edinburgh. So there's a connection everywhere we look. There's a connection with something. So another person I wanted to introduce you to is my incredible vegan mama. Now, at 90 years of age, she went vegan. I was on motivation. You know, all my life, okay, she didn't eat a lot of meat and cheese, but she would eat fish and she would still use milk. And it was her 90th birthday and we flew up to Scotland for her party, and she said, you know, will you be making the buffet? And I said, of course. And she said, well, I'm going to go vegan. So now she's 93, and now she's like telling everybody, you know, you have to go vegan. It's never too late to change. So, you know, no matter, you can't. There's my mum, who I love and adore, a beautiful female woman creature, but she didn't go vegan because of me until she was 90. So we never stopped teaching, right? We just keep going and going and going. So I want to ask you all, what is your motivation? Because see, when you get your why, when you know your motivation, you will not regress and go back, right? So Mum took to 90 years of age for me to be her why, but she done it, right? So is it about your health? You know, so much disease, also unnecessary. The health is just, you know, for me, everything. Because if you don't have your health, what do you have? You have nothing. Health is everything, you know. And when we see people all the time for counselling, you know, they're dying so young with cancer and heart disease and diabetes, you know, it makes me want to do more, you know. I mean, the work that Michael, Dr. K does in the world is phenomenal, and I applaud him and bow down in admiration about moving medicine forward, because that's the way the medical industry have to go. You know, all the doctors that are doing fantastic plant-based nutrition work. It's phenomenal. It's great to see all this spilling out, you know. If it's not your health, is it the animals? Perhaps it's the animal kingdom, the billions of these beautiful sentient beings that are tortured and slaughtered every year. For what? Palate pleasure, because we do not need any animal protein to be healthy. You know, we don't. Decades and decades have been vegan. The same with Bill, Gary, Francione, Michael, Klaper. There's lots of us around the world. You know, I have energy like someone at 25. People say, Bill, what do you do? Do you wind her up in the morning and she just marches all day, you know? And because you get your vitality from the food that you eat. The plant kingdom gives us everything that we need. Or if it's not the animals, perhaps you're an environmentalist, you know? Nature is in jeopardy big time. We heard earlier from Bill about that. And, you know, nothing is superfluous in life, not the smallest insect or microbe. Everything is connected. All of us, you and me, the bacteria, everything, the animals. So we're all in this web that we call life. So how do we create harmony within our ecosystem? And, you know, I like to use the analogy of nature. If I was a tree, and, you know, I'm down here and my roots are in the soil, and I'm drawing up this beautiful nutrient-dense, you know, material from the earth, and I'm thriving and I've got flowers and fruits, but someone comes along and pours pesticides and chemicals and all sorts. My root system dies. Well, it's the same when we look at the human body. Our root system is internal. So the small intestine, the villi, you know, it comes out, brings all the nutrients in through the food that we eat. And it's the same with us. If we start putting chemical additives in all the processed foods and everything in our body, we kill off our gut biome as well, and then we set the process of disease. Or you could be looking at the ecological crisis. What are the causes of the ecological imbalance? And, you know, they covered that earlier this morning as well. Eating a toxic diet creates an ecological imbalance. So we have to start looking back at cultural philosophy. And for me, it's about looking at the principle of the harmonious development of mankind. You know, it could be mankind and mankind, mankind and spirituality, mankind and nature. But we have to have a whole collective consciousness of how we bring all this back together, because we're all connected, the animals, the plants, the humans. Nothing is separate. So, where do you get your protein? That's the first question everybody's going to ask you if you decide to be vegan, if you're not already vegan, you know. And, you know, of course, the strongest animals on the planet don't eat animals, you know. Buffalo and elephants and giraffes and rhinos, you know, they eat straight from the source. So, you know, everything that grows has protein. And the fun thing is for us, you know, when people challenge Bill and I a lot about this, if we're doing nutritional workshops about protein, they wouldn't know protein if it comes and said, hi, I'm an amino acid, you know. They don't even understand the breakdown of what protein is. So when you have good knowledge in nutrition and understand the concept of how the body's built, when you've got all the answers, you can outside somebody that gives you that, where do you get your protein question. So what I'm trying to say here is that knowledge is power. Our friends, our relatives, our family, whatever you want to see creatures as, but for me, I have respected creatures, you know, most of my life since I was a wee girl. So, you know, our focus has to be on, you know, if you get that connection, it's actually easy. You don't even have a hassle about, you know, why you're vegan or not. We were working and teaching in Galway a few years ago, and some farmers, farmers, pig farmers, beef farmers, dairy farmers came on our course. They all had horrendous ill health. Dairy food is huge in Galway, really big time, you know, so big fatty liver disease and high cholesterol and hemochromatosis and all sorts. All of these farmers went vegan. I mean, it was dumbfounding. These pigs, who are my pigs now, I saved them from slaughter. And you know, I used to go visit them because the farmers went vegan, and they would run down the field because they are sentient beings the same as you and I. They're happy, clean creatures that love their life, are interested in their life, they're social beings, they sleep together nose to nose. In fact, even mother pigs sing to their young when they're nursing. It's just phenomenal. So they don't eat like pigs, that's a myth. They don't sweat like pigs, that's another myth, you know. We could learn much from these creatures, especially about savouring their food. They eat very, very slowly. What do we humans do? We bite and swallow. You know, it's like the stomach has no teeth. We just don't even give any thought to the food that we're processing in our bodies that is creating who we're going to become. So you can learn so much from animals. Now, no matter where I go in the world, I do love to just have my little mantra out here, and I'm going to get you all to say it along with me. Because for me, if you remember one thing about me today, I hope it's going to be this. Eat food is growing. So after me, if you don't mind repeating, food makes the blood. Food makes the blood. Blood makes the cells. Blood makes the cells. Cells makes the tissue. Cells make the tissue. Tissue makes the organs. Tissue makes the organs. And here we be every day. Right? It's that simple. And if you think about that when you're eating, you know, who do you want to be? It's just so easy. High energy foods, vegan athletes, they're growing around the world. Huge amounts of vegan athletes are coming on board now because there's huge benefits. The pro-inflammatory foods by eating a plant-based diet is phenomenal. They have less inflammation. They recover quicker from injuries that sustain. They have more power, more energy. We know quite a few vegan athletes, and they say the difference has been night and day. So that's just another. Plus. I mean, the good news about going vegan is never ending. When we look at food choices and the environmental impact, industrial food systems, as you know, have destroyed the biodiversity because of the whole thing they're doing with monoculture. We're killing the bees and the insects and the birds and the butterflies. But on the other hand, when we're looking at the biodiversity of growing vegetables in agriculture, it produces more nutrition per acre and it rejuvenates the planet at the same time. So, what good news do I have to tell you about this? Again, vegetables store well. You can grow 17 times more food per acre with vegetables than you can with animal agriculture, right? Vegetables don't grow microbes. Grains and beans store for years. Plants are easy to grow. Being a vegan as well cuts your carbon footprint in half. You save about 1,100 gallons of water a day. The good news about being a vegan is endless, never ending. We talked for a while and lived in Portugal. We were and I had the opportunity because I love growing. In fact, probably the best thing I'm good at in my life is being a farmer. I love growing food. And this was a bit like a patchwork quilt because it was a sandy soil base. But you know, no matter where you live, you can start learning about food. You can start growing whatever it is, even if it's carrots or potatoes or whatever. You can grow food in just about any type of land. In the process, you improve the soil fertility, whether it's sand or soil or whatever. You get great crops. And I use obviously no animal manure, so it's called veganic gardening, which I'm sure you've heard of. If you haven't, it's just vegan organic gardening, so you're not using any animal produce. I use things like vegetable compost and green manures and crop rotation and mulching and stuff when I'm on soil. It's a great joy, and there's nothing more rewarding than eating your own produce. Right now we're in an apartment, so I don't have the opportunity to grow, so my sprouter's out every day. If you haven't sprouted, you should get into doing this. These little units are, I don't know, maybe £15. The beans are pennies. You can mung beans and lentils and chickpeas and aduki beans, and you can make microgreens from radishes and broccoli. It's just fantastic. We add them to all our soups and salads and stews all the year round, so you've always got fresh raw food too. The nutrient density of always adding raw is a good idea too if you're cooking all your food. So, someone's got an alarm on. It's probably me, time to come off. Okay, so Bill and I run what we call a human ecology diet because there's a lot of bad rap in veganism and there's a lot of bad rap in plant-based. What does plant-based mean? It could mean plant-based with a piece of chicken or a piece of fish or whatever. Vegan could mean processed junk, you know. So because the principles of macrobiotics we teach is based on the 5 transformations of energy, which is based around traditional Chinese medicine. Our principles are whole cereal grains, fresh vegetables, either fermented, cooked, raw. Sea vegetables are a big part of our diet, so you have a great omega balance, omega-3 balance as well. We use miso, which is fermented soybeans, tofu or tempeh on occasion, lots of beans, fruits, seeds and nuts, and you know, it's just a very, very simple diet. In fact, it sounds awful, but sometimes people say it's like a third world diet, but it is, but it's delicious and it's tasty. And the diversity you can create from just this food group alone is phenomenal. So, did I miss one there? Yeah, sorry guys. I'm working on 2 machines here. Okay, so how do you establish a new relationship with yourself? This is the sticking point for everybody. They say, oh, well, how do I change? You know, and overthinking the concept is sometimes more difficult than just doing it. So my suggestion is always begin incorporating some vegan recipes into your diet. You know, maybe start with breakfast, you get that handled, great. Start with lunch, you get that handled. And just keep learning a few new recipes, you know, and enjoy your food and make it exciting, you know. I mean, for me, there's nothing more exciting than learning a new way to live. It shouldn't be a chore, it should be something that you treasure your health to do, you know. I mean, because remember, health is everything. Without health, everything is nothing. So, when you're pressed for time, people say, well, I don't have time to cook, but then maybe you have to look at where your life is at, reorganise something that's, you know, maybe could be taken out or moved, because everybody's running about stressed, pressurised, and the last thing they want to do is come home and think, oh, what a chore cooking. But here's the thing, you know, when you eat a really good, healthy, whole food, plant-based vegan diet, you have more energy, you have more vitality, you enjoy your food, you actually want to cook. You'll fall in love with cooking. Trust me, I don't tell porky pie lies. So, everybody says, I don't have the willpower. It's really not about willpower, it's about skill power, it's about learning new skills, you know. So finding things that, remember, you've already got your motivation. Was it your health? Was it the environment? Was it the animals? Always go back to your motivation, what the motivation was, and that will keep you there. And think about, when there's a will, there's a way. If you want to do something, if you want to succeed, whatever it is, your work, your hobbies, your passion, it's not willpower, it's the skills that you accumulate along the way that keeps you in that space. So, women obviously are the sort of drivers of health in the family. We're the ones that push the shopping carts around the supermarkets and things. So, pushing your family towards this way makes life easier if you're all eating the same food. You know, Bill and I often say to clients, if you're all eating the same food, you have the same blood chemistry, so there's a more harmonious, time together at the family table. Maybe everybody's not going to go there at the one time, but it's something to work towards. And obviously building super immunity makes your health stronger by eating this incredible diet. Batch cooking, using frozen produce, there's lots and lots of great tips that are on my website you can download actually as well. The other thing that's important to maybe think about is the taste buds, because people are coming from a diet that's perhaps very heavy in salt and sugar and fat, and we cook with the 5 tastes in our philosophy. So we have sweet, sour, bitter, pungent, sweet, sour, savoury, bitter and pungent. When you satisfy all these tastes on the tongue, you really don't have cravings, If you think about the principles of yin and yang, if you have too much salt, you crave sugar. If you have too much sugar, you crave salt, So when you have this balance of taste on your tongue, you feel very satisfied. So cooking your food using the 5 tastes is a good idea, and you don't need to be a biochemist to put dinner on the table. People are so engrossed with superfoods and I need this and I need that. Live with the principles of the grains and the beans and the pulses, and you'll do great. On our website, you'll see there's a course here that you can download. I've put it on for free actually for the next couple of weeks for you guys if you want to download. It's a course that I developed because people were struggling to move towards changing their diet. So it was a course that ran week after week. People would come on a Saturday. One could join in when it was main courses or desserts or whatever, but they would just roll over until they finished the five programs. And it was just so much fun because they all learned to cook 7 breakfasts, 7 lunches, 7 mains. So I've put all the recipes together. They're in an ebook and it will say 4 weeks to vegan on our website. So please feel free to download it. Because going vegan is not about jumping on the bandwagon of the fake meat and the fake burgers and the processed junk. You will not obtain good health from that. I can't stress that enough, So when you master it, then you become a lighthouse and you start to help other people, because at the end of the day, we're all here to help and assist each other. A lighthouse is someone that's mastered what they want to do, and then they'll go and change the other person. And we've got lighthouses now in 27 countries, students that have come to study. They're either teaching cooking, they're working as private chefs, they're doing health counselling, some have opened cafes and restaurants, vegan cafes and restaurants, so the possibilities are endless. So become a lighthouse and help other people along the path. Whole grain for me is like the cornerstone of any healthy diet, and in macrobiotics in particular, George Osawa, who was the philosopher that brought macrobiotics from Japan to the USA in the 50s, and he used the term 1 grain 10,000. It's a beautiful parable because it means like paying forward. So when you receive something, you push it out as much as you can, because you grow 1 grain of rice and it reproduces and reproduces and reproduces until 10,000 grains are abundant. So that's what the value of human beings, that's what we should be doing for each other. Helping, because we're all in it together, no one's getting out alive. Whole grains is a diet for everyone, and I wanted to put up some recipes that I create that are just so easy on whether you're living on, £1 a day, seriously. I mean, I train chefs for royal families, for movie stars around the world, but I work also and create recipes for £1 a day for Action Against Hunger. So I'm not using any different foods apart from grains and beans and pulses. I'm buying some more expensive condiments and things for those that want that side of thing. If you look at short grain brown rice, a phenomenal food, right? Incredible. There's a 2 kilo bag that I buy, and it lasts us for, I don't know, 4 or 5 weeks. And I did work it out actually to 16 pence a portion for the rice. So I cook up a big batch in a pressure cooker, I store it in a glass fridge, I store it in a glass dish in the fridge. Works for Bill and I for the whole week. So I'm not standing cooking every morning. People think you're tied to the kitchen sink when you're having to make your food. You're not. When you're planning ahead and you're organised, it's very easy to do. So you can use toppings, whatever, you know, nuts and seeds and berries. This is just a phenomenal way to have breakfast, and you can cook it ahead of time, as I said, for a whole week. So if you move on to things like, you know, making soups. In this recipe, for instance, I used some sweet corn and red peppers and garlic and some chopped onions and things. I mean, you really couldn't even call it cooking. It's more like warming and stirring a pot, right? You can buy the things even chopped in the supermarkets if that's the way you want to do it, if that's desirable to you, you know. But when you make yourself organised and freeze things in batches, then the night before, and I know I have clients that are up at 6 in the morning and they've got 4 kids and but they have simplified their life, they've started cooking, they've started freezing, and things are working well for all of them. So this is all about cooking once and eating twice, and I have created thousands of recipes for my Quick Bites and Quick Bites Busy People cooking workshops, and it works for them. The same with making dessert, you know. You go into some of these health food stores and they've got these tiny little protein balls and they're like £2 for 2, it's just completely ridiculous. I make these with chocolate cacao powder, some aduki beans. We use a lot of aduki beans, they're very sweet, delicious. And you know, kids can make them, it's so easy. Roll them, put the stuff in the food processor, they chill well, they freeze well, and they cost pennies to make, and you know what's to them, they're not loaded with a lot of fats or anything else. So, more familiar foods as well, you know, lentils, the oldest cultivated legume, they're pennies. You can make dals and bolognese and burgers and patties and salads. The choices are endless, red lentils, green lentils, brown lentils. If we look at mung beans, which is one of my favourite foods, seriously ancient legume, pennies, £2.25 for a 1 kilo bag. I get 24 burgers from 2 cups of mung beans. I mean, seriously, I can't even work that out, 24 into 225. Okay, you've got to soak them and rinse them, and then soak them and rinse them. They'll expand to double the size. And put them through the food processor with some onions and some vegetables, and then bake them. You know, I don't use any oils or anything. So, and they're tasty, along with some sweet potatoes, you know. Put them in the oven, a little bit of sea salt, herbs, splash of water, you don't need oil, bake them. You've got a delicious meal for pennies. So it's not expensive, don't let people tell you it's an elitist way to live. The same with desserts. You know, I mean, the world does live in cake, unfortunately, but we eat very simply. So I use a lot of applesauce or pear compotes. Okay, I've dressed this up with some cashew cream and granola that I make maybe for breakfast, but even just out of the jar, it's pennies. You need 2 ingredients, apples and water, and a pinch of sea salt, 3. Right? You use a pinch of sea salt because it helps to bring the sweetness of the apples out of the dessert. So, anyone gone vegan yet? Huh? No hands up yet? Oh, one hand. Okay, so cake, of course. Who doesn't like cake? You know, the world lives in cake, but you can have your cake and eat it when it's a special occasion, and these are cakes that I make for special occasions, birthdays, family, friends coming for dinner. You know, I make them with nuts as a base and use maybe even, you know, some cashews in the centre. The carrot cake's very easy to do. So you don't have to go buy cakes that are loaded with absolute, you know, chemicals and additives. And even in the vegan cake department, some of them can be a bit suspect. So, forgive my self-promotion, but the husband already done his. This is my new book. And endorsed by the fabulous Dr. Kay here and Guy Francione, Professor Francione, many other people you'll know around the world, Colin Campbell, a very good friend of mine, long-term friend, Joe Furman, people like that. So, you know, we speak of producing food, but we don't produce the food. The food of life is Only nature has the power to produce that. So, you know, we're only merely assisting, and I think it's a powerful quote. It's my passion and pleasure, and it always will be, you know, to teach people how to get back into their kitchen and go vegan. You know, if you look around, even friends of mine, you know, we have many friends who are doctors, who are surgeons, who are oncologists. They're not doing this, you know, bless them, but they're not doing it. You know, and they think, oh, here she comes again, Marlene, you know. But, you know, you have to want to do this. You have to want to be, it's exciting. There's no other way to live, you know. This is what makes me jump out of bed in the morning. Each time a family or a person or a single person, you know, I never miss an opportunity to talk to anybody. You know, I'm sure the hairdressers think, oh no, here she comes again, what story is this week? But you've got to talk to people and engage people in conversations, because inevitably people talk about whatever's going on in the world. I write to the world. I'm not a Catholic, but I'm writing to the Vatican all the time, and actually it was interesting because now they're doing a whole article on me in the magazine, which is called The Ark. It's a Catholic magazine that goes out to 1.5 billion Catholics. And it's called Go Vegan, It's Easy. So you see, if you don't write to people, you've got to keep engaging people in the conversation and helping spread the word. So that makes me jump out of bed in the morning, apart from my darling husband. And when you're an activist, you should never be afraid to speak up, never feel embarrassed about, you know, who you are or what you feel is, you know, where you fit into your life, you know. I mean, I've probably never fitted into the life of, since I was young, you know, but I love my work, and I have incredible health because of it as well. So I'm very blessed. It's a win-win situation. If you just keep running blindly with the crowd, like a lot of people say to Bill and I, it's too difficult, and, you know, my husband won't do it, or my wife won't do it, I don't have any friends, you know. It's actually nice to be different, you know. It's actually quite boring to be normal, right? It's nice to be different and have a passion to do something else. You know, the other thing that I would like to say as well, I'm not here to win a popularity contest, you know, and that's the thing with veganism, you know. Seriously, there's no money in writing books, you know, unless you sell millions. But it's an educational tool that you must keep pushing out to the world, you know. I stand in the kitchen sometimes and I'm creating things for, you know, I have a course with, I work with people on obesity, you know, and we do the work that we can for people to help and assist them, and hope that they'll go on and assist other people. But, you know, it's not about winning a popularity contest. Once you have your vision and your focus, you just go with it, and no one will stop you, you know. It's not about, you know, putting down the gauntlet. You just keep going with it. It makes my heart sing daily, and I'm very lucky to do what I do. And the thing that gives me hope in the world is, if we think back to the time in Copernicus, who would have believed that, you know, the world could be convinced that the Earth actually revolved around the sun? So that's what gives me hope, that we can have a vegan world. So going vegan is just simply a choice that you make. It's that easy. And I invite all of you here today, everybody, to join us in service for a healthy world, because it's for human and non-humans alike, and to remind you all that education is the best form of activism. So all I can say is, go vegan, it's easy. Thank you.
On to our next talk. And I'd like to introduce Dr. Alpesh Patel. Dr. Alpesh Patel is the Scientific Liaison for Animal-Free Research UK, AFR-UK, responsible for managing their scientific grant funding programs, and has been working at AFR-UK for nearly 10 years. Before joining AFR-UK, Alpesh completed his PhD in biochemistry from King's College London, investigating the mechanism of action that causes the childhood disease staphylococcal scalded skin syndrome. Animal-Free Research UK, formerly the Dr. Hadwin Trust, is a UK medical research charity that funds and promotes non-animal techniques to replace animal experiments. Established in 1970, the work undertaken by Animal Free Research UK develops reliable science whilst avoiding animal testing. Animal Free Research UK promotes the practice of non-animal research through its funding, publications, science community outreach, and the media. Funding is received in the form of summer studentships, PhD students, postdocs, and strategic grants. Projects receiving funds from AFR-UK ranges from epilepsy, multiple sclerosis, meningitis, breast and skin cancer, asthma, diabetes, and drug testing to arthritis, Parkinson's, lung injury, whooping cough, vaccine testing, dentistry, heart disease, tropical illness, fetal development, brain tumours, and AIDS. In August 2017, Dr. Alpesh Patel, along with the director of Triodos Foundation and a partner of the 3RS database program at Utrecht University, launched a new website dedicated to promoting the use of serum-free media in biomedical research. The website allows scientists to identify fetal calf serum-free, FCS-free media for use in all types of cell culture and for specific cell types, and also allows scientists to exchange information on the use and applicability of all FCS-free media. Here at Queen Mary, a joint venture between the Blizzard Institute and AFR-UK, the Animal Replacement Centre of Excellence, or ARC, provides a unique environment for scientists to work together with the common goal to develop, validate, and apply human-based models of disease. Professor Mike Philpott and Dr. Adrian Biddle drive the cutting-edge research. On to you, Dr. Patel. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that introduction. Normally I just start off with, hi, I'm Alpesh, and that's it. So it's nice. So yeah, so my talk's a little bit different from all the talks that have happened here, but I'm more thinking about cake now. So I might have to get through this quickly so we can have some cake or something, or tell me how to make some cake or something. But so the work that we do with Animal Free Research UK is all about ending the use of medical research, ending the use of animals in medical research. So our vision is a world where human diseases are cured faster without animal suffering. We all want to be fit and healthy. We all don't want our loved ones to suffer with disease. But at the same time, we don't want animals to be harmed whilst we think we're trying to cure these diseases. So what we're trying to do is enable scientists to create the tools, create the methods, find the cures, find the causes of disease without animal suffering. We pioneer excellence, we inspire and support scientists, and we hopefully are influencing change. And all of that put together will allow us to end the use of animals and improve medical research. And as part of this talk, I'm going to talk about who we are, what we do, why we do it, why animal experiments aren't useful, and how we're making that change. At this point, I should say there aren't any horrendous animal experiment images. We don't believe in showing those. We don't believe they advance the cause, so we don't show any of that. So please be aware that there shouldn't be anything on the slides that is of that nature. So as an organisation, what do? We fund animal-free research. It's as simple as that. We have fabulous supporters, some of you are in the room as well, who give us money, who donate to us, and that enables us to fund scientists to do the animal-free research. We're not government-sponsored, we're not industry-sponsored. We'd love to be because they have lots of money, but at the moment, we're not sponsored in that sense. So it's fabulous people like you who understand that animals shouldn't suffer for us, who help us to fund this research. We champion replacement techniques. It's not just all about us. That we will promote and let scientists know about any research that replaces animal use. It doesn't have to just be ours. We try and influence the scientific community. It's getting easier. It's much easier now for myself to go into a scientific conference and talk to scientists about replacing animal use. It's getting much easier because the tide is changing. We educate early careers researchers. One of the big things that we're trying to do at the moment is make sure that students who are starting their careers in science start knowing that they can do animal-free research. We have been to lots and lots of universities, lots of places where the scientists are going, I didn't even know I could have a career without doing animal research. So that's what we're trying to do. Develop partnerships, raise awareness, and more importantly, fundraise. Like I say, without any money, we can't do the work that we do. And as a lot of you may know, science is expensive and getting more expensive. What are the challenges? Well, here in the UK, there are almost 4 million animals that are used in research every year, day in, day out. Yeah? Right now, every minute of every day, about 7 animals, on average, are being used. We still don't have effective treatments for any diseases. You've heard this morning about to be able to cope with a disease, to be able to manage a disease, not to treat it, not to cure it, or not to prevent it, but to manage it so that you can live with it as a lifelong disease. The drug development pipeline is at an all-time low. A few years ago, it cost lots of money, 6 or 7 digits, to produce a drug, but about 200,000 to 500,000 pounds per drug. That number has gone to over £1 billion to get a drug from a compound to the NHS where we can be prescribed it. It's just, that number has gone up, and the number of drugs, the new drugs that are being produced, has gone down. I haven't got the graphs. If anyone wants to see the graphs, I can show you those later. The other issue that we face is that animal testing is considered the gold standard because it's the way it's always been done. So as an industry, as a pharma company, as a university researcher, you will do animal testing, you will do animal experimentation because that's how it's always been done. Whether that's the right way of doing it, whether that's the wrong way of doing it is irrelevant. It's the way it's been done. And so that's what we're challenging. We're challenging the fact that you have to put it in a mouse. And some of it comes down to some members of the public are unaware of the problems. They just think, oh, because it's the way it's been done, it's the way it should be done. Now, the analogy that we have for that is many years ago, some people do it now, but many years ago, we all used to go around via horse and cart. It's a perfectly acceptable way of getting from A to B. Would we do that in this day and age now? We wouldn't, because we've developed new tools, better methods of transport. So we're not saying the horse and cart is wrong. What we're saying is the horse and cart is obsolete, given what we have at our disposal today. And that's what we do at Animal Free Research UK, is tell people that that's now obsolete and we need to do something better. So what are the solutions we work towards? Human relevant research for human diseases. It's all about human relevancy. If we want to cure cancer in humans, if we want to treat cancer in humans, we have to look at the research that's looking at the human. There is a very famous quote by one of the directors of the NIH. The NIH is the National Institute of Health in America. It's one of the biggest research organizations in the world. One of the directors of the NIH has said in the past, we've been curing cancer in mice for decades. They can do it. They can take a mouse that has cancer. It might have human cancer because it's been given human cancer, but they can cure it with drugs, with treatments. But we can't translate that to the humans yet. So that's what we do. Yeah, it's human relevancy. So the new animal replacement methods are not just about not using animals, but about saying this is a current use of animals. This is how we can replace it. To gain support for animal free as the gold standard, that's a very succinct statement, but when you unpack it, animal experiments, because they've been taking place for so long, have never been validated. They've never been proven to be the right way of doing things. But with the current legislation, you have to prove that the non-animal method is 100% valid, is 100% effective before it will be adopted. And so that's what we're trying to do, and that's a regulatory thing. Develop the animal-free scientists of tomorrow and educate the public, and we've already spoken about those things. And the question we ask of everyone, of the public, of the scientists, of the industry, of the researchers, of the people that give the money is, if you couldn't use animals, if you couldn't use animal-derived biomaterials in your research, what would you do? How would you do what you're doing? Let's open that discussion, let's open that dialogue, let's open that that debate, that discussion to say, how could you do it? And that's the first step for us to get them to thinking about it. Because a lot of scientists, and apologies to the scientists in the room, and I'm not tarnishing everyone with the same brush, But a lot of scientists will say, well, that's because my professor has told me to do it that way, or that's the way it's always been done, or that's the way the research papers say I have to do it. And they never question it. They never query it. They never say, is there a better way of doing this? Is there a more human relevant way of doing it? And so that's the question we ask at Animal Free Research UK is, be innovative. Let's be at the cutting edge. We're talking about veganism, and we're talking about being on the cutting edge of that, and how it's the next wave, and how if you are a vegan, you're forward thinking, you're progressive. Well, as Animal Free Research UK, we say the same thing about the science. Let our science, the research that we fund, be innovative, be progressive, be forward thinking. So the question that some people might ask is, why should we use human models for human disease? Well, before we do that, let's take a slight step back and talk about some animal statistics numbers, just for your information. Again, one of the things we always do is make sure that people are informed. Just like all the earlier speakers, it's all about information. It's making sure you have the right knowledge so that when you speak to people, when you talk to people, you're armed with the right materials. In the UK, or in Great Britain, I should say, because this does exclude Northern Ireland, in 2017, which is the last year for which we have numbers for animal use, the 2018 statistics are actually coming out next month. 3.7 million animals were used, or 3.7 million procedures that took place. Oh, fancy, eh? 3.7 million procedures took place. And that's comprised of two different things. What we would call an experiment, where you actually do something to an animal, and the other half of it, or more than half of it, is breeding, is actually breeding these animals, not for use. Those 1.9 million animals you see out there on the right-hand side, they aren't then used in experiments. They're bred, they're then surplus to requirements, and so then they're killed. That's their life. And a lot of that is breeding for genetic modification, trying to make these animals more human or more realistic to humans. So more than half of all animal use in Great Britain in 2017 was breeding, was waste. We talked about food wastage. We talked about how inefficient it is to grow crops for animals to then eat the animals. It's the same thing in science. There's a huge amount of wastage that goes on. This is just a graph. The numbers on the side are millions, but this is just a graph of the animal use over time since 1995. The blue lines are the experimental procedures, the experiments that take place, and they're on their way down. They're going down slightly. What's causing these huge animal numbers is the orange bar, is the breeding, the creation of genetically modified animals. If it wasn't for this creation of genetically modified animals, the amount of animal use that's actually taking place in Great Britain would actually be on the way down. We would be making more of an impact. But because of genetic modification, unfortunately, the numbers are up there at the sort of 3.5 to 4 million. And that's just where we are at this point in time. And this is what we as Animal Free Research UK are trying to work towards reducing those numbers. Humans are not like other animals. So if we want to look at human diseases, we have to look at humans or human relevant systems. There are lots of differences. In this room, there is not one person in here that's exactly identical to someone else in this room. So if we're not identical, how are we in any way, shape or form identical to a mouse, a fly, a worm, a chimpanzee, a monkey, a cat, a dog, any of those animals? Again, when we introduce diseases, so when they're studying cancer in a mouse, for example, they don't give it mouse cancer, they give it human cancer. Now, we have a research project that I'll talk about later that's looking at breast cancer, but they don't give a mouse breast cancer. They'll give it breast cancer, human breast cancer cells, and inject it under their skin, so because it's easier to look at. Yeah, so it's artificial disease. It's artificial disease progression. Poor animal experimental design. There is a lot of wastage that goes on. Unfortunately, like I say, if you're looking at certain things, sometimes it's just they're a poor experimental design. And again, there's poor human relevancy, and this is one of our big things that we work towards. Genetically modified mice are not human. Genetically modified mice are genetically modified mice. Yeah? And again, certainly, we all know, those of you who have dogs, You cannot give a dog chocolate. Yeah, you cannot. It's poisonous to them. Yeah, it's bad for them. So what if there's a drug that's been tested on a mouse that kills it because it's poisonous to the mouse? But if they'd done it in a human development system, it actually worked. The drugs might not be getting to us because it's killing the animal, even though it may not be toxic to humans. The classic story is about the guinea pig. We always talk about guinea pigs in experiments. Yeah? If penicillin had been treated on guinea pigs, if they'd been tested on guinea pigs, we wouldn't have had penicillin because it's toxic to them. Yeah? But so it's just something to think about, and this is what we try and speak to scientists about. I've already talked about a lot of these things, so I'm not going to spend too much time on this slide. But again, one of the battles that we do have is legislation. The law requires, before the GPs and the doctors in the room can prescribe any medicines, the law requires that it has to be tested on 2 animals, one of which has to be basically a dog. It has to be an animal with a vertebrate. So it's mice and another animal. And that's just the world we live in, unfortunately. So there is some legislation as well. But again, the last line on that, 13% success rate for new drug development programs. Yeah, it's very low. Lots of times you will hear this number of 92% of all drugs that go into human clinical trials fail. And these sorts of things. But there's a 13% success rate for new drug development. And that is unsustainable. We talk about unsustainability when we're eating. The drug delivery pipeline is unsustainable. And there are a lot of reasons for that, but one of them is the reliance on animal models. So how can we achieve that replacement? We need to fund it. We need to develop the tools. It's very hard. If I spoke to any of you and said, stop doing what you're doing, whatever that is, whatever work you're in, if I say to you, stop doing what you're doing because it's wrong, the very first question you're going to ask me is, okay, well, what do I do instead then? And this is what we do. We give them the alternative. We give them the replacement. We fund that research. Don't use the mouse because we now have this new technology that can do that instead. So we fund that research. In terms of the actual research, to engage them, to be innovative, to phase it out slowly. This isn't going to happen overnight. I would love to not stand here in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years' time because I don't have to be, because I'm out of a job, because I'm stacking shelves at Tesco's, because no one uses animals anymore. That's my goal. Yeah, is to be out of a job. It's very strange, but my goal at work is to be out of a job. It's brilliant.
You can come and make cake with me, Alpesh.
Oh, fair enough. There we go. All right, I'm done. But it's a phasing out. We have to be pragmatic about it. So it's phasing out the animal research. It's that cycle you can see on that side. Give us the money to do the research, change people's minds, influence the public, gets us more money, gets us more research, helps us change policies quicker, helps more people do understand who we are and what we do and why we do it, and it goes round and round, and it's self-fulfilling. And that's what we do. You may be asking, how can we replace animal experiments? This is a very busy slide. I will break this down over the next few slides. There are lots of ways we can replace animal experiments. It is not a one-for-one, like-for-like replacement. We don't take a mouse and replace it with something else. We don't take a particular experiment and replace it with a direct thing. There are lots of different ways you can intermix the two. It gets very messy, but as scientists, we can discuss it and we can tease it out and we can work it out. Anything from clinical trials to 2D and 3D modeling, microorganisms, maths. I hate maths, but you can do maths. Imaging techniques, so actually taking images of the body. Population studies, genomics, all the omics that you might have heard of, genomics, metabolomics, proteomics, biomics, and all the other omics you can do. And the new buzzword, organs on a chip. And I will talk about all of those. What we also talk about is in vitro techniques. In vitro techniques are just experiments that take place outside of the body, in a lab, on a Petri dish, on a tray. And the reason this picture's up here is a lot of people think that we're trying to take the ladybird and replace it with something else that looks like a ladybird. Yeah, and it's not what we're trying to do. Yeah, we're not actually trying to do it. We're not trying to take an animal study and replace it with something that looks like the animal study. We're trying to take an animal study that's flawed, fundamentally flawed, and replace it with something that is human relevant, that will give you the answer, the data, the answer to your question about a human condition. Yeah, and there are lots of ways of doing it, and these are just some of them. So what I'm going to do now is just talk about some of these methods, yeah, how they work. I'm not going to go into huge detail, but I'm going to talk about the projects that we fund that work in these areas, just to give you a flavour of how we do the research, or how we fund the research that we do, and how scientists across the UK are trying to replace animals. So the first one is imaging and scanning technologies, and these are things that we've all heard of: MRI, CT scans. You may have not heard of one called MEG or ECOG or TMS. TMS is brilliant. TMS is you zap the brain with magnetic waves or electrical waves and it turns bits off. It's brilliant. So you can use all of those techniques, all of those diagnostic techniques that you might go to the hospital for. Yeah, you might even X-rays. We haven't put X-rays on there, but you can use all of those techniques to image the brain. We funded research over the last few years looking into general neuroscience, how does the brain work? But looking at migraines, one of our researchers found that there's a very specific brain signal, a very specific brain pattern that occurs just before an episode of a migraine. Yeah, and so they're now teasing that out, and can we interfere with this little signal that happens in human brains to stop people getting migraines and stop that progression of migraines? It's been used in pain relief studies, epilepsy studies, even kidney disease. There is now a protocol that's been developed, so you can do an MRI scan of a patient's kidneys and just based on that, do a whole load of research on that, but also do lots of diagnostic tests, just now on one scan. So rather than having to go through multiple times or do repeat doses, and your doctor turns around and says, go for a scan, and then go, all right, you'll have to take one another 3 months, and you've got to wait 3 months for another scan. You can now do it in one scan and get all the data you need for kidney disease. MRI, some of you may have been for an MRI scan. It's very strange to be in an MRI machine, but what we've used MRI for is looking at chronic kidney disease. We all know if you've got chronic kidney disease, 1 in 8 adults in the UK actually suffers from some sort of chronic kidney disease. So we funded a project at the University of Nottingham, and this is the protocol that I'm talking about. It's a multi-factor kidney MRI protocol, and it provides you all the information that a surgeon or a doctor or anyone who's treating you will give you all the information about your kidney structure, its function, the blood flow, so they can tell exactly at a glance what's going on with that. There are lots of pros because it's directly relevant to the patient. You can image the human's patients. You don't have to look at an animal's, a mouse kidney to look for this. In disease, the scientists or the doctors can get lots more information about the kidney disease that's going on. So it's all directly relevant. And without the funding that we did, they would still be going and doing those chronic kidney disease experiments on large mammals to see how chronic kidney disease develops. The cons to this are these machines are expensive. This one that you can see here is based at University of Nottingham. That's £10 million, that machine is. But now they have it, it can be used all the time. It can be used all the time. So it's very, very useful. So MRI is very expensive, but not everything is. Computer modeling. Computer modeling is just basically sitting at a computer, not playing games, but taking huge amounts of data. The data's already out there. There's so much data out there already, and it's just churning through it and finding that needle in a haystack. Yeah. So it responds well with big data sets. We all heard about the Human Genome Project, yeah, where they sequence the genome of the human. But like I say, every human in this room has a different genome. So now the project is called the 1,000 Genome Project, where they're now trying to take 1,000 human genomes and see what the differences are. Well, you can't do that by hand. Yeah, even Einstein couldn't do that by hand. You need computers. You need to have the tools. But once we have that data, then we have clever scientists who can create the tools that allow you to analyze that data. Then you can go in and look at human data and say, okay, looking at the patient data and looking at the background history and all the data that comes with the genome, why is this person responding to drugs? Why is that person not responding to drugs? Why is this population, this group of people have a higher risk of cancer than that group? And you can do all of those things on a computer with human data, not with animal data. You can do toxicity testing, because we know what chemicals are, we know how they react, we know what they do. So instead of having to inject that chemical into a mouse to see what happens, you can actually just look at its structure and you can do those computer simulations of that. And lots of other things. The biggest issue with that is it's only as good as the data that you put in. So if you put in bad animal data, you will get bad animal data out. If you put in good human data, you will get good human data out of that. And we have funded a lot of work in this area to try and develop that. So there's a big project going on in America at the moment using machine learning, artificial intelligence, call it what you want. It's computer models. I like to keep it simple. Let's not give them all the buzzwords. But they're using machine learning to predict toxicity of all of the chemicals that are in the environment. When I mean environment, I mean in our food, in our water, in our clothes, in our drugs, in everything that we do. So all the chemicals that we currently are exposed to all the time. A lot of them, and you'll be shocked to know, a lot of them haven't been safety tested. A lot of them haven't. They think they're okay because we're using them and not a lot is happening, but a lot of it hasn't been safety tested to the degree that is required in this day and age. So what governments have said is we need to test this data now. We need to test these chemicals to see if they're safe for human use. And so the scientists went, okay, that means we're going to have to do lots and lots of animal experiments. But instead of that, what the American government actually did is they actually gave them a lot of money to develop the computer models instead. So that was one of the things the American researchers have done well. Only one of them. So there is a lot of impact on that. It has this machine learning software that they're using will and has and does replace thousands and thousands of animal experiments each year. The animal experiments that are being replaced, you can see on the screen. You drop chemicals into rabbits' eyes, you feed them to rats and see what happens. Or the LD50 test, for those that don't know what the LD50 test is, LD stands for lethal dose 50. It's the dose you give to an animal, a human relevant dose you give to an animal, so that half of the animals you test on die. That's the test. So you take, for example, 10 rats, you inject them with various different concentrations, and it's the dose at which half of those animals will die, is the LD50 test. And it is a standard test that takes place. It has been replaced though. Lots of times you don't need to do it because you have other chemical data. That means you don't have to do that anymore. So, talking about some of the projects that are happening here, right now, not quite on this campus, but just down the road at the Whitechapel campus as well. So, sorry, just to say, we have funded, in our nearly 50-year history of funding research, we've funded over 210, near enough 250 projects now. This is a slightly old slide now, I should get that updated. Nearly 250 research projects of various descriptions. These are some of our projects that we've got on. We've got a brain tumour project at Portsmouth, we've got a breast cancer project at Aberdeen, medical cadavers project at Dundee, chronic pain research at Belfast, the ARC here at Queen Mary, and a diabetes project at Exeter. And I will just very quickly go through all of those and the technologies that are being developed as part of those. So our project at Portsmouth, the brain tumours, with Professor Geoffrey Pilkington. Professor Pilkington is a fabulous bloke. He's a brilliant, brilliant guy. He has spent the last 30 years of his career, his whole scientific career, not doing animal research. He's a professor, so he is living, breathing example of the fact that you can have a scientific career without doing any animal experiments. What are they doing there? Why are they looking at brain tumours? They're looking at brain tumours to do with cell culture. It's all about cell culture, this project is. Growing up cells from humans to replicate the human condition. So what cell culture is very fancy, and there's lots of associated terms with it. But in essence, it's just growing cells outside of the body, not necessarily human cells. So when someone says to you cell culture, don't necessarily assume it's human cell culture. Any cells from any animal that can be grown in a petri dish in the lab is cell culture. And there are lots of things to go with it, but one of the key things is it's actually quite difficult to maintain and grow human cells in a lab. you need to be quite specialist at what you do to be able to maintain them very well. Human cells, and again, this is one of the reasons why people haven't traditionally used them in the past. Human cells are very hard to keep happy outside of a human body. Yeah, animal cells are much happier outside of an animal cell, outside of an animal body, but human cells are very hard. The new key buzzword, there are two new key buzzwords in cell culture, 3D organoids and organ on a chip. It's just fancy cell culture, people. Yeah, it's taking lots and lots of different cell types, growing them up in a plastic dish, in a petri dish, so that they resemble what it would look like in a body. Now, people will talk about brain on a dish. They'll talk about lung on a dish. They'll talk about kidney on a dish, liver on a dish. They'll talk all these. We're not talking brain as in the whole brain. You break the brain down into its smallest component, the smallest bit that could be identified as a brain, and that's brain on a dish. When we talk about lung on a dish, we're not talking about the whole lung. We're talking about one alveoli, one little air sac, and there are millions and billions of them in your lungs. One little air sac on a dish is an organ on a chip. But you can use them because they're human, because they react just like they would in your body. You can use 3D organoids, an organ on a chip, to test drugs, to see how they affect them, to see what changes, to see what's changed in a diseased patient versus a non-diseased patient. And they're very, very useful. And like I say, there are lots and lots of organoids that can be used. So how are our Portsmouth researchers using 3D organoids and organ on a chip to look at brain tumours? They're actually created the world's first all-human 3D blood-brain barrier model. Now, the blood-brain barrier is annoying in humans. Its function is to stop anything nasty getting into the brain. It's great for when it's in your brain, when it's surrounding your brain, it's great because it stops all nasties getting in. It's what keeps your brain healthy. But when you have a tumour, when you have a brain tumour, the blood-brain barrier stops those drugs getting into the brain to be treated because the blood-brain sees it as something foreign, something nasty, something not great. So what's our best chance at the moment of doing this? You actually have to hammer that blood-brain barrier you have to overload it with drugs so that some of it leaks through. And that's why treating brain tumours is so difficult. This is why there are a lot of side effects to treating brain tumours, because it's so hard to get the drugs across. You have to hammer the whole body, because you have to inject it into the blood so it goes everywhere. You have to hammer that blood-brain barrier so that some of it gets through. So what has Professor Pilkington done? So they've created, in a dish, in the lab, this model of this blood-brain barrier. So now they can test new drugs, current drugs, new delivery methods to see if anything is better than the current available system to get drugs across. So rather than doing that experiment in animals, you can do it in the dish, and you can do it multiple times on a table. You can just set them up one in series, one after another. Yeah. So what they're currently testing is nano delivery. So using nanoparticles to see if that's something better at getting drugs across, and they're having some quite good successes with some of these new delivery methods to get existing drugs into the brain to treat brain tumours. So what's been its impact? They've saved thousands of mice from those experiments. It's sped up development. You don't have to grow up a mouse, treat it, dissect it, take its brain out, look at what's going on, do that multiple times. You can just do this in the lab, and you can do it many, many times, one after another. So it's also, it's a very simple way of repurposing drugs. So taking existing drugs, see if they work. If they don't work, you don't go to the animal experiments. You don't need to try it on an animal experiment. And they're also they're starting to use it as a way to stop breast, lung, and kidney cancer spreading to the brain. One of the big problems is when you have a cancer somewhere else, many times that cancer will spread to the brain. And then it's very hard to treat it. So they're also using their model to see how does cancer get through the blood-brain barrier that we have and become a brain tumour. So our chronic pain research at Belfast, these are our lovely researchers, Dr. Al-Karim, Dr. Lundy, and the PhD student in the middle, Haley, are working on chronic pain research. And lots of people suffer from chronic pain. According to the numbers, 28 million adults suffer from chronic pain in the UK. And what our scientists are trying to work out is what causes chronic pain to start. Yeah, can we treat, can we diagnose chronic pain before it becomes chronic? What are the triggers that cause pain to become chronic pain? And what they found is they're actually using discard. They're using waste human tissue to do this research. So when you go to the dentist to get your wisdom teeth out, they can actually use the dental pulp that's in the middle of that wisdom tooth to do this research. So it's waste human product. It's product that we would throw away, or that the dentist would throw away. But they're using it to extract the nerve cells from the middle of our teeth. Lots of us have sensitive teeth. It's the same nerves. And they can isolate those nerves from your wisdom teeth and do the research on there, rather than doing animal experiments. And I don't need to describe the animal experiments to induce chronic pain. Yeah, that's all I need to say. Yes, and I'm not going to put those. I'm not going to talk about that. Yeah. So why do we need to actually use wisdom teeth, and why can we not just extract nerves from humans to test on? We're not actually allowed. Strangely, you're allowed to experiment on animals, but you're not allowed to experiment on humans. Yeah, there are no ethical, there are no legal ways of extracting nerve cells from humans. And nerve cells across different species are different. Nerve cells in different animals are different. So by using this waste tissue, they found a completely different way of getting human relevant material to do their research. And again, what they're doing is they're doing cell culture. They're growing these cells up. Our breast cancer project at the University of Aberdeen, again, is another cell culture project. And it's slightly different. It's cell culture, but it's also looking at demographics. Although demographic studies aren't really a replacement technique, it's still using demographics. And demographic studies are studies of populations, cultural evolutions, effects like we've talked about earlier, the effects of lifestyle, diet, occupation, all of these things. Yeah, and so this is what they're doing. They're doing cell culture and demographic studies. And what are they doing there? They're looking at the environmental factors that are leading to an increase in breast cancer numbers. The average rate of breast cancer in the population is going up. And the thought is that's because of lots of environmental chemicals that are in the environment that are causing these breast cancer rates to go up. So what they're doing is they're looking at these demographic studies, they're looking at these population studies, and they're trying to isolate what chemicals are in the environment that are causing certain people to get higher rates of breast cancer, and how breast cancer tissue density is affecting breast cancer rates. So it's a very, very unique project, looking at demographic studies, looking at the environmental cues, and doing some cell culture to see how that's affecting breast cancer. And again, traditional experiments would use mice. You would inject mice with human breast cancer tissue and see how that develops over time and see what affects that. So again, we talked about most of this. So it's in a typical experiment, in a typical series of experiments, there'll be about 4,000 mice that will be used for some of these studies. And that's what we're replacing. And we're doing it in a human relevant way. And we're trying to talk, going by what all the earlier speakers spoke about, it's about understanding the causes and preventing breast cancer from occurring, rather than just treating it and managing it for the rest of someone's life. Now, here at Queen Mary, we actually have a very unique centre. It's the Animal Replacement Centre of Excellence here at Queen Mary. It's based over at the Blizzard Institute at Whitechapel. And rather than just funding an individual project, rather than just funding a couple of researchers here and a couple of researchers there, what we've done is we've actually invested in when we call it a centre, it's some lab space in the Blizzard Institute, led by Professor Mike Philpott, second from the left there, along with Dr. Adrian Biddle, our lecturer, and two postdoctoral researchers, Marlene and Gihad Youssef. And what they're doing is they're investigating cancer. And they're looking at various different cancer research, and they're creating human-based models of cancer research. They're looking at how cancer spreads, so they're looking at metastasis to see how it spreads and invades other organs. And they're also looking at those signals, those triggers that cause cells to become cancerous. The signaling pathways in every human that causes those cells to become cancerous. they have a very, very, very good relationship with the hospitals and surgeons over there. So they get human cancerous tissue direct from patients with all the ethical treatment, ethical consideration and ethical paperwork. They can use direct human cancer tissue to look at what's going on in those cells. They also have, because you need to have the control, you need to have the normal and the disease. They also look at skin that's donated from cosmetic surgery. So the people that are coming in for surgical procedures, some sort of cosmetic surgery, they can take that skin and they can do their research on that as well. So that's how they're doing their cell culture there. Why? We've already talked about the 4 million animals. We've already talked about the fact that we can apparently cure cancer in mice, but we can't cure it in humans because the drugs don't work. The drugs don't work. And mice react differently to cancer than humans do. The way they, I would say, clear out, the way that the body responds to cancer in mice, it's different to the way humans respond to cancers. And so looking at those treatments, looking at those ways to not cure cancer and taking place involve different pathways. And so by using these human donated tissue samples, we're saving thousands of animals from experiments where, as you can see on the screen, they will have, mice will be injected with chemicals to cause cancer. If we're looking at skin cancer, they will be subjected to sunburn through radiation, so they'll just shine a UV light on them until it causes them cancer. Like I say, I don't need to put the pictures in your head of how they look at skin cancer. Our diabetes project at the University of Exeter, it's an organ-on-a-chip project. They don't like to call it that, we don't like to call it that, but it's the way that good marketing and PR happens. The original phraseology came from the Wyss Institute at Harvard. Here at Queen Mary, again, there is an organ-on-a-chip network that's being led by Professor Hazel Screen here at Queen Mary to help the UK develop and promote and work on organ-on-a-chip technologies. Organ-on-a-chip is what you can see on the right-hand side there. It's just a little plastic chip with vessels that mimic blood vessels, and on either side you can grow cells, you can grow these 3D organoids to make these organs that function very similarly to where humans do. And again, the caveat to this is if you put animal cells in there, it will act like an animal cell. But strangely, this development has all been done with human cells. The focus is on developing human organ on a chip. Again, the reason industry wants to do it is they want to do it for personalized medicine. They could take your cells from your body, grow it up in a chip, see how you respond to drugs, give you that personalized medicine. So we talked about that. So diabetes, why is this organ on a chip project working on diabetes? About 3.3 million people are diagnosed with this, and it's currently increasing. There is a huge burden on the NHS. We've already talked about this treatment versus just managing it, just living with a disease. It's a huge cost to the NHS, and unfortunately there isn't a cure. We know lifestyle affects diabetes. You have a healthy life, you can cure diabetes, or you can treat diabetes. You do not have diabetes. But why? What's actually happening in the human body that's causing that change? It's great that you change your lifestyle and you don't have diabetes. That's brilliant. But why? What's causing that? And that's what this project is looking at. We did an initial project that finished in October 2018 that actually it changed the paradigm with diabetes. What lots of people thought in diabetes was that the cells that produce insulin die, and that's why you stop producing insulin. The numbers get lower and lower and lower, so you get less and less insulin, and therefore that's why you need to inject yourself with insulin in diabetes. What our researchers have found in this human system is the cells don't actually die, they change. They become something else. And that something else, this other type of cell, doesn't produce insulin. And this is what the lifestyle choice is actually doing. A high fat, high cholesterol, high sugar environment causes these cells to switch off insulin production, to become something else. And so you change your lifestyle, you reduce all those triggers, and the cells switch back again and start producing insulin. And that's the cure, that's the treatment, that's what's happening. So what this project is doing is, at a molecular level, is what is that switch? What is that trigger that's causing the cells to stop producing insulin and become something else. We wouldn't have found that in mice because the cells in mice, they do change. Some of them die, some of them change, but they change to something else. And that change is mainly irreversible. It's very hard to change it back. Yeah, I'm not going to start talking about alpha, beta, and delta cells, but it's all about alpha, beta, and delta cells. Yeah, but if you want to know, come and talk to me. But it's the change in cell types. Yeah, but what this project is doing is it's looking at what's the switch. Lifestyle is great, but we all know lots of people won't change their lifestyles. Yeah, it's very hard to convince people who are on high fats, high sugars, high salt diets to change. Some of them do, lots of them do, but some of them don't. So let's understand it at a molecular level. Once we can understand it at a molecular level, technically you don't need to change your diet. You can pop a pill, and that'd be great, especially for someone like me who loves cake. Yeah, but this is the potential impact of this project. It will transform the way diabetes is treated. It's not just about eat healthily. It's not just about take insulin. It's not just about take metformin to regulate levels. It should remove the use of insulin, because if we can find a drug that stops the switch, that stops the insulin production, then insulin will be produced. We will then have cured, in inverted commas, diabetes. We won't have cured it because they won't got it in the first place. Yeah? But again, the impact on the animal use is 100,000 animals worldwide. That's an estimate. We don't know the actual numbers, probably higher than that. But what we know from looking at the research is that about 100,000 animals yearly are used in diabetes research. And that's what we're trying to work, not against, but to reduce that use. This is my favorite project. This is the project that I love. The Medical Cadavers Project at the University of Dundee. I apologise, it's after lunch, we've all eaten. There aren't any gruesome images. There aren't pictures of dead bodies. But this is brilliant. How can you do human relevant research when you are not allowed to get the ethical permission or the legal permission to experiment on humans when they're alive? You can work on human bodies that are donated to medical science after people have died. Now, the problem with that is embalming. When you embalm a body so that it doesn't start rotting, everything goes rigid, everything goes hard. It's human relevant because it's a human body, but it's not human relevant because it's not floppy. What they do here at Dundee is they're using this new method of embalming that, apologies, but it keeps everything soft and squidgy. Yeah, for up to 18 months. They can embalm these, and the reason why they say 18 months is after 18 months they actually stop using the body and they actually give it back to the family. They could actually keep it longer. They can actually keep these. And what they're doing is they're looking at medical devices. And I'll the first to put my hand up and say I was ignorant of this fact until this project came along. I did not appreciate this, and apologies to the doctors and surgeons in the room, I did not know this. But if, as a surgeon, you wanted to learn a new surgical procedure to do some sort of stent delivery or something like that, how do you do that? How do you practice on that? If you practice on a normal cadaver, it's hard. You can't do blood flow. You can't have arteries expanding and things like that. So what they do is they fly over to Europe and they practice on pigs. I had no idea. I was like, I don't want my surgeon to work on pigs. But they do. They go off to Europe and they practice on pigs because it's roughly the same size as a human heart. So what they can do here is they have these cadavers that are, again, and I apologize, they are soft and squidgy. You can actually pump blood through them or blood substitute. And the arteries will flex. The veins will flex. You can actually have a real-life stent inserted and the surgeons can go in and see if their technique or the new procedure will work on a human. If there is an industry out there that's producing a new different type of stent for it to be approved to be used on humans, they can put it in these cadavers and actually see if this stent is better or worse than currently existing technologies, reducing that need for going to other countries to do animal experiments. Now, I don't know about you, but I would much rather my surgeon practice on a human before they're going to come to me. God forbid I need to go for surgery, but if I do, I'd much rather want my surgeon to have practiced on a human before they start on me for the first time. Yeah, but it's unbelievable this project is in terms of what they can do. I can't show you the pictures because we're not allowed to, but you can see the veins, and remember, these are dead bodies and they've been dead for a long time. The arteries and the veins will flex, so when you add a stent in there, you can see if it flexes in line with the artery and vein, so that it won't become loose. It will be a long-term solution. And again, when they're testing on these pigs don't have diseased arteries. We're not all perfectly 100% healthy. We all have underlying issues. There's always a little bit, I think, apart from a few people I've spoken to who are super fit and super great. We all have a little bit of cholesterol. Yeah, we all have a little bit of furring of our arteries, but the pigs that they test on are clean, are sterile. They're as healthy as they can be because it's easy to test on. And so they can do this. So they're accurately testing new medical devices for use in humans. And again, they're not branching out because they've been working on this for a while, but they're now working on devices to help with knees and knee replacement and all the joints in your knees and things like that. And I'm not a medic in any sort of way. I'm a scientist and I don't know anything about the knee, but there is no other model that can simulate the blood vessels that are in the knee. And any sort of injuries, sports injuries and things like that need to be treated, they can do that on this. So I've already talked about this. So like I say, the impact is you can do these procedures over and over again. You can practice over and over again. So your surgeons and you can be confident that the surgeons have done things in humans and done it multiple times, and that the devices that they're testing are fit for human use. And again, the last one on there, it saves the lives of over 30 animals per device tested. And again, about 4,000 animals per year worldwide are being used to test these medical devices. So going back to this slide again, there is a lot of ways, and I appreciate I've been very, very brief about a lot of them. There is a lot of ways that we can replace animal use. There are a lot of techniques, there are a lot of technologies out there that can replace animal use. It just requires people to ask the right questions, to have that innovative thinking, to say, if I can't do this in an animal, is there something out there that I can use? If there isn't, is there someone who will give me money to develop those tools to replace the animal use? We are on a journey. We are not at the beginning, we're not at the middle, we're not at the end, we're somewhere in this journey. But again, like I say, my aim, my goal is to be out of a job, to be stacking shelves at Tesco's. I would love it. I'd be the happiest man on the planet, possibly. So thank you very much for your time. We'll take questions at the end of the Q&A. But if anyone wants to know more about who we are, what we do, feel free to contact me. That's my email. Both of those emails come to me. Follow us on Twitter. We have a very active Twitter following. There's lots of interesting things that we tweet out, lots of interesting novel techniques and technologies that are being developed. So please do follow us on Twitter as well. Thank you very much.
So, we've got Professor Gary Francione. I'm afraid we can't get his wife, Anna Charlton, on Skype. But Gary Francione is Board of Governors Distinguished Professor of Law at Rutgers University and Honorary Professor of Philosophy at the University of East Anglia, UK. He was the first academic to teach animal rights theory in an American law school. With his colleague and partner, Anna Charlton, who is adjunct professor at Rutgers, he started and directed the first animal rights law clinic anywhere at Rutgers University from 1990 to 2000. He has developed the abolitionist approach to animal rights, which is centered around 6 principles, including that veganism is a moral imperative. Professor Francione is the author of numerous books and articles on animal ethics and animal law, including The Animal Rights Debate, Abolition or Regulation, 2010, Animals as Persons, Essays on the Abolition of Animal Exploitation, 2008, Introduction to Animal Rights, Your Child or the Dog, 2000, Reign Without Thunder, The Ideology of the Animal Rights Movement, 1996, and Animals, Property and the Law, 1995. Professors Francione and Charlton have co-authored 3 books directed to the advocacy community and focused on creative, non-violent vegan advocacy. Advocate for Animals, an Abolitionist Vegan Handbook, 2017. Animal Rights, The The Abolitionist Approach 2015, and Eat Like You Care, an examination of the morality of eating animals 2013. They have two websites, howdoigovegan.com and abolitionistapproach.com. Professor Francione, thank you.
Is it all right if I close this? Can I close this?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you. Well, thank you, Suze, and thank you, Mahesh, and everyone else who's participated and made this happen. It's wonderful to be with you all and with some of my friends, Bill and Marlene and Michael Klaper, who I met 35 years ago this month at an event in Washington, D.C., and we had both been at it for a few years then. So I'm having a sort of midlife crisis right now. But no, but seriously, I mean, I was going to talk about veganism. I was going to talk about veganism and vivisection. And I'm not going to do that because I'm not going to, I mean, Alpesh has basically covered the whole vivisection topic, and he's done it well. And, you know, my view is basically we're using more animals in experiments now than we were using when I first got involved in this in the early 1980s, the late 1970s, actually. And I don't think, you know, as long as people are willing to exploit animals, as long as they're willing to eat animals when they don't have to, we're going to continue to use animals in experiments, because if you don't care about animals, if you don't think they matter morally, and you're willing to eat them when you have no good reason other than you like the taste of them, if you're willing to wear them because you like the way you look in them or whatever, then you're not going to have a problem with people killing some to cure or supposedly to cure the diseases, or in an effort, however futile, but in an effort to try to find a solution for the problems that you've caused by eating them. So, I mean, as long as we really do need veganism is the baseline, and we've got to really get there. But so I've decided what I want to do is I want to talk about the approach, the abolitionist approach to animal rights that I have developed over the past 3 decades with my partner and comrade, Anna Charlton. She couldn't be here today. She just texted me to say that she's watching a live stream, so I love you, I'll see you tomorrow. And I want to talk about because, you know, we need a paradigm shift. We are killing billions of animals. 80 billion land animals, and nobody even knows how many sea animals we're killing every year. The lowest estimate I've seen is 1 trillion. The level of violence is mind-boggling. It's absolutely mind-boggling. So I think we have a moral crisis. We have a level of violence that we live with every single day that many of us participate in. We need to, you know, and you know, I've been doing this for a long time. And I don't see it getting any better. I'm still hearing people talking about making it more humane and focusing on this campaign or that campaign. We need a shift. We need a complete rethinking of the issue. And we need to do it soon. It's not only a matter of violence. It's a matter of baby boomer generation, of which I am a member. We're getting old. We are going to destroy the healthcare system. We're going to bankrupt the healthcare system. There will be nothing left. By the time we're all dead, there will be nothing left for the rest of you. And the reality is, global warming is an imminent problem. We've got 12, 15 years left. We're not going to have a technological innovation. There's not enough time to develop, test, and implement a technological innovation. It ain't going to happen. Okay? We're not going to have a technological innovation that's going to save us. And if you're looking at governments, I find it odd. I find it actually disconcerting that you have this extinction rebellion. People saying, we've got to get the government to do X, Y, and Z. I got news for you. Governments do nothing except make matters worse. Governments exist to serve corporations and moneyed interests. If you are expecting the government of the United Kingdom, the United States. My God, look at who our president is. I mean, if you expect governments to solve the problem, you are tripping out in a way that I've never experienced. So I mean, I can't understand why. It's disconcerting to me that people say, well, we're going to get the government. You see, the government. You're going to get the government. You're going to get the United Kingdom government, the same government that completely disregards massive protests in the street and continues to get involved in stupid wars with the United States. And does all sorts of, you're going to get the government to change. Ain't going to happen. If we don't have a massive transition to veganism very soon, if we don't have a massive transition, we will not avert climate catastrophe. So we really do need to start thinking outside the box and start approaching this matter in a different way. I want to talk to you briefly about the 6 principles of the abolitionist approach. If we have time, I'm more than happy to answer questions. Principle number 1, every sentient being. Sentient being is a being that is subjectively aware, a being that is able to experience pain. That's all. It's the only characteristic that's necessary. Every sentient being has the right not to be property. He has one right, the right not to be property. Now, we can disagree about what rights people have. And there, obviously there will be disagreement. Some people will think that people ought to have, some rights. Some people will disagree with that, okay? But we all agree that chattel slavery is wrong. Why do we think chattel slavery is wrong? We think it's wrong because if someone is a chattel slave, then that human is not a person but a thing, because all of that human's interests can be evaluated and valued by somebody else and valued at 0, the owner of that person. Okay? So even we can disagree about other forms, about whether conduct constitutes discrimination, and we can talk about whether or not certain things are objectionable or not, but nobody defends human chattel slavery. That is not to say it doesn't exist. It does exist, and it's a serious problem. Nobody defends it because it's not defensible, because it denies the fundamental personhood. It denies the fundamental personhood of humans who are chattel, because they are not persons anymore. They are things. They are commodities. Okay? The same thing with animals. Animals are property. They are commodities. They are chattel. They are things. We buy them. We sell them. People always say to me, yeah, but I've got a dog or a cat, and they're members of my family. Well, great. You know what that means? It means you got property and you value it. Because that's one of the incidents of property ownership is you get the right to determine what value your property has. Okay? And so we live with 5 non-human refugees. We take in dogs that have health problems. We have a blind and a deaf dog. We take dogs that other people don't want. I love them. I love them very much. But you know what? One of the main reason why Anna's not here is because we can't just have anybody come in and stay with them, because they have certain requirements and whatnot, and the person who normally stays with them was unable to come. So I could say, even though I love them, but they are my property, which means that if I say, it's inconvenient to have these dogs because you can't come with me to this event, so let's just take them and put them in the car and take them to the veterinarian and have them killed, because I've got the right to do that. They are my property. So just like you've got a right to, if you really like your car and you value your car high, that's fine. You can do that. Or you can just never take care of your car or do very much except to get it through the inspection. You do the minimal amount, but it's your car. If you want to fetishize it, you can do that. If you want to just sort of do an occasional oil change and get it inspected and whatnot to get it through the regulatory thing, the regulatory inspection, you can do that too. Same thing with your animals. We own them. They are property. Every animal out there, including the wild animals. The animals in the wild are basically owned by the state. Okay? They basically are owned by the state. And the state then, during hunting seasons and things like that, gives permission to people to go in and kill, and reduce to their possession certain of those animals. But all animals are property. They are things. They are chattel. They are commodities. They only have economic value. They don't have intrinsic or inherent value. They only have extrinsic or economic value. Okay? They are things. And so somebody else, their owner, has the right to value them at zero. Their fundamental interest, their interest in that. There are certain limits, but they're not many. There are laws, there are all sorts of laws that supposedly protect them. You want to know how much protection they really get? Close your eyes. What do you see? That's what they get. Okay? The laws do basically nothing. I'm going to get into that in a few minutes. Laws are useless when it comes to animal regulation of animal welfare. Okay, so basically the first principle is animals have the right not to be treated as property, just like all humans have the right not to be treated as property. And we don't link that with, we don't say, well, you know, you have that right only if you're a certain intelligence level, or only if you have a pleasant appearance, or only if you're physically. We basically say, look, as long as you're alive, as long as you're functioning, we don't think you should be chattel property. Okay? Because we think that that is morally indefensible. It is also the case it's morally indefensible where animals are concerned. Okay? So all animals, all sentient beings have the right, one fundamental moral right, not to be treated as property. But if you recognize that right, it means you cannot justify the institutionalized exploitation of animals, because the only reason why we are able to eat them, wear them, use them in all sorts of ways is because they're property. And once you say we can't justify treating them as property, once you say they have moral value, we have to treat them as non-human persons. A person doesn't mean human. A person just means someone who matters. Someone who matters morally. Someone that has value. Okay? Person and human are not this, they're not synonymous terms. So once you say animals have moral value and that they are non-human persons, it means you can't justify institutionalized exploitation anymore. That recognition of that one right, the right not to be property, means it all goes. None of it can be defended, because it all rests on the status of animals as property, as things, as human resources. Once you say that's not right, then the whole basis of institutionalized exploitation melts away. That's principle number one. Principle number two, don't support welfare measures. The abolitionist approach is inconsistent with supporting welfare measures, making exploitation more humane. If exploitation is wrong, then we should not be promoting humane exploitation. Now you could say, well, wait a minute now, isn't it better that, you know, that we're being more humane than less humane? And the answer is, well, sure, it's better. It's better, you know, it's better to, if I'm going to kill you, it's better if I just shoot you rather than torture you. But just shooting you doesn't all of a sudden become okay. Okay, is it better? Yeah, it may be better. More suffering is worse than less suffering. Less suffering is better than more suffering, but it doesn't answer the fundamental moral question. So if we think that animals have a right not to be treated as property, we cannot justify the idea of humane exploitation. Okay? And also remember something. When we promote campaigns for bigger cages or for various other welfare measures, what we're doing is we're sending out a normative message that there is a morally acceptable way to do the wrong thing. We're sending out a message. When you say to people, oh, well, cage-free eggs are better than conventional battery eggs, or crate-free pork is, we promote these welfare measures. What we're doing is we're saying to people that there's something that it's morally acceptable and maybe even desirable to eat these more humanely or consume these more humanely raised products. So it's not just a question of measures that reduce suffering. It's a matter of a moral, a normative message that is transmitted to people. And that basically says, yeah, doing these things, you know, if you eat, I mean, I encounter people all the time who say, oh yeah, I'm with you about the animal rights thing. I only eat eggs that, I only eat free-range eggs. And, then you have to stop and discuss with the person, explain to the person that a free-range egg, depending on what free-range means, and what conditions the animal's been raised in, may be a little tiny bit better, but there's still an enormous amount of suffering and an enormous amount of death that goes into the most humanely raised egg that you can get in a store. Okay? So the most humanely produced animal products are things that involve an enormous amount of suffering and death. So we shouldn't be promoting this idea that more humane forms of exploitation are better or acceptable, okay? Because that sends out the wrong message. Also, because animals are property, excuse me, welfare, the standards of animal welfare will always be low. They're economic commodities. It costs money to protect their interests, and we generally protect their interests only when we get an economic benefit. So we have rules that, for example, say unless it's a religious slaughter, you have to stun an animal. You have to stun the animal before the animal's cut, shackled, and hoisted. Why do we do that? We do that because you had a cow with a chain around her back leg that is pulled up, and she's fully conscious. What happens is her pelvis breaks, and then she starts moving around a lot. And what does that do? It hits people and causes injuries to the workers, and it causes carcass damage. Animal welfare, if you look at the history of animal welfare, that was the first book I wrote in the 1990s, was about looking at the history of animal welfare reform in Britain and the United States. And what I concluded was that animal welfare measures, for the most part, did little more than make animal exploitation more economically efficient. The standards are always going to be low. They have to be low. They have to be low because the more protection we give the animals, the more expensive that product becomes. And there are market forces, and all sorts of complex market forces, because markets are no longer just national markets. They are regional markets, as you know with the Brexit situation. They are international markets. They're also, the markets have changed dramatically, and they exert a tremendous pressure on the price of animal products. So animal welfare reform is always going to be basically going to do very, very little. As a matter of fact, animal welfare reform does little more than make animal exploitation economically efficient. That's basically what it does. It's useless. Also, I think we need to sort of question whether or not single-issue campaigns. I remember when I first got involved in this 8 million years ago, the big issue was fur, the anti-fur campaign. Well, what the hell's the difference between fur and leather? Leather is like, you got the skin. If the skin's got the hair on it, we call it fur. If the skin doesn't have the hair on it, we call it leather. What's the difference between fur and wool? There isn't. Okay? You can say, well, but they're not killing the sheep. What do you think? Do you think that they die of old age? No, they don't die of old age. They are eventually slaughtered. Okay? And also, if you've ever seen sheep being shorn, they freak out. They don't like to be touched. They're prey animals, and they like to basically be left alone. When they're being shorn, they're terrified. They get cut. There is a process, they don't use it in Britain, I don't think, called mulesing, where they remove the skin from around the anus because flies will come and lay eggs around the anus, and they don't want that to happen. I've seen this in not the UK, but I've seen it in the United States. And as I understand it, it's fairly common in places like Australia. They just rip the skin off of the anus, and then they let it scar up, and it's very, very painful. And you can see that it's very painful when they do this to the sheep. So the bottom line is that there's no real difference. So we have these stupid campaigns. And these things only exist for one purpose: to generate donations for the 27 trillion animal organizations out there that are all competing for the same money, So they have these campaigns where, they get a bunch of people who are wearing leather and wool to sort of say, bad, you're wearing fur. And that I feel morally superior because I'm wearing wool and leather, and you are evil because you are wearing fur. And I quickly understood in the 1980s, when I saw the anti-fur demonstrations, how sexist they were, basically. That the whole anti-fur campaign was one big excuse for people to call women names. And that's what they did. I remember when I was a young lawyer, I used to represent people who were having these demonstrations. And I remember being in Manhattan, I'm a New Yorker, and I remember being at a demonstration where we were outside the Chinese embassy. I don't remember what was going on with the Chinese embassy, but this was probably 1980, maybe 82, I don't know, it was a long time ago. And so, and every woman walking by, people were like calling them horrible names, really sexist, vile names. People wearing leather and people wearing wool were calling women who wear fur coats horrible names. And I had to sort of, take the organizer aside and say, I'm providing free legal services. If you wish me to continue to do so, you need to shut these people up and stop that sort of abusive language, because it's sexist and it's wrong. And but it's the same thing. It's like foie gras, the one I love is people get all excited about the eating of dogs in Asia. And so you see on the internet, you see all this anti-Asian rhetoric about, the people in China, the people in Korea, evil people because they're eating dogs. Said by whom? People who are stuffing their mouths with chicken while they're busy upset with the people in China. I don't think the people in China or Korea should be eating dogs. I don't think we should be eating chickens. So, these campaigns make no sense whatsoever. None whatsoever. And what they do is they encourage people to feel morally superior. And when you feel morally superior and someone's sort of giving you a framework to exercise your moral superiority, what you do is you give them a donation. Oh yes, we must stop those evil Asian people. So let me give you a donation so that we can do something about this. But there's no difference between eating a dog and eating a chicken. Sorry. We just fetishize dogs, they don't. We don't fetishize chickens. But that's just a matter of what and who we fetishize. It has nothing to do with morality. The third principle, veganism is a moral baseline. I totally respect. The work that Marlene and Bill do and the work that Klaper. Michael was the original. He was doing it when nobody else was, in terms of being a being a physician who was busy telling people not to eat animals because it was bad for their health. And so he was. I believe he was the first person, certainly was the first person I was aware of, and it was years before anybody else really showed up. And I totally respect the work that they do in terms of promoting the idea that eating animal products is really bad for your health, because it is. But as far as I'm concerned, it is a matter of health. Don't mean to denigrate that in any way, but it's fundamentally a matter of justice. It's wrong. If they have moral value, if they're not things, you either think that they have moral value or you think that they're things functionally indistinguishable from all the other things that we have in our lives. If you think they have moral value, we cannot eat them, wear them, use them. We just can't. This is a matter of logic, people. This is a matter of simple logic. If they have moral value, they can't be resources. Something cannot have moral value and simultaneously be a resource. Something cannot simultaneously be a thing and have moral value. Okay? If we think they have moral value, we cannot continue to treat them as things, which means we got to get them off of our plates, off of our backs, off of our feet. End of story. We cannot justify continuing to treat them as resources. It is a simple matter of justice. It's what we owe them. It's what we owe them. And what's interesting is you can say, well, it's a bit extreme, isn't it? Well, actually, no, I think what's extreme is the fact that we are a society that says we love animals while we participate directly in the exploitation of billions of land animals and trillions of sea animals. That's what's extreme. the moral hypocrisy of that is what's extreme. I mean, think about it for a second. Almost everybody you will meet believes that it's wrong to inflict unnecessary suffering on animals. Virtually everybody. What does that mean? Well, we could have an interesting discussion about what necessity means. We don't have to. If the principle against unnecessary suffering has any content whatsoever, it means that we cannot justify the imposition of suffering or death for reasons of pleasure, amusement, or convenience. Because think about it. If you have a rule that says, well, I think it's wrong to inflict unnecessary suffering on children, but, occasionally I like to hear them scream, so I torture them, because I enjoy that. You would say, well, first of all, you're weird. And secondly, that's an exception which now swallows up the rule. Okay? That's an exception which swallows up the rule. So we all agree that it's wrong to inflict unnecessary suffering on animals. And we all agree that it's wrong to inflict suffering on animals for reasons of pleasure, amusement, or convenience. Okay, fine. Why aren't we all vegans then? Because what's the best justification we have for killing those zillions of animals? And the answer is they taste good. That's the best justification we have. We don't need to eat animals to be optimally healthy. I mean, what you've been hearing today is the empirical evidence, which is overwhelming in my judgment, that we don't need to eat animals to be optimally healthy. But you don't even have to accept that. All you've got to accept, and this is a complete no-brainer, is that you're not going to be less healthy if you don't eat animals. And there is nobody sane would tell you that you're going to be less healthy if you eat a vegan, a good, sensible, I'm not talking about eating iceberg lettuce, I'm talking about eating a sensible vegan diet. Nobody could tell you you're going to be less healthy. Okay? So, I was a couple years ago, a kid in Brooklyn, which is part of New York City, and a kid kicked a cat. And, because everything that we do is now on phones, some other kids filmed this guy kicking the cat. He didn't kill the cat, he just kicked the cat. And somehow the video got to the prosecutor, and they prosecuted this kid for animal cruelty. And people were outraged about this. They were absolutely outraged about this. And so I was asked by CNN, which is you have CNN here, right? Okay. And so I was asked by CNN to come on to talk about this. And I think they assumed that because I was an animal rights person, I was going to be in favor of putting this kid in jail. So I was asked, should this kid go to jail? And I said, well, I'm a little troubled by this case because, first of all, the kid was a young black guy, and I thought a lot of the rhetoric about him was totally racist. But I said, it seems to me. I said, I'm not defending what this guy did. What he did was wrong. I said, but he didn't kill the cat. What he did was wrong. He shouldn't have done it. And I said, and what's sort of weird is that at 6 o'clock at night, millions of people are watching this. And they're shoveling their chicken and their fish and their steak and their milk and their eggs into their mouth while they say, yeah, send that kid to jail. And I said, if you're going to put the kid in jail, then you're going to have to build bigger prisons, which in America is we put everybody in jail. And, like four-fifths of the population is in jail. And so, you're going to have to build really big jails to shove all those people in, because how are we any different? Well, but we're not kidding. Yeah, right. We go to the store and we buy it. As I tell I teach criminal law. It's one of the subjects I teach. It don't matter whether I shoot you or whether I pay somebody else to shoot you. It's still murder. And so it doesn't matter. People get all upset about people who hunt. Non-vegans get upset about people who hunt. Think about that for a second. Think about that. What's the difference between hunting an animal and going to the store and buying the corpse in a package? You're responsible for the suffering and the death in both cases. So, how is that morally any different? It's not. So we all think it's wrong to inflict unnecessary suffering on animals. but yet we participate in that. That's what's extreme. Veganism's not extreme, folks. What's extreme is we all claim to care about animals while we act in ways which are completely inconsistent with our caring about animals. So I would suggest to you, veganism is great. Look, I've been a vegan for almost 40 years. I was talking to Michael today. I can't remember the last time I had a cold. And I teach in a university. I have people sneeze. I have kids sneezing on me and coughing on me all the time. Students are perpetually ill. And I cannot remember the last time I had a cold. I mean, the idea, I didn't do it. I did not do it for health reasons. As a matter of fact, when I became a vegan, I had doctors telling me, oh, you're going to get sick. You're not going to get enough protein. Your eyes are going to fall out of your head. I mean, you know, all this sort of stuff back then. I became a vegan in the early 80s. And so it's, you know, it's been a while. And you know, I actually did think it was probably bad for my health, but I knew one thing. It was good for the health of my spirit. You know, and I just didn't want to participate in violence anymore. If you've ever, how many people in this room have ever been to a slaughterhouse? I really recommend you do it sometime. I've been to about 30 in my life, and I've been to egg batteries, and I've been to dairy farms, and I have seen it all. And let me tell you, there ain't no morally coherent distinction between meat and dairy products. None, nada. Okay? Dairy involves, there's as much suffering and death in a glass of milk as there is in a pound of steak. As a matter of fact, dairy is actually horrible. The cows are constantly kept impregnated, and then their babies are taken away from them. And that is actually one of the most horrifying things in the world. If you've ever seen it, when they actually remove the babies from the mother's it's so sad and so unnecessary. Why do we participate in that? If we claim to not want violence, if we claim to value nonviolence, why do we participate in that? It's not, there's no need for it. You don't need, as a matter of fact, we're the only species that drinks the milk. First of all, only babies drink milk of any species. We are the only species that drinks milk when we're adults, and we drink the milk of another species. I mean, you know, and I just love people say, well, don't you think veganism is extreme? You know, while they're drinking a glass of milk. I mean, how peculiar is that? Okay? I mean, how peculiar is that? So, you know, we're eating decomposing flesh, cow mucus and chicken ova, and then people say, well, you know, you're eating those plants and those, that's extreme. And it's not really when you think about it. Okay? And so you don't need to eat animal products to be optimally healthy. Indeed, as you've heard from some of the speakers today, you'll probably be much healthier if you don't eat those products. And you're certainly not going to be less healthier. You're certainly not going to be less healthier or less healthy. And so that's really the only question that's relevant for the moral issue. And as I said, it's contributing to global, I mean, animal agriculture, if you are a vegan, you have a larger carbon footprint than if you were driving a couple of Hummers and taking 300 showers a day. I mean, the numbers are just remarkable. And you know, well, anyway, so it's not necessary, okay? We all recognize and we all criticize other people when they engage in gratuitous violence with animals, or, you know, gratuitous violence generally. But we have no problem being upset with people who engage in fox hunting or badger culling or bullfighting, or all bad things. I am not defending them. But you know what? Some people like to sit and watch bulls get gored. I mean, ain't my idea of a good time, but I mean, some people like to do that. Some people who are upset about the fact that bulls are treated in that way have no problem eating a steak or drinking a milkshake. It's all the same thing, all of it. None of it is necessary, all of it is gratuitous. And we end up pointing fingers at people who are engaging in gratuitous harm while we engage in gratuitous harm. Point number 4, sentience is the only thing that matters. We fetishize, we say, well, animals that are closer to us, matter more, if they have more human intelligence, so elephants, because elephants mourn their dead, or because, because whales are monogamous or whatever, the closer that they are to human behavior, the closer they are to us, okay, the more they matter. That's nonsense. That's speciesist. Okay? I would suggest that the only thing that matters is sentience. And this idea that they've got to have certain levels of intelligence. I mean, look, intelligence may matter for certain purposes. If we say we've got somebody who's mentally disabled and somebody who's really smart, and the university's got to hire a lecturer for surgery or some topic. Well, obviously you should hire the person who has the academic ability. However, if the question is, who do we use as a non-consenting subject in a biomedical experiment? Who do we use as a forced organ donor? The intelligent person or the person who's mentally disabled? And the answer is, you don't use either of them. You don't treat either of them as a resource. We've got to get away from this idea that cognitive characteristics make you more morally valuable. They may entitle you to make more money, because that's the sort of society we have, and we could talk about whether that's a good idea, but they may entitle you to get more existential opportunities, but not having those cognitive abilities does not justify treating you as a resource. We see that I hope most of us see that where humans are involved. We should see it where non-humans are involved as well. I mean, it all comes from this idea, which came in the 19th century when we started thinking about animals morally. We had, if you go back to Jeremy Bentham, who was a lawyer and philosopher, who was, in many ways, is probably the primary person who put animals on the moral map. He said, well, animal suffering, it doesn't matter whether they can think or reason or whatever. What matters is they can feel pain. They've got minds that can experience pain, and that's all that matters for them to have morally significant interest in not suffering. However, he said we can continue to use animals because they're not self-aware. They can't look at themselves in the mirror and say, oh, that's me. And are animals self-aware? The answer is, of course they're self-aware. They're not self-aware the same way a normal human is self-aware. But that doesn't mean they're not self-aware. Okay? They're just aware of themselves. They don't have the same autobiographical sense of self. But why should that matter? So what? If you've got somebody who's got transient global amnesia, they're unable to think about the past and they're unable to project themselves into the future. They're sort of stuck in an eternal present, which is the way I think many people think of animals. They live in an eternal present. I don't personally think that's true, but as far as I'm concerned, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant whether they're stuck in an eternal present, because you know what? They're aware of themselves in that present. And they have an interest and want to get to the next second of consciousness. So this idea that, well, they've got to have a certain sort of cognitive capacity in order to matter morally is nonsense. The fifth principle is a relationship of animal exploitation to other forms of exploitation. This is something people get upset with me a lot because they say, well, this is not the movement. Animal movement is not a political movement. Well, I don't know what you mean by political, but as far as I'm concerned, it is an idea of and a movement of the left. The problem is we otherize non-human animals. They are the other. We draw the line. And the line is basically, for most of human history, has been white men on one side, everybody else on the other. That's the way it's worked. In many ways, that's the way it still works, unfortunately. We've made some inroads, but not nearly enough. And so we otherize. We otherize non-humans, just like we otherize people of color and women and gay people and everybody else. We otherize. That is the basic problem. It's all the same thing. I remember in 1984 when I taught this the first time, I compared our consumption of animals to pornography. That basically we went to the store and we bought an animal in a package. There was no more animal there. It was something in a we were consuming a body part. We didn't even know whose body it was, and we didn't think about the somebody whose body it was. Just like when we consume pornography. There's no person there anymore. We consume body parts. And I remember people thinking, you know, this was like years before The Sexual Politics of Meat was written. This was probably, 5, 6 years before that was written. And I still believe that. I still think it's all the same sort of thing. It's all related. Racism, sexism, heterosexism, classism, it's all the same. It's an insidious quality that we humans have of otherizing. That is the basic problem. That's the root of the problem. The sixth principle is nonviolence. The history of humankind has been the history of violence. If violence worked to do anything, we would be living in the Garden of Eden right now, because we've had violence forever. Violence always undertaken in the name of a greater good. Nobody ever engages in violence for the sake of violence. What they do is they say, well, I don't like violence. You hear this all the time from these politicians. Well, I don't like war, but we need to have a war to get to peace. That's nonsense. That way of thinking is destroying us. And so my view is that we're not going to win this. We're not going to change the paradigm by yelling at people and telling people that they're bad people, because, the bottom line is you need to educate people in creative, nonviolent ways about all of this. It's never going to come about by engaging in yet another form of otherization of I'm better than you are. I think it's really important. I think one of the things that really troubles me about a lot of animal advocacy is you get people who are sort of constantly projecting to other people that they think that they're morally inferior. And the answer is, look, we're not able to see into anybody else's heart. I mean, I can tell you, I don't think we can justify animal exploitation, but I'm not going to make any moral judgments about you or anybody else, because I don't know what goes on in your heart. I'm telling you, I don't think you can justify that behavior, and I think you need to reassess it. But the only way we're ever going to get anywhere, I don't know how many of you are vegans. I'm sure you're all very nice people in many ways. If you are not vegans, then if you care about animals, if you think animals matter morally, then I would suggest to you, you need to rethink issues seriously, But I think we need to educate people in creative, nonviolent ways about what is, I think, the issue. I mean, I don't like when people say, well, do you think this, I always find it odd when people say to me, ask me a question, do you think what we do to animals is worse than what Hitler did to the Jews in the Holocaust? What a dumb question. I mean, it's like we're going to rank evils. I mean, that's like saying, well, was it worse that Hitler, because Hitler killed more than just Jews. He killed a bunch of Romanies and Poles. I mean, he killed probably, over 10 million people. So, do we want to start getting into discussions about whether or not his killing of the Jews was worse than his killing of the Romanies, or his killing of the Romanies was worse than, I mean, why rank evils? The one thing I can say, though, is this particular form of moral evil, and I'm using that in a moral realist way, that it is evil, is particularly insidious because we don't even see it. We walk down the street, we pass all the shops with the corpses, we participate in it, we have holidays and all sorts of celebrations where the center of the activity, where the focus of the activity is centered around some dead animal. And, we don't even see it. And that makes it even worse. It doesn't make it morally, I'm not saying it makes it morally worse than anything else bad that we do. But I'm saying that it makes it dangerous to us because we've learned to become completely sort of desensitized or unaware of the violence that we participate in. That threatens the corrosion of our spirit in a tremendously dangerous way. So I'm calling for a revolution, but a nonviolent one, a revolution of the heart, where if we really believe what we say we believe, if we really think animals matter morally, then I think we have an obligation to start acting on that. And you know what? People say, well, but being a vegan, it involves a lot of sacrifice. No, it doesn't. I don't look at it that way at all. As a matter of fact, I see it as a great joy. I think it's wonderful when you are no longer participating in the victimization of the vulnerable. That's a much better place to be than participating in the victimization of the vulnerable. Thanks. I answered some questions.
Hello. Hi. My name is Cyber. Thanks very much for all your questions, your talks today. I've got two very quick questions. One which is on the violence towards animals. I come from the Jain faith, where the whole basis of our faith is not just the big animals, but also insects and earthworms, and the smallest, all creatures, great and small. My question with this is that when we're seeing so much degradation to the soil, not just from farming but from pesticides and fertilizers, then are we not at a stage where we need to actually start embracing the most important creatures, which I feel are the earthworms and the insects, without which there probably wouldn't be a sustainable lifestyle or livelihood for the animals as well? And the other thing I wanted to ask very quickly to anyone on the panel is, I think we all agree that people in the medical profession need to learn about what is a sustainable, healthy diet. My question with that is that how much attention is being given or needs to be given for medical people or professionals to learn about the significance of the endocannabinoid system and how it's relevant not just to people but also the planet as well. Thank you.
Who wants to start? Does anyone want to take that one?
The issue is, I didn't understand all the questions, but as far as the amount of soil creatures that are destroyed in growing plants, is that the question?
Yes, because people obviously understand about the bees which are getting desecrated, but without the earthworms and bees, I think a lot of vegans don't maybe not really comprehend that without these smallest creatures, the soil is going to be desecrated. So I think a lot of the focus is too much on animals, but not on the life that sustains all of us. And how do we actually progress to that stage?
Right, the creatures that are killed in growing the crops. But just the mathematics of it, if it takes 16 pounds of grain to make 1 pound of beef, there's no question that the vast majority of soil creatures that are killed in the service of creating animal flesh for humans to eat. If I push the button and veganize the whole world, then we can have a nice conversation over a cup of tea about the most non-violent way to produce our vegetables. And indeed, when you grow kale, you can just snap off the leaves. And granted, there's going to be microbes on the leaves, etc. There's going to be a baseline level of death involved. As a deer walks through the forest, it inevitably crushes a couple of beetles. But never more than 1 deer's worth of death is produced in the natural balance of things. As humans walk through the forest, we should kill no more than what's under our footprints because we weigh something. It's the profligate expansion of our ability to create death, to grow things that we do mindlessly, and most of it to create animal flesh with more death involved in that. The whole, let's veganize the world, and then let's talk about the most gentle way to feed ourselves, growing plants, and whether you want to not do root vegetables because it disturbs the soil. Okay, you can get along without root vegetables. You can do that. But the first thing to do, if you want to minimize soil creatures' death, stop eating animals. Stop that whole animal agriculture cavalcade of death, and you'll drop the coefficient of death down by 99%, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I was trying to emphasize is that to go down the path of vegan and organic, because I see a lot of processed non-organic ingredients in the vegan industry. But also the other thing I wanted to ask earlier was that how significant in terms of training for medical professionals do they actually also need to be taught about the significance of cannabis and the endocannabinoid system, because there's a lot of solutions in these plants for climate change as well. That's something that was spoken about earlier. That in terms of vegan diets, I see a lot of tofu and a lot of mung beans, but I don't see any mention of the crops which are getting a lot of attention in Colorado, which is hemp seed. So I was just wondering, any thoughts of that? Because in terms of protein, in terms of climate change.
So we don't have a protein problem in the world. I mean, it's great to grow hemp in the places where it will grow and where it will be a viable food crop. But what we're talking about is reallocation of food. If you're just talking about it from a farming or agricultural point of view, it's a reallocation of food. We grow enough food now to feed a population much, much larger than we do now. Remember this, 70% of the land right now that's in agricultural use is for feeding animals. 70%, that's enormous. So we don't have a problem in that way. And I think that a lot of the solutions supposedly that come out with super crops and growing quinoa in the Rockies and things like that, that's all great. But if we were to stop eating animals, all of that would work out. It would all balance out. It would be fine, because those crops that are grown that are the staples of the food supply of human beings for the last 10,000 years at least, and that is the grains and beans, those crops save very well. I mean, you can store them for years and years, and they even find them in architectural digs that have been there for 10,000, or not 10,000, but 4,000 or 5,000 years, and they still sprout. So it's not that. I think you asked a medical question there too, and I'll probably defer to Michael, but one of the things that I've always felt as a person who's outside of the medical profession, but oftentimes is interfaced with the medical profession, is that the medical profession needs to be educated about veganism so that they can not necessarily give vegan advice. That's great if they do, and fantastic, but so that at least they don't share opinions which are so badly informed, right? And right now, most doctors that say anything about nutrition at all are just sharing opinions. And most of those opinions they got are out of a magazine or a newspaper article or somewhere else, and not out of scientific literature, actually. And so I hear more from clients that Marlene and I see that come back and say, oh, my doctor said if I'm eating a vegan diet, it's dangerous. Or, oh, my doctor said if I eat this, it's going to be, all my hair is going to fall out, which is a very sensitive thing to me.
I just want to say one thing to you about, as if you're a Jane, like your help on, and that is, I find it mystifying, because I have some relationship to the Jane community. I've spoken at a number of Jane conferences. I know Michael is speaking at the upcoming North American Jane Conference in Los Angeles, which I spoke at 8 or 9 years ago. But I find it mystifying that Janes don't eat meat, but they consume dairy. And I mean, that just blows my mind. And a few years ago, I even offered, I was discussing this at lunch today with Mahesh, because he's Jain. And I said I offered to buy non-dairy ice cream for the 4,000 people that show up at this event. And I was told, no, that would be wrong. That would be morally wrong. That would be violence to impose non-dairy ice cream on them. And I thought, well, just a minute here. Isn't that a little peculiar? And so I don't understand this. I mean, there's really no difference between meat and dairy. I mean, if you're eating dairy, I don't care whether you're not eating meat. You're participating in the exploitation of mobile, multi-sense beings, which is supposedly forbidden by Jain Dharma. But
Good question. More questions here? Yeah.
Joanna. I'm a doctor, GP trainee. I'm vegan and I sort of give vegan advice to my patients. And I'm also fundamentally against animal testing under any circumstances, whether that's in medical research or anything. And one thing I've always found a little bit uncomfortable about being in the medical profession is that I care hugely about my patients, but I don't agree that we should be that it should be at the expense of animals. And so often when I'm prescribing medications, I also think, you know, in the back of my head, actually, I'm prescribing something that probably has been tested on an animal, and it does make me feel uncomfortable. But I do think that being within the medical profession, I can do more for that than if I was outside the medical profession, and that's partly why I stay in it, other than the fact I do love my job. And I wanted to just ask you all sort of what you thought about how doctors within their profession can actually make a difference and an impact, because you were saying that sort of governments actually don't really do a lot, and I agree, and I think that if sort of you're within a profession where you can have an influence, I really want to make an impact in raising awareness about animal testing and in medical research and saying, you know, how it's not necessary. And I just wondered what you thought about how I could go about that.
Individually, for me, I've had some doctors connect. Thank you. I've had some doctors connect with me with the very same question that you've had. The practice they were in were not very happy about it, so independently, I suggested they made like a little flyer. I know everyone's got a brochure, right, or a flyer, but directed them to websites like, you know, Dr. Klaper, Professor Francione, you know, people like myself, you know, some of the other plant-based doctors which are growing, which is fantastic to see. So you can sort of hand that to them and they can go and do their own research. There's loads of stuff they can download for free. I mean, even on our website, we're always constantly writing free ebooks. We've got one on freedom from cravings, we've got one on diabetes, we're on our own diabetes program, and we're out with the medical profession. But when I get people back into the kitchen, that's where we have a huge success. And I always feel like, you know, Michael was saying earlier, when they look behind the curtain, people don't come to us because they want to be vegan. They come because they're sick. So when I said to these GPs, you know, who were having a hard time with their practice, they said, Marlene, it was fantastic. So they make little flyers and brochures. In fact, I think I have the template. I'm happy to email it to you. And they give it to their patients and say, look, you know, this is about education, because I'm so passionate about it. I would come and stir the pot for every one of them. If you said to me, could you come and stir this pot for me and show me how to do this? Because it's easy, you know. And so I would suggest putting something together for yourself, with some website links and contacts that these people can go and investigate themselves, and it's a win-win, yeah?
Can I say something about testing? Obviously, I'm opposed to animal testing, but was your question, if it was tested on animals, is it vegan? Is that your, I mean,
no, mainly just from within the medical profession, what we can do, because of having an influence as a doctor, to say, I am a doctor, I help my patients,
yeah.
But I actually do not believe that it should be at the expense of animals, and therefore I'm fundamentally against animal testing.
Well, I mean, look, one can make a very good argument that testing anything on animals is ridiculously nonsensical. I mean, because you know, there are different systems, and there are extrapolations that are being made, and also, I mean, it's really sort of junk science in a lot of ways. But I mean, as a general matter, I think there's a lot of confusion in the vegan community. I mean, I remember when Diet Cheese, which is a vegan cheese, got taken over by some company that did testing. And people said, well, it was no longer vegan because they did testing. And the answer is, if that's your criterion for what's vegan, nothing's vegan, because all money is dirty. It's all I mean, so what's the difference between a company that is selling Diet Cheese and does animal testing, and one that does no animal testing but has a cafeteria that serves animal products to its employees? I mean, you know, it's pervasive. Animal exploitation is pervasive. So you can't, I mean, vegan means it doesn't have animal ingredients. That's what it means. But I hear you, and I think it's, it's important to say, look, I'm prescribing this medicine. I have no idea, I think this medicine will work for you. I don't. I mean, it's perfectly fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I don't know if there's anything illegal about it in terms of what the NHS regulates, how the NHS regulates you. But to say you don't agree with animal testing, you think it's bad, you think it's bad science, you think it's immoral. There's nothing wrong with saying that. That said, if the drug's going to help somebody, they ought to take it.
I think there was I'm sorry.
No,
Please.
go for it.
Please.
Go for it.
I think there was another little kind of sub-question in there about the influence of medicine and the influence of doctors. And, the relationship that human beings have always had, the human culture has always had with its doctors, its shamans, its wise women, its witches, is that doctors, and in this case it's doctors have an understanding of the unknown. The things that normal people don't see, doctors see, right? And they can not only see it, but they can name it, right? Whoa, now we're really talking witchcraft. No, they can name it, and when they name it, then they know how to control it. And so people have this this deep faith in the medical profession that doctors know everything, and if you go in, how often did you ever hear a doctor say, I haven't the slightest idea what's going on with you? Right? I mean, anyone? I have no idea, right? No, they always have an idea, right? And they can always prescribe something. And I think that when more doctors start standing up and saying, okay, this is a way forward with veganism in this particular case, that's very powerful, because it gains momentum, and I mean, I've known, since in America, I know in the 1970s, in the late 1960s, when I started getting interested in food and nutrition and eating a more plant-based direction, the doctors that I met were it was almost like undercover, I mean, these guys were like, like communist spies, lurking in the dark, poking their head out every once in a while because the profession was against them. So now what's happening is there's a greater opening in the profession itself for the ideas that are being expressed, and it's just because individual doctors took the courage to stand up and say, okay, this is who I am, this is what I want, and I can move forward. Right? And that gives people a tremendous amount of confidence.
So I just wanted to just very quickly just add to that. In terms of drug testing and things like that, I don't think I need a mic, I think I'm loud enough. Yeah. It's one of the barriers that we face is we're external to those environments. So absolutely 100% agree with you on where you are, but it's easier to make a change from the inside than it is from the outside. So it's probably the hardest thing for people to do is to do a job where they know that morally it doesn't line up with their morals as much as it can, but you've got to stick at it because, like I say, for me, I can come and shout at the NHS or the British Dental Association or anywhere and knock on the door and they won't let me in to talk to them. But if you're on the inside, it's easy for you to go and talk to the right people to make those changes and to change those attitudes.
Thanks. We've got about 5 to 7.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, I've got 5 to 7 minutes, so
thank
maybe
you so
last
much,
couple of questions.
all of you. My question is to Professor Gary. What do you think every vegan should do, and in terms of advocacy? Because we see so many different vegan organizations trying to do activism or advocacy. But what would be your simplest message to the vegans out here, or the ones who want to go vegan, on advocacy?
Well, I think a lot of these vegan organizations are actually counterproductive. They're not really vegan organizations. They're not articulating a clear vegan message. And I think the thing to do is don't ever underestimate your ability. I mean, we've all got circles of influence. I mean, it's we've got networks, we've got friends, we've got family. We should just talk with them. As I mean, you and I were talking before, in that, you know, I talk to people all the time, not just in this sort of setting, but when I'm in the grocery store and somebody sees that I've got 12, heads of kale, and finds that odd, and and says, gee, you eat a lot of kale, and I say, well, yes, I do. I'm a vegan, and you get involved in discussions with people wherever you are, and as I was coming over on the plane, and I had a vegan meal, or what they call a vegan, and it came with non-dairy creamer that had casein in it. And I called over the purser and I explained to him, I said, look, I'm a vegan. And we ended up talking for a half an hour about, why I was a vegan. And, yes, it's a small amount, but it's part of, it's part of the exploitation of the animal, what casein is and what dairy is and stuff. At every opportunity, we have an opportunity to talk to people all the time. We just need to be able to do it in a way in which we don't sort of get them thinking, what an obnoxious person, I don't want to talk to. That's the thing to do, is you need to sort of engage the person and bring the person in to, and rather than sort of, lecturing the person. So I think, but yeah, that's what we all ought to do. And, remember, if every one of us, if every vegan convinced one other person to go vegan in the next year, everyone who's vegan now, taking a low estimate of the number of people who are vegan, convince one other person to go vegan, and then the next year everybody did the same, everybody the next year, the world would be vegan in 15 years. So don't underestimate your ability to change the world simply because you don't have a venue to speak to lots of people, or whatever, because we all can play we all not only can play an important role in this, but we all must play a role in this.
Question on that?
Yeah, it's just a following question about whether we can have a strategy to bring these issues into the curriculum for medical trainees in the medical institutions in the profession. I work in psychiatry, and I mean, the diet and the plant-based diet is so relevant in psychiatry. And you think that a sort of that kind of diet is a mood stabilizer, for example. It's just that kind of thing of that sort of shift of what is treatment and what does treatment look like. And in terms of strategy, do you have any tips about what you're up against, to bring that in to the curriculum? I mean, obviously there's industry and there's institutional kind of lazy thinking, maybe, to put it kindly. And that kind of resistance. I mean, in any business, people try and create a strategy, sort of theory of change, to try and push it forward. But obviously, if you push too hard, you create more resistance. And I think, for me, the key example is in psychiatry, where I work, is that you're getting a lot of people medicated as a solution for life when they present in a crisis, and it's so overlooked what's going on in the diet. Thank you very much.
This is the koan that brings us all here. On some level, we shouldn't be here talking about this. It should be taught in every level of medical education for the past 50 years. And the fact that we're doing this is remedial drudgery, and it's embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for my profession. There's been this willful denial of the importance of our patients' diet, and we've got to dig ourselves or climb out of this dreadful hole that we've allowed to develop in our profession. And so what's the best way to do that? And again, you bring like minds together. And it's nowadays there's new tools available, and we've got to be creative. One, we have to not paralyze ourselves. The general practitioner who asked about, the drugs I use are tested on animals, and that's you can paralyze yourself into inaction there. But just to pick up hers and then to finish with your very legitimate question, If someone comes in dying of a lobar pneumonia and there's some septic shock, there's no way I will start an IV and run in the most potent antibiotics I can. And yes, some of them were probably tested on animals. I'm aware of that. However, the question is, why did that patient get a pneumonia? I'll help them out. But then you got to work with them about their immunity and their lung function. And the body is a self-healing mechanism. And if these infections, et cetera, shouldn't happen, especially on a repeated or chronic basis. The job of the doctor means from the same word as doctrine, means teachers. And we should be teaching our patients how to be healthy so they don't get the pneumonias, they don't get the skin infections, et cetera. And most of the therapies are often very simple applications of natural substances that don't require high-tech animal-based medications. So use the animal-based stuff you have to, but meanwhile talk to your patients and get them healthy so they never have to use those drugs again. As far as how do we dig ourselves out of this hole? Well, that's a oxymoron, isn't it? You don't dig yourself out of a hole, you just climb out of it. There are ways that we, and I understand that the NHS has a pretty tight clamp about what it will allow GPs to talk about in clinics, and you can't tell your patients go plant-based. Your supervisor will come down on you for that. So how do you do that? And again, it's audacious for me as a Yank to tell you folks how to run your system. But I understand you can open a private clinic and bill it as disease reversal clinic, and advertise, get on TV, give public talks, start mobilizing public awareness about this. Write articles to the newspaper. Ask people to demand that plant-based nutrition be part of therapeutics. Use social media, embarrass the government, embarrass the NHS, start publishing the studies. There's getting to be more and more studies, solid science showing that plant-based nutrition reverses these diseases. Get it out on the media, get it on Facebook. It can't be acceptable anymore to have this forcibly forbidden to be used in therapeutics here, and do an end run around them. Whatever you need to get out of the system and get on a megaphone in whatever form it takes to get the public to the point where it's accepted. Of course, plant-based nutrition works, and so outflank the government, reach over them around the sides there, but do whatever you need to do. They say you can't keep a hat pin in a cloth bag for very long. The point comes out. And granted, it looks really intimidating right now. When General McAuliffe was surrounded at the Battle of the Bulge, he had German battalions on four sides of him. What are you going to do, General? And he says, well, they got us surrounded again, the poor bastards. And we're kind of in a similar situation. But you can't stop the truth. It's got to come out. And the truth is plant-based nutrition heals people, and get it out to the public. Just do an end run around, and whatever you need to do, get creative, get public, and get active, and don't be intimidated by these folks.
We've got we're approaching 5:30, so we've probably got a chance for one brief question. I know there's someone just over here with the mic.
Hello, I'm Corrado. I'm a vegan chef. And I have a question for Professor Gary. Do you think there is a limit for animal rights? Because I have a question. For example, I don't understand why vegans they have cats that are not vegans. So
look, animal exploitation makes all sorts of moral messes we can't clear up easily. And I mean, I don't know, I live with dogs, they're all vegans. And our dogs have been vegans for decades, and there's no problem. I mean, dogs I have no problem with vegan food.
But cats cannot be vegan.
Well, that's not true. I mean, I don't live with cats, but I have lots of friends who do live with cats, and they have, including vets, who have vegan cats. It's just, as I understand it, some males, it's primarily males, but some males will develop crystals in their urinary tracts. But some males will develop crystals in the urinary tracts even if they're not eating a vegan diet. You just have to be, I mean, if they are on a vegan diet, you have to be careful about testing the pH, making sure that the pH is tested so that you can protect the health of the animal. But remember, and you can give cats vegan taurine. Remember, most of the time you buy cat food in a tin that's got supplemental taurine in, because the meat, whatever the thing in that can is, the slaughterhouse floor sweepings or whatever, have been sort of so over processed that the taurine's gone anyway. So they're putting supplemental taurine in. So there's no reason why you can't feed the cat vegan food and give the cat supplemental taurine. But there are some problems. It's just very hard to, I don't think we should have domestication. I was actually talking at another university last night about the bottom line is I don't think we can defend domestication. As much as I love my dogs, and I do, I adore them, but if there were 2 dogs left on the planet and it were up to me whether they reproduce so that we could have pets, the answer would be not on your life. I think domestication is horrible, and I don't think it's morally justifiable. But we got zillions of them here now. I don't think we should make any more of them, but we've got zillions of them here now. What do? Do we kill them? I don't think that's an acceptable thing. So sometimes, you have moral messes that you can't really clear up and clean up in a completely acceptable way. I have to tell you, in the years I've been doing this, a number of times I've had people ask me about vegan cats, and I say, by the way, are you vegan? They say, no, I'm not vegan. I say, what the hell are we talking about your cat for? And so, if you're vegan, I don't know what to do in a situation where if you say, look, I'm a vegan, I got a cat, I tried to get the cat to go vegan, the cat's gonna die if I don't give the cat. Then the bottom line is it's never morally justifiable, but it may be morally excusable. It may be sort of like the lifeboat situation where you have you've got a situation and you don't know what the hell to do.
Don't have the cats.
Huh?
Don't have the cats.
Well, so what are you going to do with the cat? You're going to let them sort of wander around? There is no good solution to the problem because they're already here. There's a zillion cats. So what are you going to do? You're going to kill them all? That doesn't seem to be good. You're going to let somebody else take care of them? Well, then you're just passing the problem on to somebody else. Or you're going to sort of let them go outside and have them kill everything outside. These are not good. We shouldn't have domestication. We've got domestication. What are we going to do about it? And the thing is, these are there are some tough questions. But I don't think killing the cats is an acceptable solution.
Well, thank you. I'm sorry, I know there are a few other hands up, but it's just literally because of time. We're not going to be able to take the questions here directly, but you will have the opportunity on the Facebook group that will hopefully be running in the next day or so to continue discussions and ask questions and share information. Well, today I feel it's been an eye-opening experience about the reality we face here and now, about the future of the planet and all life within it. However, with the wonderful wisdom, experience and thoughts of our esteemed speakers, I'm sure we can draw great inspiration and hope in building a different future. A future where we're happy and healthy, a future where we are living in peace and harmony with all other beings, and a future where our home not only exists but is thriving because we as individuals and collectively have made the decision to heal, rebuild and transform. We all want happiness, we all want peace, we all want love. And so as Mahatma Gandhi said, be the change you want to see in the world. I hope you've all had a wonderful, wonderful time today. It's been my absolute pleasure to serve all of you. I want to thank Suzanne once again for an absolute star and a great inspiration to all of us. Thank you. We've got everybody else who has been involved in making this possible, our amazing speakers, university, and of course thank you to all of you as well for attending, without whom change is not possible. So Thank you, thank you, thank you, and just get that message out there. Of course, we mentioned the Facebook group, so I'm really excited about hopefully keeping in contact with all of you via the Facebook group. And I wish you all a peaceful evening and a safe journey home. Thank you.